automating boring tasks, or even getting into fields like data science or artificial intelligence, but didn't know from where to start? Hey everyone, welcome to this course on Fundamentals of Python Programming, your complete beginner-friendly guide to learning Python in the right way. In this course, we are going to build your foundation step by step. At first, we will understand what Python is, why it's one of the most popular programming languages in the world, and where it's actually used in real life, from web development to AI. Second, we'll set up Python on your system and write your very first program. You will start coding from day one. At third, we will see the core building blocks, variables, data type, operators, and how to take user input and display output properly. Then we'll move into decision making using if-else statements and loops like for and while, so your programs can actually think and repeat tasks. After that, we will explore important data structures like lists, dictionaries, which are extremely powerful in Python. Finally, we will learn how to write functions, handle basic errors, and build small practical programs to strengthen your logic. And by the end of this course, you won't just understand Python, you will be confident writing your very first own program. So if you're ready to start your programming journey in the right way, let's get started. Also, if you're interested in mastering the future of technology, then the professional certificate course in generative AI and machine learning is the perfect opportunity for you. This is offered in collaboration with ANICET Academy, IIT Kanpur, and it's an 11-month live interactive program which will provide you hand-on expertise in cutting-edge areas like Gen AI, machine learning, ChatGPT, DALL-E 2, and Hugging Face. You will be gaining practical experience to 15+ projects, integrated lab, and live masterclasses delivered by esteemed IIT Kanpur faculty, alongside earning prestigious certificate from IIT Kanpur, where you will also receive official Microsoft badges for Azure AI courses and career support through Simplilearn's Job Assist program. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. You can find the course link below. So before we get started, here's a quick quiz question for you. The question is, which of the following is one of the main reasons Python is so popular? Your options are, is it very difficult to learn? It has complex syntax. It is simple and easy to read. It only works for web development. Drop your answers in the comment section below and let's see how many of you guys get it right. So without any further ado, let's get started.
So introduction to Python. Okay, so we'll start with the basics and we will start what is Python. Okay, so we will get a gist of it. What is Python? Why Python is gaining so much importance? What are the tools we can use with Python? How we can build applications, right? Okay, so these are the things which we are trying to learn. So let's begin with Python. What is Python? Okay, so Python is an interpreted, object-oriented, high-level programming, right? So in this particular statement, there are three things. First is interpreted. What do you mean by interpreted? Second, object-oriented, and third is high-level programming language. So I'll start with the high-level programming language. So anyone can guess what is a high-level programming language? So there are two types of programming language. One is the high-level programming languages, another is your low-level. Okay, understand this thing in a simple basic concept. Okay, so let us say I wanted, we are trying to communicate. How we are trying to communicate? By some language. What is that language? English is the medium of that language. You can also understand English language. I can also understand, right? So that way you are trying to listen to that language, okay, and you are trying to interpret what I'm trying to give you, right? What I'm trying to teach you, right? Similarly, let's say we are trying to write something, right, and instructions to your computer so that he can understand, right? Okay, so there are two methods in which we can write the instructions to the computer. First is via low level language, another is via high level programming language, right? So low level means you are trying to write the instructions in that manner, in that format in which the program can understand. So that is very difficult to write and interpret also. So that is the difference between a high level programming language and low level programming. Low level programming language is very difficult to write, understand, right? And it only works with the your hardware, right? So there is short commands to write that language. But the high level programming language is be easily human readable. You can read it, you can understand it, And in your language, in your term, with some basic syntax, you can just make the system or your computer understand. So that is the difference between a high level language and a programming language. So let me give you an example. The hardware, right? So in a computer, if you see, there are two things, hardware and software. In the hardware part, we have RAM, we have CPU, we have registers, right? So many things. So that programming, if you try to understand, so that is your low level programming. And if you try to write in an English simple language, that could be automatically converted. That is your high level. So I'll repeat the low level again. So low level is basically when you are trying to deal with the registers, your hardware, right? So you have flip flops, right? So these are the programming language which are taken at the core. At the core means at the hardware level, you are trying to write some language. Okay, so you have your CPU, you have the GPU, you wanted to move the data from one register to another register, right? So actually, the if you try to talk about the hardware, so it is a like I'm not trying to explain you deeply, but it is on the broader level that considered in this manner, you have a hardware. In the hardware, there are many registers, and you try to take the data into the registers from one storage location to another. So there you try to write the command. Okay. So that command you try to write, and you are trying to work with that registers, with that hardware. So that is very difficult to write also and understand also, right? So that is your low level language, basically. And high level language, you can simply write in your words, in your English language words, right? As we speak, right? So that is the difference between a high level and low level. I think you got it, Mr. So now there are another term, object oriented. So what is your object oriented? We have been hearing all the languages as object oriented, right? So as some of the guys told me that the security part, right? So it is easily interpretable, more secure, right? Okay. So object oriented means you are trying to have it as a real life situations or real life use cases, right? So there are four pillars of object-oriented languages, which is your encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, that we will try to deal with in the coming session, right? So we will try to get in depth of that. So what is your object-oriented? So basically, object-oriented deals with you are trying to work with the real life situations in which you need to have a data security, you need to have your data abstraction, right? Right? Polymorphism. One function, right? It could be governed as multiple faces or multiple functionality, right? So that is why it is object oriented, okay? Right? So interpreted. So what do you mean by interpreted? So interpreted means, let's say we have a code written, and we wanted to write this code, and the machine can interpret that code. Okay. For that, we have the interpreter, which will try to convert your code into level language. Machine level in the terms of your bits and bytes. Machine don't understand your normal language as like English language. It will only try to understand zero and ones. Whatever you write, it has to be converted into a binary form. Binary means zero and one. Once it gets converted into binary, it will, your machine, your computer will try to understand it and try to work according to what you have written. That is your program, and that is your interpreted. Interpreted means conversion of your programming language from the human readable format to machine readable format. This is what your interpreter is. Right? Understood? Got it? What is interpreted, object oriented, and high level programming language? Yes, no? So we will talk about these terms in future also. In future, in the sense, when we try to work with the code in the future slide also, I will try to explain you this thing in detail also. Like it is an over high level programming language, and low we will try to explain the difference between what is low level and what is high level. Okay, so let me begin with the next slide, and then we can get it going, and then I will explain it again. What is the high level and what is the low level? So now what is Python is an interpreted language. Interpreted means we are trying to write some code in a human readable format. Then that code is being converted into your byte code, which is the zeros and ones that computer can understand. And then it will try to give you some results or uh, what are you trying to take it, or what program have you written, right? Object oriented, we are trying to write our Python programming in such a manner that it follows best practices. Best practices means it should be secure. It should not leak some data, right? It should be written in such a manner that it could be reusable, right? So these are some of the things in which we can write our program in an object-oriented manner. High level programming language means that we are trying to write some high level in which we are close to human readable format. Okay, that we can write and just pass it to the computer. Low level means it could be easily understandable by the machines only, right? So that is the difference between low level and high level. Human readable, right? So the low level is not human readable. So we are some short commands or some programming, so which can only the hardware can understand. Second thing is that it was developed by Gaudio van Rosen in the late 90s, right? And Python is one of the most popular and fastest growing programming language. So as you can see that now is the era of 21st century, right? Okay, right? And this Python programming has evolved, right? And everything, if you talk about your web application, your data science, right? All these has a greatest importance, right? So now the engineers like try to go for the Python program, and it is very easy to learn and understand, right? Okay. So now we talk about what are the benefits of Python. So it is open source. Open source. It is freely available to anyone. Freely available means you don't need to have a paid software. Okay, so you don't need to pay any money for it. So you can just install it, download it, and use it. Right? First thing. High level language. It is under the code is able to we are able to understand the code because it is simpler, shorter syntax. Right? Okay. So it is human readable basically. Then we have a lot of scope of Python libraries and modules. So what are these Python modules and libraries? Right? So I will try to give you a practical example. Okay. So let's say you are trying to build a house. Okay. So when you try to build a house, so there are list of certain guys which you need for a house to build. So what guys are those? Your carpenter, right? Your plumber, right? So maybe your architect, right? So you cannot alone build up your house. Okay. So you need some external people so that they can come to your house and try to work with you and try to do some amendments into your house or do some modifications so that you can make your house a better place. Right? So similarly, they are called as in Python language libraries or packages. So you need some external packages or support of those guys which can make your code work according to your requirements. Let's say you are working for your data science application and you need some kind of a package or your module which can work on the data, right? Yes, let's say CSV data or your Excel data, or you need to read some files, right? So that package you can call by using your Python library, and that package would easily read your data, parse your data, and try to uh, come up with your requirements, right? What you want, basically. So that is basically your Python library. So we will see in our coming lectures that how we can use our Python libraries and we can make use of that. Okay. So these Python libraries and your modules are written by some people, right? Let's say I tell you that this is your code for extraction of your CSV data, right? You can use that code. So you can call it as a Python module or a package, and you can use it in your program for your, right? Okay. Then it also supports powerful data structures. Okay. So what is a data structure basically? So you have a lot of data, right? In whole of the industry, you are working with data. And the most important thing is that how you can leverage your data effectively. Okay, right? So in which format, in which data type you need to convert or you need to make your data so that it could be easily interpreted, right? I give you a practical example. Let's say you go to a grocery store, right? In there, you try to purchase some items, right? Then at the cash counter, they ask your phone number, your, let's say, name, let's say your age, right? And your home location address. So this is your data. So this is your data, and the data is your name field, your age field, your address field, and the purchase items, and how many how much amount, and how many items have you purchased. So these 5 to 6 items are basically your data points. Now, your task is to how do you structure these data points for effective interpretation and also your storage, right? So there are various uh, like data structures provided itself in Python in which you can store that, right? I give you an example. That could be a list, could be a dictionary, could be a tuple, right? Right? Or a class format, right? So this we will try to understand and learn in the sessions, in the coming sessions, right? So how you can use your data and make use of the Python data structure. Understood? Right? So now the benefits are your open source means free of cost. Nothing you need to pay. Right? If even if you ask you that Python is a paid, no. Python is free of cost. You need not to have to pay anything. High level language, it is human readable, it is understandable, it is simpler, right? Python library, external tools or libraries in support in which we can use with Python. So that is the very much advantage of a Python, that we can use it with the data science, machine learning, your AI, right? So this is how it works. And fourth thing, it has powerful data structure. Okay, so benefits, object-oriented programming, as I already told you. So it helps to structure in which the Python programming has been structured dynamically typed. Okay, so what do you mean by dynamically typed? So when you are trying to declare a data type, right? So when you're trying to say that, okay, this data type is a string data type. String means character. This data type is an integer or float, right? Automatically, Python will recognize whether it is a string, whether it is a float, whether it is an integer. This we will see practically, guys. Right? I'm trying to build up an story in that when we try to do the things practically, you will try to understand it better. But first, you need to uh, like know the story, that what story we are trying to learn. Okay. Then interpreted language, right? Interpreted means like the we are trying to write the code, right? That has been compiled, right? And it gives us the output, right? The compiled code, and it is being read by the machines to give us the output. Okay. So that interpretation, right? That interpreter is your line by line, right? Okay. So this is what the interpreted language, right? So interpreter is basically it reads one line and try to convert it and then give you the answer. But in the compiled form, as your C or C++, it will try to read whole the code, all of the code in one go, and then it will try to give you the machine readable format. Okay, so this is between your interpreter and your compiled code. So this also we will try to see when we try to do the practice. Flexibility, it enables you the users to create any type of an application. So okay, so is my pace slow, fast? I'll just initiate a poll. Okay, just let me know. So now the application domains of Python. So as I was already discussing with you guys, so we can use it with the data science and statistics. You can use it with machine learning, deep learning in artificial intelligence, right? So first I will try to cover the broader areas, then I will try to give you a practical example, so where it has been used, right? Then application development, your web scraping, your natural language processing, and your data analysis and visualization, right? So let's try to understand your data science and strategy. Okay. So let me give you an example of the same grocery store owner. So let's say you have your items purchased in a grocery, right? So in that grocery store owner, I am the grocery store owner, and I hire a data scientist, and I will say that to the data scientist, okay, now every day like around 10,000 users come to my grocery store, online grocery store, maybe or offline grocery store. Now I want a broader picture of my customers, that what are the purchasing habits of my customers, what they like the most, what they don't like, right? How many items are there in my inventory in my store that has been used that hasn't been used for a longer time. Okay, can we do something about that? Okay, then can we just make up some kind of a solution, kind of a promotion in which we can increase our sales? The whole purpose of any of the business owner is to increase their sales, increase their productivity. So I hire a data scientist. I will try to give that data to that data scientist, and on the basis of that, he will try to do some data science and analysis. What he will do, he will try to calculate the statistics. Statistics by you mean that it will try to come up with that how many customers are there, which will try to that they purchase, what are the mm, maximum trend of purchasing habits are in winters, in summers, in per month, per week, right? So these kind of statistics they will try to give it to the store owner, and from there he can make some informed decision. Got it? So this was the practical application of your data science and statistics using Python. Another is your application development. Application development, there are some tools or frameworks which we can use with Python. Right? So let's say in the grocery store owner, okay, so they need to make an inventory management system, right? So you can see you go to the store, okay, so they scan the barcode, okay. So that barcode scanner is being linked with your system. So that is your application. So that application is being made by using Python, right? It could be made by other languages, right? So I'm not trying to tell you that only Python makes this application, but other languages also. It is a you can make it by an application also. You can make the application development, right? So that application in which if we try to calculate how many items have been purchased, what is the inventory count, how many like daily purchase of that particular store is there, right? Right. So these are the applications. Then web scraping. Web scraping means you need to scrape your websites for the data, right? Let's say Flipkart, Amazon, okay, right? Your online stores, you need to scrape that data. Your Twitter, right? Web scraping, you can do it, and then you can scrape lot of data, and you can use it uh, for your analysis, for marketing, right? So these are the web scrape. Business applications, right? So business applications mean like you need to build a product, right, which will solve some kind of a business use case. So that use case could be anything. Yeah, as I told you, inventory management system, right? It could be your food management system, or maybe a complete end-to-end web application or a desktop application, right? So that will solve some business application. Then natural language processing. So natural language processing. So now, like your chat GPTs and your Grok, so these have gained popularity. On the top of that, you can also build a tool in which you can use or leverage those tools to with Python, right? And then you can build your own product also, right? Data visualization and analysis. Okay. So now the same store, grocery store example. So how would you present your data to the store owner? You cannot simply go and say that, okay, these are the Excel sheets. This is the analysis I have made. So you wanted to come up with the some kind of a diagram, charts, pie charts, graphs, right? Right? In which you can just tell him a story that, okay, look, these are the trends, year-wise trend of the customer. These are the daily purchasing habits of the customers in the x-axis, in the y-axis. These are the percentage of males to females of the children products, right? Similarly, you can just try and make some bars and the charts and the graph and present him in that way, right? So this is what Python can do, right? Then your machine learning, deep learning, and artificial intelligence. In research areas, if you wanted to go for the research, right? So there also Python is widely used in machine learning applications, training your data, right? After you train your data, you can use it with some other inference and some other application, right? So this is a broader application in which Python could be used nowadays in any of the domain. So demand for Python. So in the recent years, the demand of Python has rapidly increased. So why? Because the uh, versatility and wide range of applications, as we discussed, ease of learning. Okay, and we have the strong community support. So what do you mean by community support? That if you try to come or stuck with some kind of an problem in the Python code, so people have given a community support in which they could answer your queries, okay, answer your doubts, okay, and adaptation in data centric fields and your growing career opportunities. So in your current scenario, so widely like now is the era of Python. In the 90s, I could say there was an era of Java and your front end, right? And before to that, it was a PHP, right? So now, if you go to any of the industry, so the most a prerequisite is of Python. If you're going to a backend engineer, right, and front end engineer or a full stack, right? So all these things would be requiring your Python, and there is a tremendous growth opportunities in the coming years as well as now. Okay, so now we'll come to the learning part. So this was the course introduction. Then we will try to come up with the programming basics. As I already told you, I will try to teach you the basics concepts. Okay, so that is very important. Then we will try to go for the Python programming, right? Before that, we will try to install and try to write our first Hello World program in Python practically, right? So today we will try to complete the first Hello World program, installing our Python and running our configuring our systems to Python and running our first Python Hello World program. Then we have Python data types and operators, conditional loops and statements, and we will also talk about our Python functions. Okay, so these all are a part of Python programming. Okay, so consider in this manner, guys, if we are trying to learn some new language, so there are some basic concepts or syntax we need to learn and understand. Okay, so let's say I will tomorrow I'll say that I will learn, let's say, Japanese. So in Japanese, let's say, so there are could be certain syntax, certain frameworks that I need to first understand, or phonomics, right? So in that part, I need to be well versed with that. So that is how, like in this course also, we will try to learn first the basics and then we will try to do it practically. Okay. So today's session would be a slow, and then by coming next sessions, it would be a practical implementation in which we both have to do simultaneously. Right. Okay. So programming. So we will provide the overview of software and list the programming models and explain the structure of programming. So these things we will try to learn, the structure of programming and the different programming modules. Okay. Okay. So as I already told you that this is our agenda. So like we have uh, discussed the definition of Python, history of Python, and advantages of Python. Now we will talk about installing Python, Python ID, and writing our first Hello World program in Python. Okay. And the data types, data assignments. So this we will try to cover in this next session. What is data types, Python operators, strings, your file handling, right? So these are some of the topics that we will cover. After that, decision controls and structures, loops, control statements such as break, continue. So these all things will be covered. Okay, right? Then it also include your functions, arguments, return statements, scope of a variable, generator function, and function types. Right? Okay. So these all things we will try to cover when we are trying to cover the practical implementations. Right? So all things I will try to first give you a theory part to it. What are data types? Okay. Then we will practical implement. Similarly, decision controls. So why decision controls are important in Python? Let's say you are trying to write some code, right? Uh, a simple program, right? Let's say I wanted to write, let's say, a number which is even or odd. If the number is even, you can say that this number is even. If the number is odd, let's say I wanted to print, let's say it's odd, right? So what I will do, what is the basic thought process? If the number is divisible by 2, number is even, right? Else the number is odd. So this is your decision control. Let's say if else statement in which you are trying to say that if this statement occurs, if it is true, do this, else do that. So these are your control structures or decision control structures in Python. Okay. So this we will see practically, but I'm trying to give you a broader picture. Okay. Loop controls means you are trying to run a Python program in a loop. Let's say print the numbers, let's say from 1 to 10. First, 1 will get printed, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 10. Now, you are trying to print these 10 numbers, okay, but how do the program know that you need to stop? So there has to be a stopping criteria. You will try to check or try to say that you take some numbers, and if the number is let's say up to 10, if the number reaches to 10, stop from there, right? In a layman terms, I'm trying to write it. First, we'll try to understand in the layman term that how we can write. Then I will try to correct the syntaxes and we will try to write the same thing in Python. Okay. So the thought process you need to develop. So basic, if you're trying to learn any language, the basic concept is that you need to first build the thought process. So thought process is very important. Until and unless you don't develop the thought process, you will not learn the Python or any of the programming. Similarly, okay, what are functions? Okay, so any idea about what are function, guys? Yes, no? You can write your answers in the chat. What are functions in Python? Let's say in a program, you are trying to calculate uh, the the text of a particular person. Okay, so let's say a person X receives the salary and you wanted to calculate the tax percentage. Okay. So now every time you need to write some code that, like, if the brackets falls into 10%, this much tax has to be deducted. If the bracket falls under 20%, this much tax has to be deducted, right? So and so. So let's say you are trying to calculate the tax percentage of 100 persons. So at 100 times, you need to write that code, right? That if the percentage, the salaries is falls in this bracket, you need to deduct some tax to it. Instead of writing that code or a 3-liner code or a 4-liner code at 100 places, you write it at one place and you call that function. Okay, right? So you call that function and you write it at one place, and after every person or employee comes, you just call that, calculate that text, and return them. That's it. So functions are used in Python to avoid repetitive tasks. It is very much convenient and easy to use. And in case you need to do some debugging and some error occurs, so you can go to that function. Or let's say the government of India at next or the any government asks that like the tax rates have been revised, so you don't need to change at 100 places. You need to change at only one place where you have written that function. So this we will try to understand how we can call a function, how we can write a function, what are the arguments we need to pass to a function, what is the scope, and your return statements. So this we will try to see all practically. Right? So I'm trying to just build up a story, right? A theory, the theory part to it, so that when you are trying to learn about functions, so you have some little understanding about it, what is a function, what that function does. Are we clear with it? Yes, functions, what that does? It is used to avoid our repetitive task and we don't need to write it again and again. We need to call that function. The function return is in some file which could be hidden also, which could be hidden from the external world in which no one can see the functionality. Let's say later at later stage your code got hacked, right? So you can go only get the access of those files in which your code has been written, but those files where you don't know that what is the implementation. So in this part, so we will try to learn like what is a software. Okay, so what are the different types of software that we use, and we will try to learn that what is their distribution methods. Okay, how the softwares have been distributed, and we will also learn about your procedural, object oriented, and functional programming. And also we will try to understand like what which is the best one to use for your use case. Okay, then we will try to see that how your code snippets we can write it, right? And also the IDEs and programming tools where we can write our code and debug our code. So guys, like in my experience, so I have seen one thing. Writing a code is very easy. You can get it from the internet, you can get it from somewhere. Now the chat GPTs already give you. But debugging your code is very difficult. If you get to know that how you need to debug your code and understand your code, so it will make you a good program. Okay. So the most important thing is that you need to understand what is happening at the backend, what what exactly the program works and how it works. So this I will try to understand and explain you that how these things are working. Right? If you try to write a variable a equal to b, what is or a equal to 10, like what is happening in the backend. Right? So these things we will try to focus. So this is what is called as concept building. So ABC is a supply chain management company, and the company is trying to create a software to manage their clients for their supply chain. Okay. So this software could be your web or a desktop based installed in the warehouse. Okay. So the company needs to decide which type of software will best meets its needs and how to use your programming techniques to implement it. Okay. So now I give you 2 minutes. Okay, let's say like I am the owner of the company. Okay, so now my requirement is that like it's my supply chain department and there are lot many products which I'm trying to use it, but I need a software. And I approach you guys. So you are a Python expert guys, right? And I will try to tell you, okay, so now look, I wanted to make a software. So how you can help me better? What kind of a software you will try to make? And what type of programming languages you will try to like what type of programming language you will need to build that software. Okay, so these are the questions I will try to ask you. Okay, then you will try to come up with some kind of an blueprint. Okay, that these softwares will try to uh, be installed in your system, and it could be a web based also, it could be a desktop based also. How do you want it? If it is a desktop based, then that has to be installed in your system. If it is a web based, then you need an internet connection, right? Okay, so we will try to see what is a software. First of all, software is for the computer to understand, interpret, and execute. So basically, software is nothing such. It is a simple code or instruction which we try to give it to the computer. But that instruction has to be understandable by the system or the computers. So let's say I'm trying to speak with you in an English language, and all of you know English language. But if it suddenly I try to speak Chinese or let's say Japanese, so you will not understand. So this is the same case. So software is a set of instructions for the computer to understand and interpret and execute. So if I have not written the software in the correct language of the computers to understand, how would the computers interpret and execute? Okay, so that is the first thing. Then the software programs are structured, they are organized and written in a computer language, right? So software is a kind of instructions that has to be given to a computer. Now I'm talking this computer always. So what is this computer? So computer consists of your hardware. If you try to see your computer, so it is made up of basically your hard disk, your RAM, right, your CPU, right? So the software sits on the top of your hardware, in which that software set of instructions has to give some commands to the hardware to perform some execution and then give back the results to the software. There you can see, right? Without this software support, hardware cannot increase its capability. Okay, so there is some manager of your hardware, which is your software, which will try to give instructions and then feed some instructions in which hardware will perform, and it will give back the execution back to your software, in which it will go to the end users. Understood? So this you need to understand what is happening at the background. Now, examples of software. Your operating system is also a software. So say guys, let's say you have purchased your system, okay, newly built your desktop or uh, your laptop, in which you got like 500 GB of RAM, for your sorry, hard disk, right, 8 GB of or 16 GB of RAM. Then you are trying to install the operating system that also takes your 10 to 20 GB. So you may wonder that what this 10 to 20 GBs have gone. So basically, your operating system, when you're trying to put your power button, the Windows signal comes and loads. So that is being the instructions which are fed to the hardware to tell the hardware, okay, guys, wake up. Now somebody have restarted your system and they are trying to use your resources. Now your RAM gets pumped up, your hardware or GPU gets active, and they are trying to load the system a general interface. A general interface in which you see the taskbar, you see the recycle button, you see your Windows button, your C, right? All these things get loaded, they get active. Okay, right? So this is basically a software. Operating system is also a software in which a set of instructions has been written. Then your internet browser, that is also a software. Your Adobe Reader, right? That is also a software. Spreadsheet. So we've been working with spreadsheet, Word, MS Office. So these all are our softwares. Some set of instructions that has been written. So what happens at the background? Let's say you are trying to, let's say today, like we are trying to deliver this session, right? So you are working Zoom. Zoom is also a software. Okay. So what happens when you are trying to run a software in your system? That software consumes some memory, RAM, or your hard disk. Maybe you are trying to VLC player. You are trying to watch a movie, right? So there, your software gets opened up, and RAM also gets utilized, right? And your GPU, CPU is also doing some processing. So these three guys also gets activated. Okay, and let's say you are trying to open multiple software at the same time. What happens? Your system gets slow, right? Okay, it gets not responding. Maybe your RAM is low, maybe your hard disk is full, maybe your what we call your CPU is not that much capacity in which they can process multiple things at the same time. So this is your general instruction about your software and the hardwares, how they will work, right? So you are trying to open, let's say, 10 internet browsers or let's say 10 Microsoft Offices in which it will try to choke your RAM and then RAM gets unresponding. You need to close it. Your RAM is only 16 GB or 8 GB, right? And your internet browser is taking much of the space, right? So this is how your system softwares or your hardwares interact, right? Are you guys with me? Yes, no? Okay. So let's try to understand your hardware. So hardware is your mouse is your hardware, keyboard is your hardware, Ethernet or a hard drive, right? So this is your hardware basically, right? Then why do we need software? So this is self-explanatory. If there are no softwares, then right in banks also, right? So like in the early 90s, so all the manual work has been replaced by your software. So Infosys was the first company which launched their Finacle software to the banking operation. Till now, till up to date, the whole of the banking application is using Finacle. So that was the major breakthrough in which Infosys company has utilized all the banking applications and got contracts of all the bankings in India. Right. So up till date, we are using their Finacle software, right? So first they you need to manually make an entry, they need to look up that entry, then you need to see that which accounts get transferred. So now you have multiple software that can be used, right? And according to their customizations and according to the market, they are trying to leverage that. Right? So calculator, a simple example, right? We can use that simple fast, we can make that use, right? Okay. So, as I already told you, that softwares can create enterprise application for various industries such as transportation, medicine, defense, telecommunications. Okay, so into a legal tech company. So our company builds softwares in which the legal practitioners, your advocates, your legal, I would say, readers, writers, right? So they get leverage of that content. Okay, they can use that content and they can clearly utilize that product, right? So these are the softwares. In terms of medicine, right? You go to any store, right? So there's an ERP system built on the top of that software they are using, right? They can quickly see what medicine is in the inventory or not, right? Right? Maybe if you go to a hospital, right? There also they are trying to use some softwares to operate the hardware, to operate the machines. You get the systematic report of the analysis of the patient, heart analysis, kidney analysis, or liver analysis, right? So these all are used in our day-to-day activities. Then we have the categories of software. Okay, so that categories could be broadly classified into two categories. Understood? So one is your application software, then it is your system software, right? So app hardware. So here interacts your hardware. So hardware means your CPU, RAM, your input output devices, and others. And your system software consists of your operating system, right? Operating system could be your Windows, could be your Mac OS, could be your Linux, right? It could be your like others operating systems could be also there, right? Like which use less storage or less memory. Okay, Arduino, that is also another operating system. So can anyone tell what are these utilities? Anyone? You can think in the terms of using your computers, that you can just give a thought that, okay, in my system, I have the hardware, I have the operating system. What else I do have in which could be categorized as system software? Anyone else? Yes, antivirus. Yes, this is a example of your utilities. One of the best examples of utilities. Okay. So you are trying to have your system softwares. Apart from that, when you are trying to work with your system, so operating system comes by default. when you are trying to buy a fresh system, so the one thing you will ask to that store owner that okay, I want a CPU. They will go like i5 processor, RAM. I want 16 GB, 32 GB. Okay, and in the laptop it comes your devices, your keyboard already comes, right? So these are the things you ask for, right? Then that guy will ask you what operating system do you want, Linux, you want Windows, or your Mac is another story, right? Then it asks for utilities also, do you want your antivirus, right? So that is one kind of a utility. Another utility can you think about is of your uh, this thing your VPN, right? So VPN is basically you are trying to connect to a remote server, right? So these are some kind of a utilities like your system software needs. Understood? Yes. Then comes the application software, which you have your games, your Microsoft Office, your Photoshop, calculator, and a number of things. So that software could be downloaded or freely available or paid version or subscription model, anything it could be there, right? Let's say the best example is your Photoshop. It comes in under various categories. Either you can download in your system. It could be a system, like it could be a freely available, right? At some part, and then it asks for a subscription model. Okay, your Microsoft Word, Office also, right? So these are your types of software which resides in your system, right? Okay. Then system software, it acts as an interface between a hardware and an application software. This I've already told you. So first of all, when you are trying to open your Microsoft Word, what it will happen? Your operating system knows that you are trying to request for a Microsoft Word. Automatically, it will get refreshed and it will try to get active. Okay, this guy is asking what Microsoft Word. Okay, RAM, just pick up. So it will try to get that Microsoft Word and put it into the RAM. Okay, it will also CPU will also get active. Okay, because you are trying to do some computations, you are trying to do some typing or running, right, okay. So that is what it tries to, and when you close it, right, your this uh, your what we call operating system then tries to give back the commands to your hardware, that saying that okay, now it is being closed, so you can just get rid of it. So now the basic thing is that the machine understands only the binary level. Binary means zero and ones. So system software helps to convert your human readable to your machine level or machine understandable instructions. Okay. So let's say we are talking in English, right? But the another guy or a Japanese or a Chinese guy sits over me and say that like what you guys are doing, I am not able to understand. So then a translator could be there, which will try to translate your English and will give back to Chinese or your operating systems such as Windows, Mac OS, Linux, Unix, Android, and OS. So these are the various examples of your operating system that we use. Utilities, as already said by Pooja, antivirus, software, backup software, and your file management tools. Right. So these are your some of the utilities that we use. Then application software, your Excel. You already have been working with Excel, PowerPoint to make the presentations, a browser for surfing the internet, right? And your library management system provides functionality related to the library. So it could be your library management, could be your inventory management, right? It could be your store management, right? So that is being residing on your system as an application software, similar to your Excel or PowerPoint. And this library management system will be built in Python. Now you're connecting the dots. A software as a whole, we have Excel, PowerPoint, but we can make our custom made applications also, right? How we can make? We need to write some code that will do some process, right? And the next excellent example is that for Tally. So Tally is an excellent example in which it is used for accounting. Okay, right? Okay. So now we'll talk about the distribution of software. So distribution of software means whether that software is freely available or it is under licensed. So in most of the cases, you can find most of the softwares in a free mode, in a freeware, that which doesn't you need to pay. But some cases, some specific softwares like Adobe Photoshop, right? So they come up with a license, right? So after a certain period of time, you need to renew that license. Okay. So that is your software. So maybe it could be a web-based or a desktop-based software, right? So we are talking about your now we are talking about your desktop-based software. So we are not worked upon the web-based software, right? Okay. So open source, it is an open source that enables unrestricted usage, modification, and distribution, and that code is being accessible to public, right? So you can use that source code, and you can just, because when you are trying to install some softwares, okay, we can go to that particular location, right? C drive, particular particular file, you can see a bunch of files. So that bunch of files are basically your instructions written as a piece of code. So you can see that code, you can understand that code, and you can modify also, right? So that is the power of your open source, right? If you try to have your Microsoft Word, you can go and inside your Microsoft Word or any of the applications. But I recommend don't try to do that. If you try to do that, maybe the things will not work fine. Okay, so that is why we don't do any modifications. And even if you try to delete one of the files of that Microsoft Word location, maybe it is not functionable, right? You get problems with it because you are trying to click on Microsoft Word at the background, that files are being loaded into RAM. And if you are trying to work on it, and maybe at some point you get an error, you could see that that file is missing, or that file is broken, or that code is not written, it is not compiled, right? So that way you can just see and look, but don't modify it, and just try to understand. Okay. And licensed, like it is a copyright. Copyright means that you cannot have that source code. It is like it is being restricted. That if you try to use it, it could be face legal issues. Okay, and you cannot modify that. Okay. So now programming. So now we have understood about that how we can make your softwares. Okay, softwares two types: desktop softwares, or your open source softwares, or your freeways, or your, then we can also have your web enabled softwares, web enabled applications, right? Your Netflix web based application, right? So in some cases, though, they have given you a downloadable version also, right? If you can download that application on your system, and then you can work on, and you can see the movies and your content also, right? Okay. Now we'll come to the programming part, that in that particular instructions, what sort of programming methodologies they have, right? Okay, fine. So procedural programming. So procedural programming means that programs are a sequence of instructions. One instruction is written, then go another, do another, do another, do another, right? A step-by-step execution of instruction in a sequential manner, right? The program, a set of instructions, what you write, is being divided into multiple sections: A section, B section, C section, D section. Okay, right? And this helps to improve the clarity, your quality, and development time, right? Okay. So basically, what we are trying to do is, it's a sequence of instructions, and in that sequence, we are trying to separate out as a module wise. Okay. For this, let's say word. Word are not many things: reading, writing, drawing, right? So you can just make a module of drawing. You can just collaborate with some parts, sub modules, right? What the functionality is, what they do. And if you are trying to write a sequence of instructions, you can just go with it, right? Okay. So it uses some blocks or control statements and loops in which we could write the like instructions to it. And the best use case example is that Pascal or your C language. Okay, right? So C is also a high level language, right? And it is very lightweight language, right? And like we can do lot many things with the C also. Yeah, it directly interacts with the hardware, right? Okay. Then object oriented. So object oriented, as I already told you, that it aims to implement real world entities such as inheritance, information hiding, polymorphism, right? Right. In the programs, example, your C++, Java, and Python. So these all are your object-oriented languages, right? So what are the advantages of object-oriented language? So it deals with the real-world entity, person. Person has a name, has a age, has an address, has a salary, right? What does that person do? Walks, eats, like work, right? So we can just relate to the entities in the real world. Okay. So that is what, like, this is the power of the object oriented. Now, in that person thing, what is the information hiding part we can do it? Can you guess, guys? For that person, right? So there could be fields your name, your age, your salary, your work location, your work, your department work, right? And your address, right? So, and you tell me, guys, so what is the part we can hide it, right? If you want that all these information are being hidden from some other word, so you can just hide it. You can only tell the name of that person, right? Maybe that company, in that company, that person is working. So that is your name, age, sex, and your salary and your location. These things can be hidden. But if you want to be publicly available, you can only give that information, name and your age, not the salary. Okay, and if in that case your location could be also be hidden. So that depends upon your requirement, what you are trying to build, for whom you are trying to build. Okay, right? So this is like the object-oriented programming language, which will try to give us the information hiding capabilities. It will try to give up the inheritance. What do you mean by inheritance? Okay, so let's say now this person has some fields, right? Now from that person, right, we have a child. A child could be a family member, right, which shares the same details. That could be have your name, age, your salary, right? But there could be some change in parameter. Maybe you're male or female, maybe your age could be different, right? But it will try to inherit some of the basic properties. Let's say name, your age, right? But it couldn't be working, it could be working, right? So these some kind of an information could be inherited from your parent object or your parent, what we call structure, data structure, right? So this is your inheritance. So that we will try to understand later, right? But on the broader level, I'm trying to tell you that these are the things in which we could structure our code in such a manner that we could write our code in a faster and in a simplified manner. Okay, information hiding, as I already told you, we can hide those information. Inheritance, instead of writing again and again, we can inherit some of the basic properties of that property. Okay, and we can use reusability. Reusable applications can be used with less code and shorter development time. And Python, I tell you guys, it is very easy to learn and understand, and it is fastest to build also, unlike your Java. Okay, and the errors and your debugging is very easy with Python, as it was difficult with Java, in which you could show a long stack trace of your errors. Okay, right. So now we will focus on your OOPS concept, which is inheritance. We are inheriting some of the properties of your base object or your base class. Right? Let's say you are a person. Let's say you are an animal. You have animal. You have basic properties. He can talk. He can walk. Right? Or basically he have four legs. We can inherit those properties. Like a person could be an animal also. Right? So we can have the basic properties. We can talk. We can walk. Right? Okay. But animal could not work, but person could work. So some properties we have inherited from the animal class to the person class, but additional functionality could also be inherited. Like we need to implement that. Encapsulation. We are trying to make a control structure, a class or a structure in which all these things could be written. A person, right? A company. A person holds an information of a person only. Name, age, sex, salary, address. Right? A company. So company owners, company GST, company information, company location, company turnover, company child companies. So that information and your personal information is separate. If we wanted to add something in company structure, we can add and modify easily. But if we try to write the company and the person structure as a whole, it will get very complicated, guys. And let's say I'm giving you an example of a person and a company. Let's say future, you will get lot many structures like this. Entities, we call it as entities. One entity, second entity, and third entity. And if you try to get 10 entities at a time, and if you club it into same structure, it will be very difficult for you. So you need to make small structures in which later at later stages you can modify that. So that is your encapsulation. Encapsulation, you make a class in which you define some properties of it. Let's say name, age, sex, right? Salary, address. Then you will try to write some functions. What it does. Person walks, eats, do job, right? 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 So these are the things you can just encapsulate. Encapsulate in a capsule. Find it. Okay. Then we have abstraction. Abstraction means your data hiding. We can hide some of the features in that we don't want to show it to the external world. That is your data abstraction. And polymorphism, a same function could be used as a uh, like one function could be used in different forms. One function serves as two forms, right? So this is your polymorph, right? So these are the four pillars of your OOPS: encapsulation, inheritance, abstraction, and your polymorph. So basically, what is polymorphism? Okay, and encapsulation. Okay, okay. Anything else? So are you guys okay? Inheritance, you already understood, right? So what is encapsulation? So encapsulation, as I already told you, so you make an entity. So what is your entity? Your person is an entity, right? So person, this entity has some certain features, certain points. Let's say person has an ID, person has an name, person has an address, person has an job, person has an company, right? So these are the entities. Now, let's say there are some functions written to it. What does that function, like what does that person do, right? Person walks, person do job, right? Person goes to office, right? So these are the functions of that person, right? So and then we are trying to bind it in a class and object model. So binding these person, what that person does, So this is what is called as encapsulation. There could be multiple entities. The person is one entity. Let's say another entity, uh, like in a real life situation. So this is was a toy example. In a real life situation, when I talk about, okay, so let's say a Flipkart. Flipkart is a company in which you have a lot of products. Okay, when you try to go to a Flipkart or Amazon, you have the product listing. So what they have done is, so they have made a product ID, right? Product name, product description, product image. These are some things in which you get the entities of the product. So product could be your in which categories they fall, right? So these are some what we call this product is an entity in which they have some terms defined to that entity, which could be a name, description, right, and your which category they fall, right? These are some these are some points which are linked to that entity. Then there could be some functions which could be that product do. Okay. So Ruchi, when we are trying to do the hands-on, okay, then this could be more easy to you. I could understand that you guys like couldn't understand the OOPS concept, right? Because this is a very like complex concept, right? You cannot understand. But I giving you a framework to understand it. Even if I try to approach to a, let's say, in the Python via Python programming. So first you need to understand the Python program, right? So in the next or incoming classes, when we are trying to work with functions, and then in that lecture, I will try to give you a gist that what is your roots concept, right? So understand in this manner that these are some entities which are linked to each other, right? You try to link that products with your some certain functions. Okay, that is your basically encapsulation. And polymorphism is means that, let's say, in one part you are trying to write a function which will serve a something else, and in another part the same function will do some other operations. So name of the function is same, but it will serve different objectives. So that is what is polymorphism. I will try to write a same function, right? But that function will serve a different purpose. Okay, let's say build a pizza. Okay, or give me a pizza, or order a pizza, right? So order a pizza is a function. This will or try to order a pizza. But another function will be there in which it will not try to order a pizza from Domino's. It will try to order a pizza from Pizza Hut. The same function which we have written, we will try to order a pizza from Domino's. So the functionalities are different. So this is the layman terms in which we are trying to explain you what is polymorphism. Same function, but different formats or different functionalities, right? So when we try to run the code or learn the code, in that manner, you will be more clear with that, right? So now the OOPS concept is basically inheritance in which we are written a base class and you try to inherit some of the properties of the base class. Encapsulation, binding your entities into your member functions and your variables. Your variables are your name, age, right? Your address, ID, and your functions, walk, crawl. So these are some functions. Encapsulation. Abstraction, data hiding. You're trying to hide some of the features from the external world. And your polymorphism, one function which will serve multiple purposes, right? So same function is there. It will try to order a pizza from Pizza Hut, but the same function, if you call it in another manner, it will try to order a pizza from Domino's. Are you getting my point now? Yes, no, 30-40%. So, so now we'll talk about the function programming. Okay. So in 10 minutes, we'll try to have a break, guys. Okay. So just I'll try to complete this one. So functional programming is a paradigm where the programs are constructed by applying and composing functions. Okay, so as I already told you, so like when we try to write our code, so functions are really important. But in this functional programming, we only write some functions and we call that functions. So there. In the previous programming, so we have the procedure or the OOPS concept. So we are trying to write some instructions. There we can use the control structures or the modules or the sub-modules, or maybe we can write the OOPS concept also. But here it is purely function based, right? So example, your scale, right? Okay. So a program structure consists of multiple components which interact with each other and have a interrelationships, right? So program we try to interact it and like we can have multiple files also. Okay, we don't want to write our program in one file, so we can interact with one file to another file. This is what it means, right? And right, so the program written should be explicit and it should be simple and it should be readable. The the best programmer is that one which will try to write our code in such a manner that others could also understand. So in a company, I've seen a lot of many programmers. So they write the code in such a manner which we cannot also are hard to understand and interpret, right? So there you need to understand it when you are trying to run or write our program, write in such a manner that the variables and the functions are defined in such a manner that it is beautifully written and it could be easily understandable. So what that function does, right? So that we will try to see what are the best practices in which we could write our effective Python code. Okay. So so just trying to make your mindset that if you are a programmer, if you are trying to learn the coding, so learn in such a manner that everybody could look at your code and see and understand that what it is written. Because it if you are trying to if I try to give you a code of some other person which is very hard to understand, and then also you will try to see that okay what that person has written. Okay. So also, you have to use and employ appropriate data structures. When you are trying to run a program or write a program, don't directly jump to a program statement, right? Let's say I give you a program that, okay, find the prime numbers up till 100. Don't directly try to solve it by using into editor or Python program. First, try to think. I have a number. What is the logic I will try to build? So all the logic is pure maths. That math has to be integrated and try to convert into a Python program. So that is what you need to understand. Okay. So don't try to run a program which has a single entry point and a single exit point. And poorly structured program like will try to end lot of errors. Okay. And you need to just maintain your data structure in such a manner that this is very effective for your memory management also. Understood? So these things you need to keep in mind because the execution time, if you try to see and write the program in such a manner, then the execution time will also increase. And if the execution time will increase, then your site or your application would be slow enough. And it will if it will be slow enough, and then it will cost your owners a hard money, right? So basically, the all the programs share a similar pattern in which we write some statements to start the program. Then we have the variables, and then we have the block of code in which some piece of code is written. So entry point in one file, another file we try to declare all the variables, and the third is your block statements or where the code is written, actual logic is written, right? This is the normal practice which every program has to follow. Yes. So C, C++, Pascal, Oracle, right? So basically in C, right, we need to include stdih.file. So what it is basically does, like it is an input output file, we need to include it. And then we try to write a function, and inside a function we will try to say that print hey, right? Okay. So basically everything we will write, we will try to write a function, and inside a function we are trying to write. Okay. So in your C++, it is basically the same. But here, instead of printf, we are trying to write cout. Okay, so syntax have changed. So basically, you can spot the differences. It is basically the same, but there are few modifications. Okay, right? And your Pascal, so Pascal is if we try to write like this program hello world, then we try to begin and end. So inside your begin and end, we are trying to write this, write ln, which is kind of a print. So what it does, it will try to print on the console. Console means your terminal. So I will be trying to tell you what is the terminal also, when we try to do the practical. Okay. And here, Oracle, PSQL, SQL, which is your database query, right? And if we talk about Java, Java also we try to have an oops concept, which is your class. Class is your hello world, and we will try to state that this is your public static void main. Public, this is your public function, right? Basically, you are trying to say that this is public, private, or protected. So these are your abstractions, access modifiers we call it, in which we are trying to restrict some of the functions to the external world, right? So then we have the Perl, right? So this has a different syntax. Every language guys have a different syntax, right? But you can relate to it. Okay, so in Java and C, right? So here also void, right? And this could be termed as, right? This is basically a function only. In your Java, so these are also functions, but additional functionality is being given, right? So this you can see that if you are trying to write a simple hello world program, you need to write 3 to 4 statements in your C, C++, Pascal, Oracle, or your Java, Perl. But in Python, it is simple and straightforward. As you speak, as you write. It is you want to write print hello world. That's it. End of story. You don't need to write a complex structure, right, in which you are trying to say that I just wanted to write a simple hello world program. And in this hello world program, so there the chances of error are very high, right? And even with the newbie which is trying to learn some programming, so like it will try to get rid of it. So it will say that like I'm facing so many issues in writing a first hello world program. How could I proceed further? Right? Because it is a syntax and that syntax I need to understand and I need to implement. So here in the basic Python programming, so you just need to write a print hello world. Right? Understand? That we will see, right? I will try to give you a practical like today, right? How to write a print hello world program in Python. So just few minutes with me, guys, here with me, right? Then we will try to see. Programming language could be compiled or interpreted. So Python is your interpreted language, and your compiler-based language, right? Your C or C++, Java as your compiler-based language. So what is the difference between your interpreter-based language and your compiler-based? Interpreter takes a single line of a code at a one time. Actually, I changed the orientation. Actually, that is why it is called. Okay, no problem. Now I think it is voice is clear. Okay, so interpreter-based languages and the compiler-based languages. So what does it mean? So interpreter takes single line of a code. So single line, it will try to interpret and it will try to send that code or your machine language code to the your to the system and it will try to execute. But the compiler based, it will try to scan all the instructions at one go, right? Like the programming in which your C or C++, it will try to generate a bytecode first, right? Entire program, or let's say 10 lines or 100 lines or 1000 lines of code, it will try to scan each and every line, and then it will try to return the bytecode information. But in interpreter, it will try to take a single line of code, right? So that I will try to see you practically when it will try to see. Then we have our 5 basic concepts that is being used in the programming. A variable, control structures, data structures, syntax, and tools. So these tools could be your external libraries, your carpenter, right? Your plumber, your architect, right? Which you want to use as per your requirement. Understood? So that it could be that tools also, and it could be tools which you will write your programming language, your Python code. Okay. So let's assume that you wanted to write some English letter, some instructions in a piece of paper. So what are the tools that you will use to write that instruction? Tell me, guys. I could give you a simple example that you wanted to write some instructions on a piece of paper. What are the tools that you will require? If I want to write a simple instruction on a piece of paper, what are the tools that I will require? Yes, exactly. Pen and paper. Yes. Okay. Right. So these are the tools which you require. So similarly, for Python, you need some tools to write it. So that tools are your IDEs. IDEs your mean that integrated development environment. So it is an environment in which you can write your code. So let's say you are trying to build a software. For that software, you are writing some code, and at some point you find that this code is not working. So you need to debug it. You need to identify the errors, and then you need to solve and correct it. So that tool, your integrated development environment, will give you all these features. It will not only try to tell you that at this point of time or this place, this code is giving you error, this line number is giving you error, this highlighted code needs to be written correctly, some sort of suggestions. And you can also debug it on your own. What are the variables at that point of time which are holding some value that you need to debug and correct it. So these are the tools which are your IDs that we will try to understand. Understood? So now let's talk about the variable. You are trying to understand, like as the name suggests, variable, right? So it is trying to change. So don't think in such a manner that variable is something it is reflected to change. It may or may not change. That is for sure. But think of the variable in that term that it is an identifier. It is a name in which or a let's say that holds some kind of an information, right? It is a storage location. If I try to write that a equal to 10, what does that indicate? A is the name of the variable equal to 10. 10 is the information that variable A is holding. That variable A is holding some sort of memory space in your storage location where you are trying to reside a store value of 10. Yes, exactly. Sorry. Right. So A is the name of the variable, right, which has some address. So let's say, so every one of you are are living in a house, right? This house is your storage location in which they can accompany like 5 members, 2 members, 3 members, or 1 member, or 10 members. That building has some name, right? And your location or a storage location could be an ID also or a geo lat long also. And that your house could be a name also. That name or house with your geolocation, you can take any name, right? But that geolocation is fixed, right? So you can have any name. First of all, that geolocation is fixed, and the amount of members that they can change or they cannot change. Maybe let's say you are now at this point of time, you are living 10 members, and in future it could be five, it could be two, right? So in that case, it could be changing at that particular time. I could ask you that this particular house, how many members are there? You can give that information five. Let's say I come tomorrow. How many members? It could be two also. At that particular time, how many values or how many members or how many what value does it have? It has to be understood. Like it has to be known. Now you understand what is a variable? So variable is an identifier, a storage location which holds some kind of an information. Right? Understood? Yes, no? Are you clear? Because these are the concepts, guys. So what is a variable? What is a data type? So these are the concepts you need to understand. Right? So variable is an identifier that holds some information. And at consider that is a practical example, your house, which holds some information. Right? That information, like I'm not talking about that information, like how many male are there, how many females are there, how many children are there. That could be your data types. Let's say integer. It is holding only males, integer. It is only females. Let's say floating point. It is holding as a mixed. Okay, so then we have a different data types or different structures that hold that information. Okay, A is a variable which is holding only males, integer. A is a variable which is holding only females, floating point values. A is a variable which is holding a Boolean data type, which is your true and false. A is a variable which is holding a string, right? So these are some data types. So this data types we'll also see, right? I'm just giving you an information. Practically, it will be very clear to you guys, right? Okay. So control structures. Control structures depends upon the decision. If the age of a person is greater than 18, a person can vote, else the person cannot vote, right? As I already given you an example of a tax calculation. If the salaries of the person is greater than, let's say, 12 lakhs, right, or less than 12 lakhs, no tax. If it is greater than, then accordingly the tax is computed. Okay, so these are control structures. Then we are having different data structures, which is your list, dictionary, string, tuple, sets, right? So these are different kinds of structures as per your requirement, which is having in Python. As I already told you, if you have a mixed type of data, male, female, children, you can store it in a list also. You can store it in a dictionary also. That we will see. If you have only integers, integer is fine. One value integer, right? So that we will see that how you can take that data, right? The different data in a different data structures according to your convenience, according to your requirement. So guys, syntax is very important. Some of the programming languages follows a specific syntax. Let's say at every line you need to put a semicolon, right? So in Python, it doesn't require a semicolon. You have a quotes equal to, right? So these are some kind of structures we need to follow. I will also try to tell you that how your syntax has to be clearly written, what errors you follow, right? As I already told you, once you try to solve your errors, you are a good programmer, right? You need to solve it. So don't try to look at the internet that for the error that this is what is happening. Try to use your intelligence and try to solve it. So that will make you a better programmer, right? Because there are some tools your somebody has also gone through the same issue or problem. But the thing is that when you go into a company or a bigger organization, so there you will find that if you are trying to solve a solution or a problem, error comes, then you are getting stuck because that solution would not you will not able to get anywhere in your website or in your chat GPT, right? Because that error is specific to your problem statement or the code which your company has written. So it is better if you get an error, try to solve it, look at the error, and then you try to interpret it, right? You don't try to look at the internet. That will try to work your intelligence and try to solve it, right? So now we are going to learn the tools in which we could write it like Eclipse, Atom, Jupyter, or Microsoft Visual Studio. So these are integrated development environments that could be used to write your program effectively, easy to understand, and it will give you suggestions, error handling, right? So these kind of like environments are easily available in which you can use it. Okay, so now the knowledge check. The language understood by a computer without translation is option A, command language, B, high level language, C, assembly level, assembly language, and D, your machine language. The computer understands machine language without translation. The thing is that the machine is a machine, we call it as a machine language, right? So high level language you already know. So it needs some translation, right? Assembly level is also needs some kind of an translation. But the machine level language does not need a translation because it is directly understandable by your system or your computer, right? So the correct answer is your D. Now, second question. Which of the following software defines an operating system and a utility program? This, I guess, all can answer. So now the objective, we have now reached to a point in which we are trying to work with the Python, and we will try to write in the next 1 hour our search hello world program. Okay. So now, guys, up till now I have taught you about the theory, about all about Python, right? So why Python is important, what are the things we can do about Python, some data structures, some variables. So little information I just wanted to build up a theory in which you just relate to things. If I directly try to give you and bombard with you the topics, you might not understand, right? So now the thing is that some initial move has to be done in order to understand these things better. So let's say the same business scenario in which the company is trying to explore the artificial intelligence projects and is struggling with the right programming language for its projects, prioritizing the functionality, scalability, efficiency, developer experience, right? So these all things, like, Python has emerged a ideal choice. Why ideal choice? Because it is secure, it is simple, it is faster, right? And it has got built-in libraries, right? So Python can anyone can code and write and build like softwares on the top of it. This is the leverage of Python, which has gained popularity in the recent years, right? So now, like this already we have tried, like Python is widely used in the data entries, right? Okay, so it is a it's just a refresher, right? So what we have taught, right? It's a high level language, interpreter based, and it is simple, general purpose programming languages which it could be used for various purposes, right? I think this we already covered, right? Advantages we already know. It is flexible, readability, maintenance, robust, and easy to learn, right? Strengths we all know. Object oriented, free and open source, portable, powerful, and compatible, right? So anything you don't understand, let me know, guys, right? Because this is only a theory part, and we are already trying to cover much of it that we do already know that what are the advantages and the technical strengths of Python, right? Now let's try to understand like the use cases in which the Python is being used. YouTube, all we in our day-to-day activities use or follow YouTube, right? In the backend, it uses your Python for data analysis, for handling your metadata information, right? In your Google search also, your Python is being extensively used. And Dropbox, we all know, is a software utility, right? In which it is primarily coded in Python. Then your BitTorrent, right? In which we try to do peer-to-peer file sharing, download movies or the contents or your books, right? It started with the Python programming only. It is a small project which started as a peer-to-peer file sharing part, and then it got, like, let's say, recognized, and it is widely used, and it got extended, right? And Netflix, excellent example in which full content lifecycle is being used, right? So basically, these are some of the popular like software companies which extensively use Python, in our day-to-day activity, even in our company, right? So we have data engineers, we have data scientists, right, which extensively used your Python, right? Right. Now we come to the practical implementation, like how we are trying to install our Python. So let's begin. Okay. So what we now will do, we'll try to go to the internet. Okay. Okay. So this is my browser, right? I will say download, right? Okay. So guys, I will go slow. Okay. You just open up your browser. You will search on the browser, the search bar, download Python. Okay. And this link, www.python.org, right? It will come. Okay. So when it will come, this is the official website of Python. So this is the official website. So guys, this is the official website. So don't try to download Python from any other source. Try to download Python from this only, this one, this official website, right? Okay. So now if I try to look at this website, so you can see docs. So in this docs, so how I click this docs, there's a link at the docs button, Python docs, right? I talk first, we'll try to look through the documentation. And meanwhile, what you can do is you can click on this download Python 3.13.3. So what it says, it is the Python 3 version 3.13.3, right? So this is your latest version of Python. If someone asks you, and generally it has been asked like which Python version are you on? So you just need to know, because if you are Python programmer and if you are working with some tool, so you just have to have got information up to date. What are you working with? Python. Which version? Python 3.30. Yes, so this is the answer which everyone expects from you. Got it? So meanwhile, what you can do is click on this download. Okay, so download will begin and it will be completed in seconds. It will automatically try to detect like it is for Windows, Linux, Mac, or OS. So mine operating system is Mac OS. It will try to download that package, right? So once you have downloaded this, I think I just need to, this installer is not opening up this screen. Just one second, I'm sharing my screen again. Just let me know once it is visible. Is it visible now, guys? Okay. So, Pushkar, what I did is I go to python.org.downloads. I click on the download Python button, and in my system, like Python got they like file got downloaded into then I double click on it. Then I install Python option comes to it. So are you guys with me up till this point? Yes, no? Yes, install now. You, Shivanjali, you can click on the install now button. Okay, what it is trying to say in the C drive, users, local program Python 3.13. This location, your Python will get installed. Okay, just click on this, right? Okay, yes, yes, exactly, right? Okay, so now here you are. No need to click on this button. Use admin privileges while installing or add Python to the exe to the path. So you can click on the python.exe to the path. You can click on this button, but the upper one you don't want, because your system, it could be your, let's say if it is your personal system, then it is okay. If it is your company based, then it would be difficult. Okay, Pushkar, are you facing any issue? Just click on the python.org. I'm repeating again. Just click on the download Python button, and this kind of a screen is coming, and then it will try to click it. Okay, no problem, no problem. It's downloading. It will take some time. Yes. So your C is been out of this memory, right? Okay, so guys, if this is a normal practice, okay, don't try to make your C drive bundled with so much space. Actually, the thing is that try to keep your all the things in D drive or make a compartment, right? Because these are some softwares. It has to be in one place. As I already told you that when your operating system will work, it will try to work from your C drive only. It will try to install application from C drive. So this is the reason like we try to keep all our softwares in the C drive. Automatically, it will try to take that space. Automatically in the earlier screen, which Shivangi has written like shown, automatically it will take the path. Automatically in users, drive, local path, it will automatically install. Okay, so then it would be very difficult for you to try to install it. Are you getting my point? Yes, yes, it is successful. Setup is successful. Let's others also complete the same thing, right? So I'm going slow up till everyone will confirm and say yes. Okay, I will not proceed further. Okay, if anyone is facing issues, try to put it in the chat, and the other fellow members also can help them because there could be many n number of reasons in which their program could not be working or their Python could not be working. Yes, Christy, yes. You can go and click on this install now. Yes, you can just click on it. Yes, just click on it, and then after once the installation has been done, you can get the setup was successful. It will give you setup was successful. Everybody done with this? Yes, no, just keep on. Yes, install now. Yes, this install now. You need to click on. Okay, Pushkar, we'll wait. Setup is going on. Apart from Pushkar, anyone else is struggling or haven't installed Python? Yes, space issue. Yes. Shweta, you can just clean up some of the resources in C drive, or meanwhile you can just watch me, right? And then we can come up with what we have done, right? Because you like Shweta, like let me tell you, you just need to clean up your resources because we will be trying another applications also that also will need. Yes, after setup was complete, you can just close it. Yes. Okay. So meanwhile, what I was trying to say that those who have done, so let me work with this. Yes, setup was successful. Now you can close it. Okay. Now let me try to install Python on my system. Okay. So it is saying that it will take 18, 181 MB space on your computer, and I will clicking on the install, and here I will need my password. Yes. Okay. So Pushkar, are you done? Okay. Right. So now my Python has been installed. Okay, now this congratulations. So this is being installed. Okay. So I don't want this installer. I will keep move it to the bin. All right. Okay. So now what I will do is, so you guys can open up the command prompt CMD. So on the search bar, you just type CMD. Okay. And in my case, it is terminal. So this kind of a screen will come. Yes, command prompt CMD. Yes. So in the prompt prompt, okay, so basically, so you just need to type Python. Okay. So after typing Python, so it will show you the version number, right? And this kind of an option will come. Yes. Yes, Pooja. Yes. So this is your command prompt. In this command prompt, so type here Python. Type Python and let me know. After typing, so you can see a triple arrow will come and you will say Python version. So just paste your screenshot in the chat. What guys you are trying to see? Yes, enter. Are you able to see the Python version number? Yes. So Srishti has given Python 3.13 version, and here it is your 3 arrow. This means you have successfully installed your Python on your system, right? So it is showing your the version number, guys, Python 3.13, right? Pushkar, congratulations. Your Python version is your 3.110, right? It is showing you Python, right? Everyone on the same page? Everyone got this screen? Open your command prompt and type there Python. P with a small. Okay, Saloni, what's the issue? Okay, got it. Saurabh got it. Yes, Pooja, show. Okay, so for those who have done it, yes, everyone is right. Yes. So basically, what you are trying to get it, you will try to get this screen in which you will get the Python version and you will try to get 3 arrows, right? In this thing, you need to write print capital and you will write hello space word and bracket close. So I am typing this as it is in the chat. Okay, if you have written it incorrectly, let's say there is some this quotes or bracket or is missing or P is capital, it will not work. So guys, P in small, right? Don't try to write P in capital. I am trying to write print hello world in the chat. Just try to copy this and try to paste as it is and then hit enter. You can see your hello world gets executed. So I want every one of you to in the 3 arrow, after the 3 arrow, type print print with the small p bracket quote hello world quote closing, then bracket again, closing bracket again. And are you guys see this hello word in the terminal? So this is your terminal, guys. Yes, great, great, guys. Congratulations, Arpita. So this is good. Hello word. Yes, yes, everyone. Now I guess, guys, you are trying to do a practical of the first hello world program in Python. So congratulations, guys. So those who have done it, so this is how you install Python, first of all, and then you have executed your first hello world program in Python. And this is your terminal, guys. Anyone having some issues? Yes, absolutely correct. Srishti, you are also fine, right? If anyone is facing issues, okay. Now what I will try to do is, so I will try to write it again. Print. Let's say I write it hello world and I explicitly, deliberately, I try to not put any bracket. Let's see what will happen, right? So it is not working because it is expecting that bracket, guys, right? Fine. So in this case, what happens is in this particular terminal, you cannot write your program, whole program. If I wanted you guys that I want to write some program, so it would be very difficult for you to write here because there is the three dots will not give you any information that what is wrong in that program. And there is one line, there could be 100 lines of code, and it is very difficult to debug and to troubleshoot. Okay, so for that, we need some tool, editor. As I already asked you, for writing on a piece of paper, what we will write? A pen and a paper. So English is the language, Python is also a language. We need some kind of an editor, some kind of a tool to write our program and tell us that what is the issue here, what we are lacking. that will simplify our software development process. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to understand it. This is your Python. We have installed successfully Python in your systems. Now the next step is that we need some kind of a tool to write our effective Python program, right? So that tool we will try to look upon. Okay, so I'm sharing my screen again, and we will try to see some theory part to it, and then we'll try to work on that part. Right? Is that fine? Everyone, just give me a heads up that everyone is fine with Python and have executed their first Hello World program before we move forward. Any questions, any doubts? Let me know. Yes, yes. Any doubts, any questions up till here? Everybody is good? Yes? Okay. So, so we have installed our Python code. Okay, we have downloaded it, right? Another part where we can download our Python is from Anaconda. So this was the first installation which we have learned that how we can download and run our first Python code, right? So meanwhile, what you can guys do it, you go to anaconda.com. Okay. So in this anaconda.com, okay, so you can go to free download. Uh, in this interface that they have changed actually. Yes. Okay. So are you guys with me? Yes, no? Go to this anaconda.com. Okay. So what I was trying to say is those guys now listen it carefully. What we have done is up till now we have downloaded our Python. We have executed our first hello world program in Python, right? So now there's another software or a package or a software tool. You cannot see my screen. Yes. Now you can see. Yes. Okay. So basically what you can do is you can go to anaconda.com, right? Okay. So now you can click on this free link, free download. Go to anaconda.com, anaconda.com. You will end up in this screen. Are you guys with me? Then you need to click on free download. For those who haven't listened, please, I am repeating again, please pay attention. Anaconda.com, click on this free download button. Okay. After clicking on this free download button, you can skip the registration, right? Now, everyone, if you are seeing this screen, just let me know. Yes. Okay. In your system, I want you need to reach it here. Download now. Are you able to reach up till here? Anyone? Pushkar? Yes. Okay. So you can see distribution installers and Minaconda installation. Yes. After this, Arpita, you can skip this registration. If this is your skip registration, click on this button, skip registration. After skip, you can go into this download now. I repeat, if you guys seeing this screen, go to this skip registration. You can get here distribution installers. Are you with me, guys? Can someone share the screenshot that what guys you are seeing? Can share the screenshot to me in the chat? Yes, exactly. Yes, Saurabh, you are right. So here in this particular screen, it is showing download for Mac and automatically it has detected your download. Okay. So you can click on this download. Yes, history download and download distributions. Yes. So after this, you can click on this download button, right? So it is asking for me, it is Apple or Intel, so it will not ask for you. Okay, so it will ask for Windows. So Windows, you can get it, like click it, right? So sir, can someone click it and then let me know what is the screen you are trying to get it? And guys, it will take some time. Okay, so it depends upon your internet speed because it is a software package, guys. Okay, it has been installed. Thank you for downloading. Yes. After it has been downloaded, you can go to the downloads folder and double click. Right. If after downloading, you can go to the downloads folder and double click and just type the what you guys are getting. Yes, it is fine, Srishti, Pooja. Yes. Now go to the downloads folder and just double click on it and then share your screen or set a screenshot what you guys are seeing. We will get a installer kind of a thing in which it will try to download because in my system already I have installed it. Yes. So you will get a screen in which it will say welcome to your Anaconda setup and you need to click on the next. No, Srishti, you can go to the no. You go to the downloads folder and double click on it. Uh, I think you're yes, you agree. Yes. So it is basically a software in which you don't need to change anything. Just go and click on the next. It will try to run and install. It will take some time and that it will try to go. Yes. Go to the next, Puja. Just me. For all users, just me, you can do that. Srishti, I guess your space, you have a space issue, right? So yes, you can do it. Register Anaconda as my default Python. You can click it, right? So add 3 to my path environment is not recommended, and then you can click on the install, right? Install. Yes, 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 Sonal. Yes, you are correct. Yes, Pushkar, you are also fine. Srishti, I'm not able to your this file. Actually, this is being not being downloaded correctly. Actually, the issue is with some your file. You can try again and try to double click on it. Maybe. It is simple process. You have downloaded something from the internet. You go to the downloads folder and you double click on it. And after that, you can see in your chat there are multiple windows they have tried to click. First, it is your uh, uh, it will come that welcome to Anaconda setup. Click on the next. Another screen will come. It will say advanced installation options. Okay. Then after then you need to click on the install. Now, after clicking on the install button, there will be a taskbar which will try to install all the applications, right? Okay, so it is going on. So meanwhile, don't panic. It will take this time based on your internet speed and it will complete. Okay, so guys, so first screen, if I try to tell you, is your welcome to your this Anaconda setup. Second is your Anaconda advanced installation, right? And it will click on the install, right? Yes, yes. Next, click on the next button, Srishti. Yes, it is correct. I hope everyone is trying to install it. Yes, no. It will take some time, guys. So don't try to be a rush because okay. So before trying to install this software, this Anaconda, does anyone has asked me that what this Anaconda is? And yes, yes, it is installing. Yes, yes. Anaconda setup is being installing, and you can click on the show details. show details, you will try to see that there are different kinds of packages that is being trying to install. Okay, so let's try to complete this activity first. It will take time, and then I will try to tell you what is this purpose of installing Anaconda. We have already installed Python, so what is the purpose, guys? Okay, everyone, has anyone completed or still going on? Yes, Saurabh, you have tried to do the Visual Studio. Yes, it is fine. Yes, yes, yes. Hello, what? Yes, exactly. Yes, Deepak. Yes, yes. Good, good, Saurabh. Okay, so we'll try to work. Okay, so you are ahead of these. Like, okay, okay. Meanwhile, you tell me, Saurabh, why we have uh, installed Anaconda. Okay, so Sweta, yes. So pre-installed libraries. So this is a platform. Okay, okay. So Sweta, okay. So you can do one thing. You can just first click on CMD. After CMD, your terminal will open, right? Black screen will open. In that black screen, you just type Python, small p, Python, and try to see what is coming. And share your screen, the snapshot. Okay. So are you guys with me? Yes, no? So, or you need some time, any issues, any doubts? Okay. So now here in this, click on downloads. Click on downloads. No, no, not here. You need to search CMD. Click on downloads. So, Shweta, have you installed Python because you have a space issue? Okay, click on downloads and then after it is being downloaded, then double click on. So actually the thing is that you were having a space issue, right? So that is why it got stuck. So basically the thing is that you need to repair it or you need to either uninstall it and do a for installation. Yes, yes, Shweta. The thing is that actually the thing is that if you have a space issue, I would try recommended that increase your space. Okay. Yes. Why Anaconda? Yes. Yes. I think everyone has downloaded. Yes, Sisti, you can click on the next button and then it setup will come and then it will try to do the by default. Yes. Uh, Sonal, it is downloaded or not? Yes. Yes. It will take some time. Actually, the thing is that Sonal, that it is downloading is going on. It is not yet completed. It depends upon your internet speed. So once it is being downloaded, and you will get a this screen that download has been completed. Yes, Saurabh. If you like know the tools, right? Because the thing is that if you are trying to work with one tool, it may not be necessary in the company or in any uh, uh, organization. So you are strict to any particular tool. So you need to be versed with all of the tools, right? So in your company, it demands your Visual Studio, it asks for your Anaconda or your Jupyter notebooks. So there you can't say that I am not able to understand and use it. Okay, so it is better if you have got with experience with motorcycle, bike, or car or truck. So it would be fine, right? So that is the case. So if you can download it, it is fine. Otherwise, if you are fine with Visual Studio, so that is also not an issue. Yes, it will be get downloaded. Okay, so not an issue. Okay, yes, ST it is fine. Great, great, great. So I guess the downloading of your Anaconda will take some time. So that is for sure for those who have done it. Okay, so congratulations, guys. Right? So so the thing is that so I want everyone to today complete this downloadation part of your Anaconda. Okay. The thing is that in the next session, we have already seen that how we are trying to write our first Hello World program using Python. And another thing, what we will do tomorrow is that we will start with your Jupyter notebooks, which is very interactive, which is very, yes. So, Sonal, I'm coming to that only. Okay, just give me some time. So the thing is that because all the guys are busy with their installation and downloading, so I was trying to give you a theory. So that is why theory is important. Why we are trying to download anything? What is the need? If someone asks you, you have your Python, so why you are trying to go and install this heavy software or your packages, right? Right? Okay, right. So this is important to understand. If we are trying to do some activity, you need to ask why we are trying to activity and what will happen. So this is the questions you need to come up with, right? So in the next session, what will I will try to do is I will try to give an overview of how we will try to run our first Python program in your Python for some guys which have still pending, right? In your, I will try to show them again, and then we will try to work with your Anaconda, and I hope everyone gets their Anaconda installed. So let us talk about what is Anaconda. Okay, so first of all, we need to understand so why this Anaconda we have installed. Okay, so let's say I give you an example. So earlier example which I gave you is of like you are trying to construct your house, right? And in the construction of your house, you need some guys so that you make your house successfully built, right? So in that case, you need a carpenter, you need a plumber, you need an architect, and so, right? So there are so many workers are being used in the construction of your house. Okay. So similarly, think in this manner. Your Python is a language, right? And it supports some of the libraries, right? That comes by default with Python. So let's say, like if you are trying to build a house, right? So automatically I will say that, okay, if you are trying to build a house, I will automatically give you a person which could help you in some in maintaining your house or constructing your house. Similarly, Python. So there are some libraries which are already being provided to you by Python. But there are some external libraries or external persons, they help you in doing your task. Let's say your packages. These are your external people or external persons which are known as packages. So these packages you need to ask for it. Ask for it, you need to hire those packages, right? So for the construction of a house, you need to hire a carpenter, you need to hire a plumber, right? So in that case, in your Python, when you are trying to work with Python, at any point of time, if you're working with your data science applications, right, you need to get that packages installed. Okay, you will request that package. Okay, let's say you are working with your AI like TensorFlow or your uh, training your models and machine learning models. You need specific libraries. So then also you need to request that. Okay. In that sense, what Anaconda says, I give you a distribution, a toolkit comprising of all the packages which are widely used in the market. Okay, so let's relate to that example of building a house. So I am trying to build a house. Okay, so when I try to build a house, so when I'm trying to work in one room, right? So I need a plumber. So then at any point of time, I need another carpenter. So I would request and I go to the market and hire them. Similarly, in Python also, when you're trying to work with data science, you need a specific library or a package. So you request from the internet. What if I tell you when you are trying to construct a house, so I hire or I tell you that these plumber, carpenter are already being provided to my agency. So you directly hire agency in which all these plumber and your carpenter are already provided. Similarly, this Anaconda consists of your not only Python, but also it consists of your libraries, inbuilt libraries, which are already widely used. So you don't need to again and again request from the internet, right? So let's say you go to the market and they said that you need to buy a chips. So from these chips, so there are two additional chocolates are free, right? So this is kind of a package or a toolkit which Anaconda provides you, right? So we will try to look like what these packages they have provided us and what are the different Python versions also this, right? Let's say in future you are working with one project and your company says no, you don't need to work with Python 3.13. You need to work with Python 3.10. In that sense, you need to install the previous version. So it becomes a headache for you. So this Anaconda says, okay, I got 3.13. Okay, you need Python 3.10. I also have Python 3.10. You don't need to explicitly go and install Python 3.10, right? So this is basically an distribution or an toolkit which provides you not only the installed packages, but lot many things more, right? So we will try to see. So this is your Anaconda distribution. So yesterday, what we have done, we have tried to install the Anaconda installers on your Windows system, right? And these are the Python IDEs. IDEs means interactive development environment. We will see. So we will be working with Jupyter notebooks. So Jupyter notebooks is a such kind of an ID. So there are various IDs which are present and available in the market. So this is Microsoft Visual Studio Code, PyCharm, Spider, right? Sony, Atom, Bing, right? So Jupyter Notebook, PyCharm, and Visual Studio Code, they are widely used. Okay. So it is basically like you are trying to buy a internet SIM or a SIM or a mobile SIM, right? So you have different providers. You have your Reliance, you have your Geo, then you have your Airtel, right? Vodafone. So similarly, these IDs are similar to that only. So now the question rises like which ID to use, right? It depends upon your requirement and ease of useness. Let's say if I try to tell you that okay, you need to buy a Line SIM or an Airtel SIM, so you do a comparison. First of all, you try to see which all packages or which all uh, uh, service plans they have, right? According to them, you decide. But if you are comfortable with one of these IDs, so you can easily switch to another. Let's say you are comfortable with Jupyter Notebook, so you got us this that what this Jupyter Notebook does, and then after that you can easily switch to PyCharm or Visual Studio Code. So I must say Jupyter Notebook is well suited for learning purpose and for data science applications, right? And for full-fledged projects, if you are trying to work with, so then PyCharm and Microsoft Visual Studio Code is best suited in the industry. So what is the difference between PyCharm and Visual Studio? So PyCharm only supports Python, right? And Visual Studio you can is supported across all the languages, most of the languages like Java, front end, right? Node.js, HTML, right? So these also can support. If you are working or want to be a full stack developer, full stack means you also handle backend development or like backend development means your Python, Java, C, C++. So then we just then PyCharm only supports Python. Then Visual Studio can be best suited, right? And if you are working with front end also, right? So as Microsoft Visual Studio Code supports both backend and front end, Microsoft Visual Studio Code is widely used. If you are working only with Python, then PyCharm, right? So these are some of the IDs. So that we will see in a little bit of time that how we can work with Jupyter notebooks, right? Okay, okay. So now the Python interpreter. So Python code can be written and saved using the .py extension, right? So if you are trying to work with Python and write some code, you need to save it by .py. If you will not save by .py, so the interpreter will not recognize it and it will not try to run, right? So this is this. So what it does, like Python, like this could be saved by using the .py extension. Okay, and basically what it does, interpreter, how it works, it will first read the command, execute the command, output the results, right? So first the reading of the command happens, then execution, and then that execution, what you have written in the command, that got executed and it will show you the results. Similarly, let's say like yesterday we saw how to print do print hello world. So print, we written print hello world, it will read that line, it will execute print, and from that print it will try to give back the result. So this is what it was happening. That was on the shell, Python shell we call it, right? Or the terminal we call it. If you are working with file and you wanted to run a file, you save that file and run it. So that also we will see. Okay, right? Now, up till now, any doubt, any questions you are having? Okay, so now the hello world got printed. Okay, so now we are trying to work with Python. Okay, so how to open it? So go to the like in the search at the bottom of your this start button. So there is a search bar. So just type CMD. So when you try to type CMD, so terminal will get open. So in my Mac, so this is a kind of search bar. So in that search bar, you need to write CMD. Okay, CMD. Okay, in the Windows, it will get open. Right? Fine. Right, Shweta? Okay. So this is basically a terminal, and now you are into your Python, and my Python version is 3.1.2, and your would be 3.1.3. After that, you can execute the statements and write, and it will get printed on your this console. Okay. If you wanted to exit it, so this is the command to exit it, and you will get out of that particular Python interpreter or a Python console, or what we call it, right? So this is your exit. So in the exit, it will try to get out of your this thing. And now you are back to this thing. If you can again go into this Python, right? And then you can just write print. Okay. So clear guys, this is how you do it. If you wanted to clear the screen, so this is your exit. After exit, you can CLS, you can clear your screen. Or you can put a clear. Yes. CLS, okay, or CLER, clear. So this activity we have done yesterday. I hope you are clear with this activity. Yes, no? Okay. So quickly, guys, just give me a confirmation so we can quickly move to your Anaconda. I hope everyone has done this activity. Okay, fine. Okay, so now you have installed your Anaconda. So I want you guys to just open on the search bar, like type Anaconda, right? So when you try to type the Anaconda, so you will try to see this kind of a logo, right? So just hit it, right? Or so I'm trying to open it. So Anaconda Navigator. So you need to go to the Anaconda Navigator and this kind of a screen will open up on your system. So just let me know, is this screen visible, Anaconda Navigator? All of you guys. Yes. Okay. Balan Krishan. Yes. Ruchi. Okay. Fine. Everyone. So just give your confirmation, guys, so that like if anyone is facing any issue or because I need to tell you a lot of many things, right? But if you don't confirm me, then I cannot proceed it. And if someone is lagging behind, so then like just let me know because I'm there to help you and guide you, right? Okay. So it is not the link, Hina. So basically, you need to install the Anaconda, and then after installing, you need to go to the search bar and type Anaconda Navigator. It's an application. Basically, it's an application what we have discussed yesterday. Now, you need to open that application. Once you open the application, you could see that in this application, in this Anaconda Navigator, which is a toolkit. I already told you this is a toolkit, and this toolkit consists of a lot of tools. So consider this as a toolkit what you have in your home, right? So there's a small toolkit in which there are screws, multiple screws are there, right? Similarly, this is a toolkit in which multiple applications are there. There's a PyCharm also, Anaconda AI Navigator, Anaconda Toolbox, right? You have the PyCharm community, notebook, Jupyter Lab, right? Single store, right? Okay. So these are the things which you have, right? Okay. Then you have the spider. Okay. Then there you have a launch and the install button. In some cases it is installed and in some cases it is launched. So basically the thing is that what application you need at the first time you need to install it. After you install it, so there's a launch button will come up, right? Or it automatically, in some cases it is already launched, right? So this is the case. So now, so this is basically your Anaconda Navigator, in which you get lot of applications or a tools available, right? So you have these tools, PyScript, Python Anywhere, and these keep on updating. Okay, these keeps on updating, right? So now in this Anaconda Navigator, so you could see all application on base root, okay, and here in the environments, so you can see. So what I was trying to tell you, so these applications or these libraries are pre-installed for you. Okay, so now you can see that. So these are all the installed applications or the libraries which are installed with their version numbers. Got it? Right? So these are widely used. So you don't need to again and again request the internet for these particular libraries. However, there are some applications which are not installed. Okay, so these are some applications which are not installed, and you can just request them or click them. Let's say this Boto3 library. So Boto3 library is the library when you are trying to work with your Amazon Web Services, right? So you can just click here and you can just say that okay, apply, and these particular Boto3 library will be installed for you. So this is one of the method in which you can install your library, an external library, if you are working with your Amazon AWS or some Azure service. So you can just request it, right? That in my Anaconda, I want this Boto3 library, right? So these libraries are pre-installed for you. And in some cases, so some of the libraries are updatable, right? Updatable in the sense, like let's say this is your Tornado library, a Python web framework and asynchronous networking library, right? And this is your version. So you need to update its version, and you need to do that. That I wanted to update to the latest version, right? So this actually is not required generally, but if, like, let's say you are working with some library and you feel that like this library got outdated and since some library is required, then you can update it. But it no longer like it is required you again and again updating your systems, right? When you are working with it, so you get used to it, and when you get used to it, so you need know that okay, so I need to update this library only, right? Not all libraries or not specific ones, right? So this is basically installed, not installed, right? You can select it, right? Okay. So this is basically your Anaconda Navigator or a toolkit in which all the particular packages have been installed. Okay. So now what I will do is I will start click on this notebook. So what is this notebook? So if this is a notebook in which it is web based, right? So it will work with your browser. So it will open in your browser, and where you can just run your Python code in the form of cells. So there are cells. So let me show you. So I'll start launching it. Okay. So when you try to launch it, automatically my browser has opened. So this is my localhost. Localhost means your system, right? Your system, right? And in this port number, it has opened, and right, so it is your local system, right? It is trying to connect to you. And these are all the basically your drives will come, in which you can select any of the specific folder. Let's say I'm working with documents. In the documents, I'm working with trainings, Simplilearn, Python, right? In this, I will try to create a new folder or a new this. Yes. Okay. So any doubt up till now, right? For any part of you didn't get clarity, I want all of you to just click on this Anaconda, right? Navigator, and click on this Jupyter notebook. After clicking on this notebook, you can go and go to this localhost. Automatically it will open. So Virender, what you have not got? No doubt. Okay, fine. Thank you. Okay. Any doubts? Anyone having any doubt? Not clear? Just let me know. Everyone has gone through some specific, like let's say you need to go to some document, right? Okay, repeat the last part. Okay. So I'm repeating again for those who have missed, right? Okay, so you just need to click on this Jupyter notebook. Okay. Let's say I try to click it again. Okay, what will happen? So my local host will get opened. In this, you can get the directory structure, all the directory structure you can get, right? All the directory structure. In this, you can click on any of the folders or you can create your own folder. So let's try to create our new folder. So you can click on the new. Okay, I'm repeating again. When you try to reach here, click on the new and create a new folder. Okay, I can go into a specific folder, let's say documents. In the documents, I can go to training, Simplilearn, May Python, and here I can practice, right? Okay, so I named a folder called Python_practice. I go into that Python_practice and click on the new, and I open up Python 3 IP by kernel. Click on this thing, right? So now you can see that this is a Jupyter notebook has opened up. So every one of you, I'm repeating again, you go to this directory structure and in any folder, in any directory, in any drive, you can create your own folder by the name of Python practice, right? When you go into this Python practice, click on the new and click on Python 3, and in the browser, another Jupyter notebook will get open. Up till here, any doubt, any questions you are having, just let me know. No, no, this is your, okay, I got it. What you are trying to tell me. So this is your Python, right? Python notebook. When you try to click on the Python notebook, automatically your browser will open. Browser, your this browser. This is your browser, Chrome browser. Okay. So the Chrome browser will open. Yes. So Arpita got it, right? Python 3 is not showing. So Python 3, it will, what it is showing? Yes, Python. Okay, if it is showing Python, then it is also fine. Yes, it is. If it will show Python, so then it is also fine. You click on the Python also. If you are guys seeing Python, then also it is fine. Because well, like I installed my Anaconda when there was Python, the 3 was not there. 2.7 is also there. So that is why it is showing, right? So now it has been switched to 3. So that is why it is showing. Yes. Anyone having any? Yes. Yes. Pushkar, you are correct. Yes, yes. So I will proceed further. Okay. So because there are not many things to do it, do let me know if you are facing any issue, right? Okay, okay. So just pause me if I am fast. Okay, just let me know. Okay, Pushkar, you are having this page. Okay, so go to the Jupyter in the documents, right? Click it, like create a folder. So this is your home. Okay, you got here documents. So these are your documents. So you are here, Pushkar, basically. In these documents, you can create a new folder. In this new folder, right? You can go in this training, and after that, you can go Python practice. In that particular thing, you can create a Python. You can click on this Python, and this file will get open in your browser. Yes. So Shweta, Python is a language. Anaconda is a toolkit, and Jupyter is your ID. Okay, so Python is a language, Anaconda is a toolkit, and Jupyter is a ID. In your Anaconda, your Python and Jupyter both exist. So this way you can just take it in a short with a crisp example. Okay, fine. Okay. So now let's try to understand what is the Jupyter. So Jupyter, you can see that there are file. You click on the file, new file, right? And you can save also. You can download also, right? You can save and export as a notebook also. In this multiple formats, this Jupyter notebook, you can just save in the HTML format, in the PDF format, in the Markdown, in the LaTeX, right? So this you can try it after we are trying to work with the Jupyter, right? Right. So then this is your run. Run selected means so you can run all the cells and you can run a specific cell also. So basically these block. So this block is called as cell. Okay. This is your Python cell. What you can do is here you can simply write print bracket hello world. Okay. After writing your hello world, you can click on this run button, run this cell. Or you can do it via shift enter. Shift enter also will work, or you can go it here and here you can see that shift plus enter. In your screen, it would be written as shift enter or some other specific key. So that key you can press it, that is your shortcut key. Okay, when you try to run it, so what happens is your interpreter, remember your interpreter, it will read this line, it will execute it, and here you get the output here itself only. So you have successfully run your first Hello World program in your Jupyter notebook. I want all you guys to quickly try it out and let me know if any issue is there. Okay, just type it done. After you have written your print Hello World, I'm repeating again. When you are trying to run, yes, exactly, Shweta, you are right. So print, right? And this is your run button in which you can click on this run cell and then you can write it. Done. Yes. Now don't share your screen, just type it done and just let me know if you got the output. Yes, exactly. Okay, so Pushkar, what you are not following, just let me and Saurabh. Okay, so Pushkar, where are you basically now? Have you landed up on this screen? So basically, you need to click. You have created a terminal 3. Yes, Savant, it is fine. Yes, Srishti. So Pushkar, what you need to do is you have created a particular this Python uh, notebook, right? When you click on this notebook, so this screen will open up in your browser. Okay. So the issue is with you is Saurav is that okay, why it is not showing print hello world? I tell you. Okay. So all of you guys just look at my screen. So I'm trying to teach you. So this is your print hello world. So you have successfully executed. Okay. So now let's try to see these buttons. So this is what is this save, right? If you wanted to save this file. So you don't need to again and again save this file. Automatically it will save, right? So the last checkpoint is 9 minutes ago, right? When you try to write something, either you can click on the save button and try to save this, right? Now it is say that checkpoint 2 seconds ago, right? This is your insert or run. This is your cut, right? This is your copy. If I try to copy this, right? This is your paste, right? This is your run. This is your stop. Fine, right? And this is the restart. If you wanted to restart, let's say some issue happened, right? You are stuck, your program got stuck, so you can restart it or you can stop it or restart it. Okay, now the issue with Saurav is that so here it is raw. If you try to make this raw and try to run it, nothing will happen, right? Only at code it will try to run it. Saurav, if you can check this drop down and then you can make it at code, then only it will work. Are you getting my point? Okay, so just try to click on this drop down, that is code, and then run it. So make sure if you are program, you are trying to run this program and it is on the raw, it will not work, guys. Right? So this is your editor, guys. So just first, if you try to work with something, some tools, first you need to get to know that tool better. Then only you need to work it, right? So this is what I'm trying to teach you, that this you can just make this happen. Okay. So let's try to do something at do markdown. So let's say I'm trying to click on this markdown and I will try to write first hello word program, right? And try to run it. So what will happen, right? So it is a markdown. Markdown in the sense I wanted to show you something, right? So this is my first hello world program. So at the later stages, so I can just click a heading in the heading, and here I could write it again, print hello world, and just click on the run button. So this is print. So this is only for the description, guys, right? So this is how these cells are interactive to learn. If you are trying to learn some topic, you can just write it here, or some documentation you can give it, right? And then you can save it, and then you can create a PDF and then show it to others. So this is only for the documentation purpose. So what you are trying to write below these cells. Got it? So this is code markdown. So how this will happen? It will the only for the code your code will run. But for the markdown, you can just put a double hash or triple hash and try to run it, and it will try to work it. Just let me know if anyone is facing any issue, because these are some prerequisite, guys, right? So if you haven't got run your first hello world program, because now from now onwards we will be working on this editor only, right? So I would be explaining you practically. So this is what is practical, is that all the things I would be teaching here itself only. Yes, Python is case sensitive. Yes, yes, yes. If you try to write here P with the P capital, it will not work, guys. Right, right. So now let's try to see the error also, guys. Right? Let's say if in some cases you got an error, so you need to see the error and learn that what this error is. So it is trying to say that it is a name error, right? Just by looking at the error only, you will try to say that in this cell number 11, line number 1, I am trying to get this line. In this line, there is something wrong, right? And after that, it is saying that name print is not defined. Yes, exactly. Print is not defined because it Python does not recognize what is print. We have made a P capital, so that is why Python is not recognized. So these are some inbuilt modules or inbuilt functions, what we call is, that Python has provided us. You can see this inbuilt. Your color has changed. So color is green. Here your color is black. This means this Python does not know what this print is. But here green, it is inbuilt function of Python. So that is what it knows. Right? I hope everyone is clear with this first hello world program and a little introduction about Jupyter. So here we can just run it, the cells, stop it. There is code, markdown. Okay. After that, we have your file in which we can create a new file, right? We can go to the console, we can go to the terminal. So these, all the things you can try it of your own, right? So in this, I will try to tell you, uh, right? Okay. So raw is basically, it will also not run. If I try to run it raw, let's say I'll try to go it raw. So now you can see that. So it is basically a raw, right? So nothing will happen. Okay. So raw code, raw instance. Markdown is for like, let's say these commands will run. Raw is basically your raw text. This is what it is saying. So okay, right? Okay. So any doubt up till now, because we need to move to your variables, data types, and other things, right? So I guess everyone is clear with this first hello world program in Jupyter Notebook. Okay, Srishti, thank you. Anyone else facing any issue? So okay, Soumya, everyone just gives okay, thumbs up so that I could work with it. Anyone facing issue? Pushkar. So Deepak, raw is just basically a raw text. Okay, so like the thing is that like uh, basically they have given us the code markdown and raw. If you don't want your cells to get executed, okay, so there is a raw. Basically, that is the purpose. Navigator only is not working. Okay, so navigator, your navigator is not working. Basically, I think there's some issue with your navigator, I guess. Maybe you can share your screen or you can just do a snapshot. Okay, so from the navigator only you need to launch the Jupyter basically. Okay, this we already done. Okay, so now Jupyter Lab, Jupyter Notebooks. Also, the Jupyter can be accessed through three environments. Could be accessed through Jupyter Lab, Jupyter Notebook, and Voila. Okay, so we be working on only Jupyter Notebooks. Okay, so Lab is also a similar kind of experience in which you could extend multiple notebooks or make a bigger project, right? So for the time being, so we will not focus on Jupyter Lab. We will focus on Jupyter Notebook because we are trying to learn the concepts in Python. Okay, right? So we have successfully done our first Hello World program in Python, right? Okay. So in print, so what we have learned in print is a function. How we'll try to recognize the function by the how will we recognize whether print is a function because it has got parentheses, brackets, right? Print bracket, and we have something written inside your print statement. Okay, so these inside has to be a string, is to be a double quotes. So starting also and ending also, right? So that is how your print will work. Inside your print is a function which will take your input inside your quotes, double quotes, right? Fine. So what we have done, we have tried to open a new notebook in Jupyter and tried to execute the first Hello World program. Okay, so let's try to understand and work with variables. So what I will do is I will try to take here variables and data types. And I will try to put here markdown and then I will try to run it. Right? Okay. So let's try to see a variable. So what is A here? A is the name of variable. Equal to, we have tried to assign the value 10 to the variable A. Make sense? A is a variable. Name of the variable is A. We are trying to assign a value 10 to the variable, right? Okay. I try to execute it and I will try to say that print A, it is showing the value as 10, right? Okay. So let's say I try to change the value of A to, let's say, 120. And then again, I will try to print it. What is happening? The value doesn't change. Why? Can anyone tell me why the value of A hasn't changed? Yes, you got it right, Deepak. Anyone else? Yes. Until and unless you are trying to run, the value will not change. First, you need to run and execute and tell Python, I am trying to change the value of A to 120, right? Until and unless you will not run, the value will not get reflected. After that, it will get reflected, and then you can see that the value of A is 120, right? So this is what you are trying to say, that even if you try to write A equal to 120 and did not run it means the how does interpreter know? How does your system know or computer know that you have changed the value to 120? Then what it is an identifier. Variable is an identifier which will hold some information, and we are trying to hold some information in this A. Okay. Another thing, guys, if you are trying to read, so like most of the cases I've seen that students read in this manner, A is equal to 120, it means that A is holding a value of 120, right? So you will also try to interpret or understand that A is equal to 120. No, always try to interpret your coding from right to left. Right to left means that from 120, you will start with it and you will try to say that, okay, 120 is. placed in a variable called a. So from right to left, always try to understand in this manner. Let's say at this point, I will try to change the value a to b, right? And then I will try to say that b equal to c. What will happen? A is having value b. So now you will try to see that b, the value which is having in b is being copied from b to a, right? The value which is having in c is being copied to b, right? So this is how you try to interpret it. Always try to interpret from right to left. That a 120 value this variable a is holding, and it contains 120 in the variable called a. Understood? Got it? Okay. Right. So this is your variable a. Variable is identifier which can hold some information. Okay. So let's move to this. Python identifier is a name used to identify a variable, function, class, module, or another object, right? So this variable, what we are trying to learn here, it could be used in your function also, in your class also. It's a name basically, right? Every one of you has having some particular name. Similarly, when you define your variable, it has got some name, even in function, even in class, right? Now it follows some rules. Rules in the sense, let's say you are trying to have your name, right? So you have your first name and your last name, or could be a middle name, right? Okay, so you cannot have your name as prime minister, because your prime minister, like no one, like prime minister is one, right? So you cannot have your president as a name, right? So these names are reserved names, basically we call it. Similarly, in Python also there could be some reserved names which you cannot take it. Okay, so let's say print. Print is equal to 1. So print is a name which has already been taken. You can see, and you are trying to assign the value 1 to the print. Print is a variable, and you are trying to assign the value. Print is already taken. You cannot have this variable, right? Even if you try to do this, then your print will not work. This is what you are trying to change. You are trying to change the functionality of the print statement, which is already been inbuilt in your Python. So whenever you are trying to write some variable, if the color is not black, you try to say that this is been inbuilt variable or inbuilt name, which has already been taken. Let's say I cannot take my name as prime minister, because prime minister is only one, right? So in that sense, like it will change the color to green. If the color says that print underscore a, let's say print a, yes, this is a valid name. Or print a, printa, right? So this is also a valid name. Print ina, right? So this is also valid name. Fine. So make sure that you doesn't clash with your inbuilt methods, functions, names, and the color you try to analyze or understand. Fine. So also there are some nomenclature to be followed in case of naming a variable. So letters in lowercase or uppercase are only allowed, and digits are only allowed, and underscore is only allowed. No special characters. Special characters, we can say that, like, these are some of the special characters which are not allowed in naming of the variable, right? Only underscore is allowed. Only A to Z or capital A to Z is allowed. Understood? Right? So if I say, if I wanted to have a variable called name equal to, let's say 123, or name equal to, let's say Vipul, right? So this is allowed. Name equal underscore 1, this is also allowed. Name 123, this is also allowed, right? Fine. 123, this is not allowed, right? First condition is that the naming of the variables, these special characters are not allowed. Only underscore and alphabets are allowed. it cannot start with, right? So these are the three conditions in which we need to follow while naming a variable. Fine, right? An identifier cannot start with a digit. It can be of having of any length. Special symbols like hash, dollar, percentage cannot be used as a identifier. Keywords like global and class cannot be used as identifiers. And Python is case sensitive, right? Case sensitive in the sense, as someone has also asked that it is whether it is a case sensitive. Yes, it is a case sensitive because if I try to say that a equal to 10, right, and equal I say that a equal to 15, right? So these two are separate identifiers, separate names, right? Fine. So if I try to say print a, it will give me 10. And if I try to say print a with a capital, it will try to give me 12. So now three things you need to keep in mind that if you are trying to name a variable, it will start only with an alphabet. It cannot start with a number, right? Underscore is allowed, alphabet is allowed, but the special characters are not allowed. Fine. These three rules, did you follow in naming of the variable? Yes, no? Uh, Variable and data types part, which can I return to make that bold? I didn't get you this variable. So variables. Okay, so please pay attention, guys. So a is a variable which is holding some information. Okay, so these there are some certain constants in naming a variable. It cannot start with your special characters. Only underscore is allowed, and your alphabets are allowed. Whether it is a lowercase or a uppercase, it is case sensitive. Case sensitive means that a equal to 10 and capital A equal to 12. So these are different variables, right? If I try to start with a number, it will give me the error, right? So this is what I have told you that what is a variable, right? So valid identifiers are my class, where equal to one, count, right? So these are some valid identifiers which you can have it, or naming of the variable. Invalid, one variable, you start with the one. Class underscore new, right? Under at the rate is not allowed. Global. Global is a keyword. Okay, so let us try to do this in practice. So let us try to see that if I try to say name one equal to, let's say, ABC, right? So this is valid because it got executed and it doesn't give me error. If I try to say that one name equal to ABC, right? So invalid decimal literal. It is trying to say that in the name, one is coming, right? We are violating the, it cannot start with a number. 1, 2, 3 equal to sign to expression here. Maybe you meant is instead of this. It means that at the rate is not allowed, right? Because it is a special. So these are some of the constraints in which we try to name a variable. Fine? Understood? Then, if I try to say global, global equal to, now you can see that the color changes, green. You cannot name a variable with the inbuilt keywords. So these are some of the inbuilt keywords. Now the question rises like, how do I know it is an inbuilt keyword? Right? So when you are trying to learn Python, automatically you will try to get it that these are some of the words which are already taken, right? So let's say when someone like when a child is born, okay, so we need to have that name of that child. So we know that like prime minister, president, so these are the names which already like are globally taken, so we cannot have that name. So similarly, when you are working with Python, automatically you will try to learn, okay, so these are lists, these are string, so these are some names which I don't need to keep it as a valid name for my variable nomenclature, right? And another thing is that the color will change. So now the color is your green, right? So it means that it is already been taken, right? And if you try to run it, and your program might not work. It will behave in a vague manner, right? Because you are trying to change the functionality. Understood? So this is your naming of the variables. So Shweta, I tried to put a shift plus enter. right? So there's a shortcut key. Yes, you can run it here. You can see what are your shortcut keys, and then you can run it, right? So instead of going again and again to your run button, you can quickly type Shift Enter, and then you can run. Fine. Okay. Any other questions? Any other doubts? This indentation I will try to tell you in a few minutes later. Okay. So first we'll talk about what are comments. Okay. So let's say I try to run some few statements. Shortcuts, you can go into here, run cell, and you can explore here, right? Okay. A equal to 10, B equal to 15, and C equal to 20, right? So these are some of the statements I have run it, right? Okay, so then I will try to say that print A equal to, so now you can see that A equal to 10, B equal to 10, B equal to 14, and C equal to 10. So let's say in your question, in while doing your programming, so you don't want that this B will get executed. So you can just directly put a hash, and in this hash, this statement will not get executed. Okay, if this statement will not get executed here, the Python will not know what was present in B. Okay, it will give you error. Okay, so similarly, I need to comment this also. So now you can see that the Python, when it will execute instructions one by one, let's say it will try to go with this instruction, right? It will say, okay, assign 10 to the variable A. Then it will go to this instruction. But here it is hash it encountered. So it will skip this instruction. It will not get executed, right? Then it will go, it is a blank space. It will blank space. Again, it will go. So 30 will get stored in a variable called C. Then blank space. Then it will say, oh, okay, it is a function. Okay, it will go to that function and it will say, okay, A equal to and A. So what this function will do, it will try to print on the screen. Now A will get printed. Again, it will go to this statement. It is a hash. It will skip this. Again, it will go to C, print this thing, and it will get printed. So this step-by-step execution will happen when you are trying to run your program. Right? So there are comments. So this is your comment. So by hash, you are trying to comment it. Yes, yes, Saurabh. Right. And in some cases, if you try to comment multiple lines, let's say I wanted to comment line from here to here. So Deepak, it is just for the showing part that A equal to 10. So whatever it is present here, it will be, let's say we are trying to write here something, right? So it got executed and displayed on the screen. And here A is the value of 10, right? So this is for your own reference that we are trying to show in a better format that what I have got A, B, and C and showed you the values also. But it looks nice that A equal to 10, B equal to 20, and C equal to 30, right? So this way I'm trying to show you that you can write your own statements here also, right? Okay. So what I was trying to tell you, there is single line comment. If you're trying to skip one line, this is via hash. And if multiple statement, and there is three single quotes. Up till here, you wanted to do here. Let's say up till here, right? And after that also here and here. First, you need to open up and then you need to close it up. And then you try to run it by a shift enter. And here you can see that A equal to 10, right? Then print A equal to C. Uh, so now what I've done is, so these are the statements which I try to comment it. So this is for the multiple comments. So why multiple comments, like multi-line comments? Because every time you need to comment this line, you need to put a hash in front of each and every line. So instead of doing this, you can just these 4 lines you need to comment it. So just put a triple quotes here in the state starting and in the ending. After that, you can write your step. So this is what your single line and multi-line comments work. Are you guys clear with it? Single line and multi-line comments? Yes, no? Okay, so comments are annotations in the source code of the computer program. So comments make it easy for the human to understand the source code, right? So this is a comment. So you can write your own instruction also. This is a comment and then you can execute. But if you don't want that this statement is executed, so you can put a comment also, right? So if the comment starts with hash, the rest of the line is not executed, guys. Fine. Okay. So Python is an interpreted language and it is very powerful language, right? And we have used editors, right? Okay. Now the knowledge check. So Python was invented by A. Gaudium Rosa, Dennis McAllister Ritchie, James Gosling, or none of the above. Okay, so everyone is fine that it was invented by Gaudium and Rosa. Another question: the advantages of Python are flexible, easy to use, readability, all of the above. Very good. So the answer is D, all of the above. Python code can be written in any text editor and saved using dash extension in the system. .py text, .python, .py, all of the above. Yes, your guys correct. It is .py, right? Okay, fine. So now we move to our next session. Okay. So I hope everyone is clear with this, guys, right? Because now the complexity will increase. So now what I'm trying to teach you is variables. So we have worked with the variables and we are trying to understand what is a variable and how this variable work, right? Similarly, now we are working with data types. Okay. Up till here, any questions, any doubts you are trying to have, just let me know before we proceed further. Or you are having no doubts? Yes, no. Should I proceed further? Yes. Just type yes. Fine. Okay. Fine. Okay. So now here, what we have done is we have tried to understand the variables. So variable, what is a variable? Is an identifier. No, it will not work, Deepak. So if you try to say that, like let's say this statement in the start and this statement in the end, it will not work. So this is a single line comment. Single line means that whatever you are trying to write here, only that line will be commented. Only that line, right? So that is specifically I've told you for the multi-line that you need to put a three dots, three colons, three single quotes, and here also three single quotes. That from this line to this line, all the code will be commented and it will not be executed. Yes, got it? Okay. So before moving on, so let us try to understand what are data types. Okay, so data types. So what are the typical data types that is used in Python? So data types that we are using in Python is your integer, right? Numeric alphabet, yes, exactly. Integer is your numbers, right? 0, 1, 2, right? Right. So these are your numbers, real numbers, we call it. Then we have your floating point numbers, which is your decimal point. That 1.00, take a 2 point, right? Or 0.00, right? So these are your floating point numbers. Then we have your Boolean, right? We call it as a bool. Short form is bool, right? And this is your basically true or either false. Guys, remember true with a T capital, false with the F capital. Fine, right? Then we have a string. String, what we have inside your quotes, which is your single quote or double quote. So these are your primitive data types in Python, which are being widely used. Then we will talk about your list, tuple, dictionary, right? Sets, frozen sets, right? Fine. So these are other data types which are used. But the primitive data types or the primary data types are your integer, float, boolean, and string. So there is another data type called as complex also, right? So that we don't use, right? In that we don't use in the sense like these. I have in my experience I have never used in complex in terms of this real and imaginary part. So that we are trying to use it. But in my experience, to be very frank with you, I haven't used any complex data type in my entire career. Fine. So these are the widely used data types which are used in Python. That is your integer, float, boolean, and your string. So let us try to understand and try to see like what these data types are all about, right? So let's say I wanted to give any person a name. What kind of a data type you would suggest? Yes, no. What kind of a data type you would suggest? String, exactly. Yes. So how do you write a string? With the code. First of all, you will try to put a single quote that you will say that name is Amit, right? You will try to run it, and you will say that print name, right? So print is your Amit, name is your Amit. So this is your data type is your string. Let's say I wanted to get the age. What data type do you suggest? Integer. Yes, exactly. So age is 30. Then I would say print age. So guys, let's say in future you are trying to work with your data or the Excel or the CSV, right? So in that case, you are trying to identify that this is your name field, this is your let's say age field. So in the age field or the name field, so these are the data types you need to convert it. Until unless you don't convert it, so like your program will not run. Fine. So these are the data types you need to do it. Then you have a data type, another data type with your floor, which is your salary. Let's say salary. Salary is your, let's say this is your floating point, 120.22, right? So this is your float. Is working is your variable where we call it as a true and false. So remember guys, I have given the variable names a valid name. So try to give the variable names as valid, right? What does it indicate? It indicates that some person name is there in this variable. Some person age is there, right? Try to be a meaningful. Try to be a short and crisp, right? And follow a particular nomenclature. So here you can see that I have followed a nomenclature that is working. Is working could be a true and false only. I could write in a in some camel case nomenclature also. I could write here something like this is underscore working, right? Or I could write here is underscore working, right? So this is your nomenclature. So any nomenclature you can follow. This is up to you, but it should be readable. If someone else is looking at your code and it is saying that okay, so this code here in this particular variable name salary would be there. Don't what if I try to write here as a equal to 120? What will happen? I don't know that this 120 is a salary. It is a number. It is a height of a person. What does it mean? Right? So it doesn't mean anything. It could be anything. But if you try to write salary, this means that this person is holding salary information, right? Okay. So this is your Boolean, true and false. Understood? So make the variable names concise and meaningful and readable so that other person can also. Don't try to make it as A, B, C, X, Y, Z. So this is a wrong practice, right, guys? Okay, so this is your integer, float, Boolean, right? So these are the basic data types that we have used. Okay, so now let us try to understand. This is my variable, and I put the salary as uh, 1,20,000, right? So what is the data type of this, guys? Right? So basically, there is nothing called as text. You are working with Python. Okay, so these are the only data types I know: integer, float, bool, or string. Okay, right? So don't try to say something that which is not present. Okay. So some says it is a string, some says it is a integer. Okay. Then how do I evaluate whether this is a string or you guys are telling correctly or not? There has to be some mechanism in which Python itself tell me that whether this salary is holding information of a string data type or an integer data type. Okay. So it has to be some method. So that function is your type data type. What data type this salary holds, you put that information inside your variable name inside your type. So this is a function because it has got brackets. It is called as a function. It is an inbuilt function because it is already provided by Python, right? And then you try to write it. Then you try to execute it. So it will take string str, which is a string. So if you are trying to work with any of the data type and you don't know that this data type is your integer or a boolean, you need to check it. So then you can check it by using your type command. Similarly, if I try to want to check the name, so this is your string. If I wanted to check your age, integer. If I wanted to check for salary, this is your float. And is working, we have done it, is not defined. So it is not defined means that we have not run that particular cell. Let's try to run it and try to see. Yes, it is a bool. So these all are data types. And we have identified that whether this data type is your uh, like string or integer or boolean or so on. So, right? Fine. Understood up till here. Then what data types we are working with? Yes, no. Yes, I'll give you 2 minutes to practice. Okay. So just create some variables, name, age, salary, and just try to check what are the data types of that variable by using your type command. Okay. And you can also do something like this, print my name is, right, comma, and you can put a name variable to it. Then you can put like this, my age is. I think salary actually, okay, got it. So because I like this was salary and later on I changed to A. So that is the case. So that A equal to 120 doesn't run, Deepak, basically, right? So that is the confusion. I was trying to explain you that you cannot have a variable name as A, B, C or X, Y, Z. So this was right. Okay. So what? Yes. So I was trying to say that my name is this thing, my age is this, right? So you can just say it something like this, right? My salary is fine. So this is how you can write multiple statements and then make your program effective. So let's try to now see the next part, which is your decision control structures in Python. Fine. Before decision control, so let me try to give you print is assigned as a variable instead of inbuilt function. Uh, Print is assigned variable instead of inbuilt function. So I didn't get you, Deepak. What you're trying to say? Print is an inbuilt function, not a variable. So here you have your print, right, which is an inbuilt function, right? And it is being assigned, it is a name, basically a function name is print, right? No, this print salary you haven't executed, I guess. Something is wrong. So it has to be in this thing. Okay, so basically what you are trying to say that print, if you try to put here a raw, so you see that it is in black color. So maybe this code or markdown you have a issue with that. So that is why it is giving you in the black color. Okay, fine. Okay. So what I was trying to tell you guys. So data types. So we have your scalar, integer, float, boolean, and your complex, right? So these are the types of data types which we have. So another types of data types which we have the aggregated data, that is your string. So string is a sequence of characters that is your beginning with either double quotes or single quote. Whatever it is present in your single or double quotes, so that is your string. So that is why explicitly I made a salary equal to double quotes 1,20,000. So basically, the thing is that don't confuse if your inside that part is a boolean, it is a string, it is an integer, it is a float, doesn't matter. Whatever it is present inside your quotes, that is treated as a string, right? Okay. And the data type of any object is checked by using the inbuilt function type, which is your type. So we have already seen that, right? So then the another data types, what we see is your set, list, tuple, and dictionaries. So these are basically different formats of the data, right? So this is your data types, which is your primitive data types, what we call is integer, float, boolean, and the aggregated data could be have your string, sets, list, tuple, or dictionary. Fine. So this will cover in coming lectures, right? So let's try to cover the control statements and your this thing. So after that, we will try to look upon what is string and sets, list, tuple, and dictionary, right? Fine. Scalar data. Scalar data presents a single value, that is integer 42. We are trying to print the integer. Float, we are trying to print the float. Boolean, we are trying to print the Boolean value, which is your true or false. So remember guys, boolean equal to true, which is your T capital, right? So let's say if I try to, this is the learners make, if I try to put it as true, so it is not defined basically. So it has to be true as capital, and you see that the color is changed. It is an inbuilt, right? Inbuilt variable name which is already been taken true. So true, if you try to put it, it will not be acceptable, right? Also, if you try to put it under quotes, so this will yield a data type which is a string because it is inside your quotes. Understood? Even if you try to write something, this is all your string. It doesn't matter. If I try to print is working, now you can see that everything because it is inside your code. So inside your codes, you can write anything. Fine, right? So this is your data type, which is your string data type. Okay, similarly, integer, float, boolean. Then we have your complex and real part. So these, the complex part is 3 plus 4j. The real is your complex dot real, and imaginary is your complex dot imaginary. By the dot keyword, we can get the real part, that is 3, and by using dot image imag, we can get the imaginary, right? Similarly, we can put this. So guys, this imaginary and real part I haven't used in my career because this works with some mathematical functions, and if you want, you can try it out, right? Okay. Then we have the aggregated data. So this will work. This is your sets, list, and your string. Okay. So let us try to understand what is your list and what is your set. Okay, string we already known that it is a sequence of characters which is enclosed in either a single quote and a double. And what is a list? So let's try to understand what is a list, right? So list, I could name a variable called my list and I would get put a bracket. So list is basically a basket. You go to a shopping mall, like you put a basket or a packet in which you put some items. Okay. So this is your empty basket. If I try to say that this is your empty list or empty basket, and I wanted to know what is the data type of this variable my list. I could simply type keyword and I would say my list. What will happen? The data type is your list, right? Fine. So when you try to put a empty bracket with the square bracket, this is represents your empty list. Now I wanted to put some items in my list. Okay. So what items I can put? in the list, what are the data types I can put? Numbers, yes. Sudeep, yes, you are correct. Anyone else? String, yes. Pooja, you are also correct. Right. So in these data types, what we have understood is that we can put integer, we can put float, we can put boolean, right? Okay. Yes, and we can put your string also, right? So this we have understood. So let us try to put one by one all these values to your my list, right? So what I will do, I will try to put Amit, salary, I will put height, or right. Then I will put your is working or not, true, right? Right. String, boolean, and your float. This all I have put it. So this is your my list. If I try to print your my list, what you will see? You will see these are the items which are present in your list. So it is a bag, right? And in the sequence, in what sequence you will put it, in that only sequence it will try to give you that output. Let's say, Amit, you have entered at first position, at the second position you have entered this integer, at the third position there is a floating point value, at the fourth position is your this thing, your boolean value, true or false, right? So basically what you are trying to do is you are trying to put values and in a sequential manner one by one, and it gets printed as it. Fine. Okay. So this is your list in which you can put the items into it. Fine. So this is your list in which you can put items, which is an ordered collection of items or which could be of different data types. Similarly, you can have a list of numbers also, list of integers also. Let's say I could put a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I could put a bracket here. So this is a list in which you are trying to put an list of items, right? Okay. So now one question, guys. What is the difference between array and a list? This is most commonly asked question. Like, what is the difference between array and a list? List has one row. Okay. An array. What do you mean by row? Like, difference between array and a list. So in array and a list, the basic difference is that in the list you can have multiple data types, as we have already seen, right? Okay, so an array could become a list in that. So array can become list could become an array in that sense where you have the same data types. So this is your array of numbers. It is a list. Obviously, it is a list because data type is list. But we can call it an array because it is an array of numbers, right? A list of numbers is called an array. We can say that list of a similar data type we call is as an array, right? Fine. It could be a similar data type, could be a float, it could be a boolean, right? It could be a string, right? So that we call it. Fine. So this is your list. Then we have a set. So set is an unordered collection of unique items. Let's say I wanted to have a set is equal to this thing, right? Fine. And if I try to say type, right, it will become dict, right? So I will try to put here, right? So the reason I showed you that my set equal to this thing, right, is similar because I showed you that my list equal to this. You can create a list. You cannot create an empty list in such a manner because by default it will give you a dictionary. So set, you need to put a set constructor and put a bracket. Here you will try to put a set which is of empty set, right? So now set is your empty. This is your set which is empty, and you can put this collection as 1, 2, 3, and if you put duplicate items in the set, what will happen? It will try to filter out those items only and give you only the unique items. Fine. So in the list, you can have duplicate items, but in the set, you cannot have duplicate items. Lists are ordered, sets are unordered. Let's say if I here try to write some name, and I will try to print it. So here you can see that even if I try to write in a sequence that 1 2 3 2, it is unordered. One comes after this thing, right? 2 3 Ashish and Vipul, right? Fine. So you never know like what order it will become, right? It is an unordered list. But if you try to put items in the my list as Amit, 1,20,000, this thing, so it will come in those sequence only, right? Amit as first position, this is at second, this is at third. But here you cannot guarantee what position it will come, and it will also offer uniqueness. Uniqueness in the sense that it will just remove the duplicate entries, and only the unique items will be given or entered as a set, right? And the syntax is that you can create a set by using a constructor, right? So I hope guys everyone is doing it side by side. Okay, okay, fine. I'll share this at the end. Okay, this notebook. Fine. Okay. Another thing I forgot to mention, right? In this Jupyter notebook, you need to save your file, right? So when you are trying to save your file, Jupyter notebook, it got your extension as IPYNB. What does it mean? Interactive. I stands for interactive. PY stands for Python. NB stands for notebook. So it is an interactive Python PY notebook, right? So you can save it as a Python lecture 2 and save, right? So now Python lecture 2, it has been saved, right? So this is your ordered collection. This is your in-ordered collection. This is your set, fine. So we have studied sets, list, and your string. Then we have a tuple, right? So tuple, what does tuple does, right? Let's say I will try to create a tuple, my tuple, and the tuple similar to your this thing, with the same items what you have put it in the same will try to copy it, but only the syntax change. Like we are trying to put a bracket here, right? And now I will try to print my tab, right? So list is also an ordered collection and tuple is an ordered collection also, right? Then what is the difference between a tuple and a list? Can anyone tell me? Coming with brackets, yes, exactly, yes, yes. And okay, so the difference between tuple and your list is that, so what do you mean by mutable and immutable? So let us try to understand this. So in your list, let's say I have my list. Okay. So in this list at 0th position, there is an item consisting of 1, right? I can change this position to, let's say, 2, right? Right. So let's say in a basket, you have two different baskets. One is for tuple, one is for list, and you have put the same items to that, right? In your list, once your item has been put it down in your basket, right, there is a stack. Stack in the sense, so there is shelves. So in your basket, there are shelves. In one shelf, 2, 3, and 4, right? Something like that. Like let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and 6, right? So there are 6 items in your basket, starting from 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I put 0 at 0th place, 2 item, first place 2 item, third place, second place 3 item, and so on. So at the position 0, I can replace or change. I can put something else to it. I have the liberty, right? Right. So I can change it. But similarly, if you try to do the same thing with the tuple, you cannot do it. You cannot change or modify. Once the item has been put into a tuple, you cannot change or modify or cannot remove it. So this is the difference between your list and tuple. So consider it as these guys, like you are trying to go to a market by using your two different baskets. One is your list and one is your tuple. In the list, if you pick some item and put it, you can replace, modify, or change. Let's say you put a jar of, let's say, jam, right? And you can just say that, okay, so this jam I don't want, I can just replace it. But in the tuple basket, if you put a jam basket, you cannot remove it. Once it is goes to, it is being locked. Understood? So this is the only difference between your tuple and your list. Mutable. Mutable means which is subjective to change. I can change the item. I can modify it. Right? Mutability. Right? If you go to someone else, you adapt yourself. Right? These are the natures of human being in which at every condition, at every temperature, your human beings can reside. Right? But there are some creatures, some persons which cannot change themselves. They are immutable, which is your tuple, right? So another thing to remember, that when you are trying to go to a bank, right, and say that, okay, you can change the bank account. So in that some place your bank manager is friendly with you. They can change some of the details, right? But in some place there are some government employees which they are not very friendly. They are immutable, right? So they are tuple, right? Understood the difference between tuples and list? Yes, no? Okay. So another part is that, like, we have dictionary. So dictionary are unordered collection of key value pairs. So here we can put a name and a value, name, value, name, and a value, right? So here in the dictionary part, so we have an name and value. So let's say the same thing we wanted to put. So I will say my dict equal to this. So this creates an empty dictionary. And I will put a type and I will put my dict, and it's a dictionary, right? So in this my dictionary, the same items, right? Let's say name, age, salary, and is working. I could put it by using a key value. Let's say I put a name. It could be your Amit, right? Then I put a comma. Then I could put a salary, colon. I could put. Then I could put height. Then I could put is working, right? And close it. This is basically your dictionary. And if I try to print that dictionary, I could say this is your dictionary. Fine. So this is your dictionary. Okay. So these are the data types which we are trying to study. So first we have studied there are primitive data types, integer, floating point values, then boolean, and then we have the list which is the ordered collection of items. We could have duplicate items in our list also, right? And then we talk about set. The set we cannot have duplicate items, right? It is unordered. Unordered means that the ordering it will try to give you a different order. The order which you have written in my set, it will not give you that exact ordering of the items. Tuple, on the other hand, my sets are having duplicates. Where you are trying to see the duplicates, Bhumika? This is my set, and this is. Are you able to see any duplicate item here? Okay, I think no. Okay, so in the tuple, we are trying to have the items in a tuple, right? But we cannot change that items, right? So lists are mutable, tuples are immutable, right? And now we have dictionary. That is another data type where we could have it as a key. So this name is a key, salary is a key, followed by a colon, which is value, followed by a colon, which is value. So this my dict is very important in which we are working with your this thing, your CSV part, where name is the name of the column, and here I could simply put a list and put different names. Let's say comma Vipul, right? Then I comma Sunil, and close the bracket. Salary, right? Height, right? So now you are trying to relate this CSV file format. Is working, false, is not working, is true, is working. So what we have done is name is the name of the column which you are working with the CSV, and these contains all the entries in the column. This is the name of the column. These are all the entries in the column. This is the name of the column. These is all the entries. Fine, right? So this is how your dictionary is being a data structure which is very efficient, which is very convenient to use and work with. Okay, so Bhumika, your sets are having duplicates. It can't be actually. Okay, my set, I have tried to create a set with the set, and when I try to keep the set, just check it. It can't be. If you are facing, just let me know and share your this thing. Uh, share with me the snapshot. Okay. So Amit, uh, Sunil here. Okay, I forgot to put a comma here. Actually, right. So when I try to print, you can see it. Right. So this is how your data structure is being organized and taken into your Python with the help of, like, we are trying to get the data from. Now you can understand and relate practical relationship, that whether it is a name, whether it is an age, whether it is how many items he has purchased, right? And what sort of occupation does the person holds, right? You can take all the fields and then you can do some data analysis and cleaning and all sort of things what we have discussed yesterday, right? By using these particular fields. Once you get the data inside your Python, then you can perform multiple operations and work on your data. Are you getting my point? Yes, no? Up till now, is anyone having any doubts? Anything they want me to repeat, I can repeat. So these are the basic data types. Just let me know. Or we can proceed further. Yes, no? Guys, should I proceed further? Yes. So in dictionary, why can't we give after name instead of colon? Okay. So Deepak, so actually the thing is that this is the data structure which is framed in this manner. Okay. I got your point that why it is not colon or equal to, right? It could be. It is like the designer, which was the guy who's invented this type of structure. So they have made it structure according to like colon, right? So this is basically a syntax that we need to follow, right? So any other questions? Any other doubts? Yes, Arpita. How to access the values name under name in dict? Yes, yes, Sudhir, I will tell you. Yes. Any other questions? So this is basic introduction about all the data types I have touched on, but in depth I will try to cover slowly, because if I try to give you a lot of information, so that you cannot digest it right now, right? So this is the case. Like I'm trying to give you uh, why does the why does it print with brackets? Because because this is your dictionary. I have told all my dictionary to get printed. So now, like, it is trying to print all the dictionary, whatever values it present. Similarly, in list also, it is trying to print with the bracket. And here it is tuple, right? So you can get all the information here, like it is there. Okay, so Python variables, as I already told you, so Python is an variable. So sorry, variable is an identifier which holds some information. So here, this is the repeat in which we got it. So let's say x equal to 2034. This x contains some ID, identifier, right, which is holding the information 34, which is a integer. and that has some ID. So you can see here, this is some kind of an ID. Fine. So this ID is basically, we are trying to say that X and Y are trying to refer to the same ID, same storage location, because it considers the value 34, right? X equal to 34, Y equal to 34, and this ID X and Y are same. So you can see the identifiers are same because they point to the same memory location. If I try to say X equal to 34, Y equal to 78, these IDs are different because they are pointing to different storage location, right? So these references can be verified by using the ID function. Okay, so ID is a function in which will try to tell you that where this, at your memory location inside your hardware at this particular point of location, this variable or this variable is storing this information, right? So this is your ID function. Let us try to quickly see. Let's say if I try to say that x equal to 23, and I will try to print the ID of x, right? So this is the identifier, this is the value, this is the in storage location. 23 is being contained here, right? If I try to say that x equal to y equal to x, and if I try to say print ID of y, print, right? Same, right? Instead of that, if I try to say that y equal to 34, and then I will try to check it, you can say that the ID has been changed. Fine. So this is how ID works. Okay. So now we'll try to work with operators. Okay. So now what we have done till now, so we have covered your data types. Sir, have you defined X prior? Yes. I hope Deepak it's clear, right? Okay. So till now, what we have done is we have tried to do your variables, naming of the variables. Then we talked about our print statement. Then we talked about data types. There are various data types, and I give you a touch upon all the data types, right? So the questions like how we can access the data types, the name, and this part, how we can get more into it. So I will talk after this, like when we try to cover the operators and their control statements. Then we will try to in touch upon in depth with this tuple dictionary and your list. Now we'll work upon the operators. So operators are special symbols or keywords that perform computations, right? So let's say there are different types of operators, which is your arithmetic operator, assignment operator, comparison, logical operators, and there are miscellaneous operators which are used in Python. So let us talk about the arithmetic operators. So these operators we have been using since our class like 2 or 3, right? So we have the plus for the addition, minus for the subtraction, star for the multiplication, slash with for the division, and this operator is called as modulo, right? This I will try to explain you. This could be a new operator to you. Then this is also a new operator, which is your integer divide, right? Which is a double slash. Then exponent, which is double star. So let us try to see first the basic operators, plus, minus, division, and your multiplication in practice. So let us take two variables a and b. So a equal to 10, b equal to 12. So I will try to say that print a plus b equal to, then I will try to say a plus b, right? The value of a plus b is equal to 20. Simply I have told a plus b is equal to 22. It added those operators, is values, and gave me the result. Here, if I try to say that a minus, and here I put minus, it is -2, right? If I try to say that a multiplication, then it will give me a into b. Similarly, if I try to get it A divided by B, and here I put a division, now you can get a division of A divided by B. It is 0.0.83333, right? This is the division. Remember, the division will occur. The output of the division will always occur in float. Even if I change the values to, let's say, b equal to 5, if I try to say that, I will try to change it. So you can see that the answer is not 2, it is 2.0. Okay, right? Always the value of this would be 2.0. Output of a division is always float. This you need to remember. Okay. In some cases, I don't want this output to be float. I want to have the output as an integer. What I will do is I will try to put a double slash instead of single slash. It will give and result me in the integer. So now you can see that it is integer. So this what we were trying to see, this integer divide. When I try to divide 50 by 4, it will give me 12. Similarly, when I tried to divide A by B, it gave me 2, not 2.0. This is your division, which is also called integer divide or float division, we call it. Right? Then another is your modulo. Modulo operator is very important, guys. It will give you the remainder, right? Let's say if I try to divide A modulo by B, right? If I try to divide A by B, A is 10, B is 5. 10 divided by B, 10 divided by 5 is 0. 0 means, right? The quotient is 2, the remainder is 0. If you try to divide 10 by 5, the quotient is 2 and the remainder is 0. Now the remainder is 0. So let's say if I try to change the value A to 11 and I divide it, the remainder is 1. Fine. So this is how we try to write a logic if we need to divide a number by another number and try to get the remainder. So this is known as modulo operator, right? So then we have the exponent. Exponent is simply your power. If I wanted to, let's say A is, let's say, 2 and B is, let's say, 5. I wanted to calculate 2 to the power 5. So what I will do is here, print, I will put a double star. Here also, A to the power B. I didn't run this, sorry, 32, right? If 2 to the power 5 is 32. So you wanted to calculate the power. So here is what we are trying to calculate. So these are operators, arithmetic operators. So we can use it. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, float division, modulo operator, and exponent. I hope you are clear. Yes, no? Quickly try this and just let me know in the chat. What about others? Saurabh, Deepak. Okay. Fine. So these are your arithmetic operators, right? So then we come to the assignment operators. Assignment operator is that equal to. So we have already talked about this. We are trying to assign value 10 to A. So this is always read from right to left. This is your assignment operator, right? So assignment operator could be written in this manner also, right? That plus equal to. Plus equal to mean that we are trying to add a value. The last one, which one, Deepak? The operators or the this exponent or this one? Assignment. arithmetic operator, the exponent. Exponent is basically your 2 to the power 5. Let's say a to the power 5. A to the power b. Let's say 2 to the power 5. So 2 to the power 3 is 9. Oh, sorry, 8, right? 2 into 2 into 2, right? Similarly, if I try to say here 2 to the power 3, and here I will try to run it, so it will get 8. Got it? Yes, no? Fine? Okay. So in your assignment operator, so this I was trying to tell you, let's say I wanted to have A. So A equal to, let's say, 4, right? So what I will do is A equal to A plus 1, if I do try to do it. So now the new value of A, what is become 5, right? So I just wanted to rewrite this statement for my use is that A plus equal to 1, right? If I try to say that A equal to 4, similar. So these two statements I have reframed it. So it is only in the framing part, only in the in some like this way also you can write it, this way also you can write. Why I'm trying to tell you, when you are trying to look at other person code, in that sense they have written something like this. So this makes you some confusion. So if you know that what this means, so that will clear your confusion. So basically, what I'm trying to tell you, this thing and this thing are the same. If I try to do is A equal to 4 and A is equal to A plus 1. And now the new value of A is your 5. Right? So this is how you can write it. Similarly, if you wanted to subtract it, you can just write it here. If you wanted to multiply is, right, let's say I wanted to multiply by 2 and then 8. So similarly, this will give you A is equal to A into 2, right? And if I put here divide, so it will give you A equal to A divided by 2. No, it will not take A plus as a variable. No, it will not take, right? Because it is like A plus equal to sign is there. We are trying to assign it. So this is basically, I got your point, Deepak. What you are trying to say is like when I try to say A plus, so this A plus is a variable, right? So you are trying to say that. No. But if this operator comes together, it is treated as one only. Okay, either plus, equal to, or your multiplication or division, right? So it is treated as one only. Right? Okay, so this is your similar operators. Comparison operators comes with your double equal to. So guys, this is very important. When you're trying to write A equal to 4, this means you are trying to assign 4 to A. But if you are trying to write A equal to 4, this what you are trying to do is you are trying to check whether the value of A is equal to 4 or not. Whether the identifier in which A is there, value if A holds is actually A, and it will give you value in a Boolean format, which is your true and false. Right? If I try to put 5, it will give you false. No, A does not have 4, it has 5. Right? So it is false, basically. We are trying to check whether the A contains 4 or 5 or not. Right? This is your comparison. And this is an operator which is not equal to. Now, instead of equal to, I will put not equal to. So this is your not equal to. Right? It is true. Yes, it is not equal to 5 because the value A holds is 4. Right? So these are your operators, which is your comparison operators, right? And these are your assignment operators. Understood? Yes, no? Yes? Proceed further. So now these are the comparison operators. So this also I think you are well versed with. These are operators which is your x is greater than y, y is greater than x, right? So these already you know. So let's quickly try to do this activity. Let's say a equal to 10 and b equal to 20. I will say a is greater than b. It is false. A is not greater than b. A is less than b. Yes, a is less than b. A is equal to b. False. It is not equal to b. A is not equal to b. Yes, A is not equal to b. Then A is less than or equal to b. Right? It is false. A is less than greater. Sorry, A is uh, that was greater than. It was less than or equal to b. Yes, it is true. Right? So these are the operators which you already know. Fine. I think this is self-explanatory. So these things we have been using since our class second. Okay. So now comes the logical operators. The logical operators are and, or no. Okay. So for these logical operators, let us try to revise the truth table of and, or. Okay. So how do we try to write the truth table? Okay. So these are x, this is y, and this is your result. Okay. So let us try to do it by using and. Okay. So here, what we will do, it is just true. The value is also in y is true. What is the result? If both are true, just quickly tell me, guys. For the and, it is true. Yes. Fine. If it is true and here it is false, what is the value? False. Right? Here it is false. Here it is true. What would be the value? False. And here we have false. Here we have false. What would be the value? False. Right? So this is the truth table for and. And means, let's say, if one of the condition is false, you have false. You need to have both the conditions true, right? Right? So this x has to be true, y is also true, then only then this condition makes sense. Okay, are you getting this point? So this is your and. So and comes with both the condition has to be true, then only then your result will be true, either it will be false. So let us try to quickly revise your or truth table. Similarly, x, y, and your result. Just quickly tell me, guys. True. Here also true. Yes. Here we have false. Here we have true. Here we will have true. Yes. Exactly. Here we have true. Here we have false. And here we have true. Similarly, we have false. We have false. And here we have false. So the truth table of OR is that if one of the condition is true, we will have true. So this is your truth table of and or, right? So let us try to see one by one in practice. Let's say a equal to 10 and your b equal to 20. Then let us try to see a greater than b and a equal to b. Okay. What would be the answer, guys? What is a greater than b? It is true or false? Okay. And what is a equal to b? False. And false and false. What it will be? False. Yes, exactly. So if I try to run single entry, let's say I will try to run a equal to b, or I'll try to show you the complete. It is false. So a equal to b is false, and a equal to b is also false. Then we could say that false and false. So these are your and operator and or operator, right? Okay. So let us try to see. So this is or and not. So not takes the opposite. If the condition is true, it will give you false. And if the condition is false, it will give you true. Fine. So these are the logical operators which is very useful when you are trying to run your programs. Understood? Are you clear with these logical operators? arithmetic operators and assignment operators? Just give me yes, no, everyone. Yes, yes, guys. Okay. So now there are some miscellaneous operators, which is your is operator. So is operator is basically for to identify that whether these both of the variables are same or not, right? Let's say in A we have entered some of the values. In B also we have entered some of the values. Whether A and B are same or not, right? Fine. So A is having some information and B is also having some information. Fine. So whether is A is B or not, let's try to understand and run this. A is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, and B is also having, let's say 1, 2. Okay. So let us try to understand this, what is happening at the background. Okay. Okay. So guys, memory allocation. Okay. Yes, because A is not equal to B. So you are right. You are closely to this part that why it is because of the memory allocation. Yes. So guys, let me try to uh, understand this point that when you are trying to learn Python, just try to understand like why this is happening, why it is not happening. Okay. And in some part, if you don't understand it, so you go to pythontutor.com. This is a very interactive thing to learn like what is happening at the background by some sort of visualization. Okay. So this is basically go to this and edit code and get this thing. Click on this. You go to this and edit code and get AI help. So click on this link. Okay. So you will get a sample program. So delete this and try to run your own. If you don't understand anything and if you are stuck somewhere, just go it, copy paste your code and try to see the visualization. Right. I'm repeating again for those guys, right, who have missed this. Go to pythontutor.com, click on this edit code. Fine. So now go to this edit code, and after going to this, like you can click and copy paste your code. I have copy paste that link into the chat. Right. Now you are trying to visualize this execution. What will happen? As it is an interpreter language, it will try to read the first instruction and execute it. So this is what happens at the background, guys. Right? So A, your cursor is here. It means this is the line which is going to execute. Okay, I will try to hit next. What it will happen? A variable A is got created and it points to a list which is holding some information. A is the data type or the variable. Oh, sorry, A is the variable which is holding a data type called list which contains some information which is your integers and it is placed at 0, 1, 2, and 3. Fine. Another part B is also another variable, right? And it is another list which is holding some information. And these two information are separately stored at separate locations. This means that A is not equal to B, guys. A is B, it is false. Fine. So A is B is false. If I try to run it and try to here write it, print, it will show me in the console. Fine. So this is a very interactive site in which if you try to understand what is happening at the background, you can just type your code here and just try to hit in the next button in which you get a visualization what is happening. Now here the output is false. Understood? Hope everyone is clear with this. Yes, no? Fine. So this is what is happening, right? So that is why I tell you that A is B is false. Similarly, A is not B, so you can see that it is true. Fine. If I try to see that here, I will try to here, right here, instead of I will say B equal to A, and then we'll try to visualize it. So what will happen? A and B are pointing to the same object, same memory location, which is your true, right? So here, if I try here that A not A A is not B. So this is A is not B, which is false. Understood? Fine. So this is your miscellaneous operators we have covered. Then we have in operator also, in which we are trying to see that whether this 10 exists in this variable A, which is a list or not. Right? So in and not in. Whether 10 is not in A, right, it will give true and false. If it is present, it will give true. If it is not present, it will give false. Fine. So this is your in operator. So let us try to understand in operator. Let's say A, let's say 1 in A. It is true. 1 is present in A. If I try to tell it 1, 10 in A, it will give me false. If I say that 1 not in A, it will give me false. Fine, right? So this is your in and not in operator, which will be used, which is called as miscellaneous operator, right? I hope everyone is clear with this part. Yes, no. Up till now, any doubt, any questions are you having? Because we can start the next topic today, or we can start the next topic from tomorrow onwards. Because I just wanted to start fresh with the strings in Python. So we have still 5 minutes left, guys. So what we can do is we can just revise what we have learned, and also we can take the doubts. Okay, if you have any doubts, right? So what we have covered today is that let's try to understand. We have first seen the print hello world, right? So this hello world we have seen by using your print statement, right? Then we have seen that what are variables and data types. Variable is identifier which holds some information, and variables consist of some naming conventions, right? It can only start with an underscore. It should not start with it could only have the underscore and alphabets, and it cannot start with a number. And special characters are not allowed in naming of the variable, right? Okay, right. So then after that, we also saw that the data types. So there are primitive data types and your mixed data types, which is your list, tuple, dictionary sets, and frozen sets. Right? Frozen sets we have not covered, so we will take in the next coming section session that what these data types are. Okay, right? And after that, we will try to talk about our functions also, which is very important because up till functions, if you try to learn Python, so that would be sufficiently you can take it forward and try to get your hands dirty into any of the programming languages or any of the applications or maybe your programs in Python. Fine. Then there are different data types, which is your float, right? That we saw, and how to check whether that data type is of whether that variable is of what data type, right? Okay, by using your type keyword. Then we saw list. We can create an empty list, right? And we can have duplicate entries in a list also. Fine. Then we have set, which is unordered collection of items. Then in these sets, we cannot have duplicate items. It automatically removes your duplication. Tuple, which is similar to list, but the thing is that lists are mutable, tuple are immutable. We can change the list, but we cannot change tuple. Elements of tuple we cannot change. Elements of list we cannot change. This is the conclusion what we are trying to see. What are why lists are mutable and tuples are immutable. Dictionaries, name, key order values. This is your key. This is your values, right? Then we saw operators, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, flow division, modulo, assignment operators, in, not equal to, greater than, less than, equal to, right? Then logical or and not, right? Then in and not in, right? These are some of the things which we are trying to studied in today's session. No, Chandra, Shekhar, next class is not project, so it is only like next is also practical session, which will cover your concepts like string, tuple, loops, right? For loops, while loop, conditions, if statements, nested if statements, and then we will talk about your functions, your Python functions, right? And then a little bit advanced part also I will try to cover if the time permits, right? Okay. So at any point, if you feel that you have missed something, just let me know. I will try to share this notebook and it will be reflected on your LMS part. Okay. And any topic, any doubt, if you have, just let me know. I will try to clarify that doubts and also repeat the topic in whatever you have missed it or you didn't understand. Okay. So I've shared your this lecture in the chat. So please download it and try to work and try to see if any errors or if any doubts you have, right? So, okay, so as Deepak asked the question that what are sets? So basically you can create and set empty set by using your set, right? And if I try to see print my set, it will try to give you set. And if I wanted to check print type of my set, basically it is a set, right? So it is a set. In your my set, I could add some items, right? Let's say a right. So as you can see that some of the duplicate items I'm putting, right? And let's try to run this. So when I try to say print my set, so what you will observe, my sorry, set, nice. So what you will observe. So A was duplicate, it got eradicated, and only one is also duplicate, right? And right, rest of the items are unique. So it will give you unique items. So set always rely on set if you want some unique items, right? And ordering is changed. So if I try to put A in front of you, right, at first position, so it ordered, it is an unordered. So the ordering will change and it will try to give you some A would be present at some other location. So this is the beauty of set. If you want your items to be sorted, right? Sorry, not sorted, to be unique, right? So unique items would be present in the set. But on the other hand, in the list, duplicate items also may exist. So this is the difference between set and your list. I hope you're clear, Deepak. Whatever I have shared you this Python notebook, try to run this itself only, right? Okay. Okay. So let's begin. So naming of the variables, right? So it will only take the alphabets and it will not start with a number. Then we also try to see data types, right? So we have like primitive data like types like integer. So it could be value from zero, right? From minus infinity to infinity. It could be zero, one, two, three, but it could be a whole number. It couldn't be a decimal or a floating point value, right? Okay. For the floating or the decimal point value, we have a float data type. So these all are data types. Integer is your data type, float is your data type, boolean is your data type, which consists of true and false. So true and false with a T capital and a F with a false with a F capital. So this makes sure that if you are trying to put a variable and this would be in capital, right? Okay. And string anything which comes under a single quote or either a double quote that is treated as a string. Okay. So these are the basic data types which we have studied, and then there are another data types which could be a list, tuple, dictionary, sets, rows and sets, right? Okay, so these are also our data types, and then this we will try to cover today, right? Then we'll try to see how to see the type of a data type. Let's say if the salary is equal to 1,20,000, right? So this is the data type. So I asked this question in previous lecture also. So some of you stated it is an integer, Okay, and some of you have said it is string. But how do I check like whether this data type is actually a string data type or a integer data type? Then there is a type command. So type shell, it will try to tell you that what sort of data type is this, right? Similarly, type is working, it will tell you it is of Boolean data type. Okay. Then then these were some of the print statements, like you can take like my name is this, my age is this, my salary is this, and try to print these statements according to the data type, right? Okay. So then we discussed about the list also. Okay. So list is another data type used in Python, which consists of a homogeneous or a non-homogeneous type. Homogeneous means only a one single type of data type. Let's say a list of integers, a list of floating point values, a list of strings, right? So this is your list. But if you have mixed data types, so then we could have a like a non-homogeneous, right? So list is basically, I explained you the bag, right? When you go shopping, you take different items. You put the chips also, you put the cold drinks also, you put food items also, you put clothes also, you put your accessories also, right? So this is your list. It is a bag, is a container which can handle different types of data types in it, right? Okay. It could also have a list inside your list. Means that a bag consists of a small bag. This we generally do, right? When you go shopping, you put a smaller bag, and inside this bag you put a smaller bag also, right? So let's say, so if I put a bag of, let's say, Amit and Vipul. Yes, sir, we'll come to that tuple again. Okay, so we'll first cover this topic, and then we'll try to come up with the tuple also, right? So here you can see that in the list there is Amit, there is 1,20,000, there is a floating point value, there is a Boolean value. So these are your items, right? And there is another, this whole item is your list. So this means that in a bigger bag, there is a smaller bag, right? This we generally do. When you go shopping, what you do is like, let's say you make a bag of fruits and you put it in a bigger bag. So this is what you are trying to do. You make a bag of fruits and you are trying to put it in a bigger bag, right? So this is basically what it does. It is trying to store the values inside your list. At the zeroth position, it is Amit. At the first position, at the second position is your integer floating point. At the third position is your Boolean. And at the next position is your another batch, which could be 0 and 1. Okay, right? Okay. So this is how the complexity arises when you are trying to work with your data types, right? Understood? So this is your list. Okay, right? Then we are having tuple, right? So after that, like this is a tuple, right? So tuple is also similar to your list only, right? Okay, so we can have items inside your tuple. Okay, but the only difference in your tuple and your list is that list is mutable, tuple is immutable, right? Lists are mutable, tuple are immutable. Means that the element present at zeroth position, element present at zeroth position in a list can be changed. Let's say in this particular list, you have the zeroth item. This is the zeroth item. This is the first item. This is second. This is third. And this whole is at fourth item. Total, there are four items in your bag. And at the fourth item, there are another two items inside. So this means you are having a bigger bag. Inside it, there are three items and sorry, four items, right? So there are one, two, three, and four. And fifth item is your another bag which contains two items. Right? So this could be like interpreted in this manner. Okay, right? And it, at the zeroth, so always the indexing start with zero, not one. So we will call it at zeroth position. At the zeroth position, we are storing Amit. Okay, in tuple also we are storing zeroth position Amit. But in the tuple, we cannot change it. We cannot change like Amit to Vipul because it does not allow us. Okay, it is the nature. It is the property of a tuple that inside your bag, once it is being placed, you cannot modify it or you cannot change it. Right? So, but inside your list, if there is one item you have picked it from the shopkeeper and you have put it in your bag, you can just replace it. But once in the tuple, that item you cannot make changes to that item. So this is what the tuple is, right? So I hope Saurabh, you are clear. So just let me know if you need more explanation. I could representatively or visually explain to this topic as well, right? Okay, just let me know. Okay, so we will try to cover the more functionalities of tuple list and your strings also. Like this is just because I'm trying to go slow. Okay, so when I will try to discuss more into depth of a tuple or a list or a set, right? So that way you can explain better because so that is the reason I have scheduled another session tomorrow. Okay, because the topics are yet to cover and we are trying to go slowly so that you will try to complete your project. Okay, fine. Okay, so any questions, any doubts you are having till now, just let me know. Okay, right. So then we try to cover the dictionaries. So dictionaries also are having key value pair. So this is basically your keys, right? And this is your value, right? So we have arranged the dictionaries into a key value, right? Okay, right? So then we try to, so this is basically your data types. So these data types, if you don't understand, you have struggling with the data types. So we'll try to cover today itself only. Tuple and list data type or variable. Tuple and list data type or variable. I didn't get you. A tuple and list data type or variable. Acha, you are trying to ask that tuple and list are data type or variables, right? No. Tuple and list are data types, right? So variable is just a what we store identifier in which we store information, right? So list and tuple are data structure basically, or data types we call it, in which we store some information, right? So this is the structure in which how we store and they have some property. So consider in this manner, like in a bank, like we try to have different employees, right? Okay, so we could have a manager also that holds some properties, right? Some attributes, right? So this is like how they store information. So that is your list in which they could have any kind of a data type or values which could be stored. So tuple, there is a just a constant, so it cannot change some value, right? Okay. So dictionary, on the other hand, has some key values. So these are basically how you store the data. If in future I ask you, you need to store data in this format, then it is the job of the programmer to decide what variable or what data type I should consider, okay, in trying to store my values. Okay, and like this structure or this data type is very efficient. Okay, because this can be organized in such a manner that you could all have the keys in one place and values in one place. Okay, so this will discuss in today's lecture, right? And next lecture also, right, in depth, like what the dictionaries offer and how it will be working. Okay, right? Then we will try to, we have covered like arithmetic and logical operators like plus, minus, division, floor division, right? Then we have exponent, right? So this was like arithmetic operation, right? We have multiplication, we have division, right? So this was like basic class 5 problem, right? Then we also covered like greater than or equal to, right? Not equal to, right? So then logical operators like and or, right? So we also tried to cover the truth table, like if this and both the conditions must be true. If the conditions are not true, then the and operator will not work. And in or operator, one of the condition is true, then it is the output is true, right? For example, like we have this condition and this condition. If both the conditions are true, then only we will try to get the output as true. If one of the condition is false, then we get the false, right? Right. So this we try to see. Okay. Then we also try to get set. So what is basically a set? Set is a collection in which is an unordered collection of items, which does not hold duplicates. So basically, set is a type of data type which does not contain duplicate values. It always have unique values. So let's say you wanted to filter out some values. So set is the best option, right? Okay, okay. So this we have covered. Okay, so I hope like this you have understood and practiced, and if not, like try to practice it, right? And in today's session, we will try to cover the flow statement, control flow statements like for loops, while loops, right? If condition, and then we'll try to cover the strings, list, tuples, and your dictionaries more into depth, right? And we'll also touch upon your Python functions, right? So up till here, my agenda is to complete these topics, right? Okay, fine. And in case you have any doubts, any questions, just try let me know, and I will try to solve the your problems, right? Okay. So before wasting any time, so let's try to create a new notebook. Okay, and I will try to make it and logical operators also we have covered, right? Right. So now we will try to cover the strings in Python. So let us try to cover what are strings. Okay. So what are strings basically? So strings are a sequence of characters that can be either letters or alphanumeric, right? But the only difference or the key points to here to take in mind is that strings are enclosed in either single quotes or double quotes, right? Okay, whatever is placed inside your single quote or double quote, so that is treated is your string, right? So here the message one, and it is being treated as a string. Okay, right? So we can also try to cover triple quotes, right? If the data is large or the string is large or you have large text, right? So then you can put a triple quotes here, right? So this we'll see in practice. Let me try to cover the slides and then we will try to cover it in practice. Okay, right? So this is also is you can do it. Okay. So let us try to see what is a string. Okay. So what I will do is I will try to give my string equal to hello world. Okay. So then I will say print my string. Okay. So I urge you guys to just try to type as I am typing. So practically, like I'm giving you time so that like you can just do it, right? Okay. So this is your string. So this we have converted this we have printed hello world, and this is in the course. Okay. If you are trying to see the data type, let's say I try to print and I will say type and I will say my string. So it is a string, right? So the data type is string. I will take another string, my string one, and I will try to take the hello world, right? So, so either in double quotes, single quotes, or triple quotes. So these all things are treated as your strings. Fine. So, so the strings can be accessed by using subscript or indexes. Indexing in Python starts with zero. Okay, so this is your indexing. So indexing, you can say that like this is your hello world. So how it is being stored? It is stored at zeroth position. So just try to consider this hello world a to be stored in a form of a stack. So let's say you have a stack, you have a rack. In the rack, you have some numbering. So this is all a rack in which it is being numbered from 0 to 11. So consider it in this manner at the 0th in a rack at the 0th position or zero numbering, first element that is your H is being stored. At the first numbering of the rack, E is stored. At the second, it is L is stored. Third, L is stored. Fourth, 0 is being stored. And at the fifth position, okay, so don't confuse here. If there is space, space is also stored. Okay, so space is also stored. All right, if I have a double space, so like it will take a double space also. Okay, so space is also a character. Don't try to confuse that space is not a character. Space is also a character. It will also store some information and it will also be stored inside your rack. So this is your rack basically, in which there is a number associated to that particular space. Okay, right? So then it comes W, then O, R, at 8th position, 9th position L, and 10th position D, and in 11th position there is explanation mark for the course. So there you can ask me a question for the course. Is there any number? No. So course there is no number. Okay. right? So after quotes and before quotes, whatever is being written, so that is being stored sequentially as a numbering in the form of a step. So this is how you store it, right? So this is called as forward indexing, where the indexing starts from zero. Okay. So this is one of the nomenclature, right, in which the information inside the string is being stored. And there is another nomenclature in which the numbering starts from last element. The last element, the numbering starts from -1. Okay. So let's say like I am like I wanted to store this information in the form of a rack and I number these racks. One, two, three, four, five, right? I come from right left to right or from left to right, right? But there's another guy who tells me that okay, no, I will not go from left to right, I will go from right to left. Okay. So then he tries to say that okay, I will start from numbering -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, and so on, and I will store information like this. Okay. So both these nomenclatures are correct. Either you go from 0 to 11 or either you go from at the last -1. So whatever information is stored at the last, that is your minus. The reverse we call, right? Okay. So let's try to do this in practice. Okay. So let's say my string hello world. Okay. So if I try to say my string 0, okay. So I will try to say print my string. So H is being stored, right? So if I try to say print my string, right? Let's say uh, this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So let's say 5. So if I try to hit enter, what would be the value? You tell me what element I will get? Blank. Yes, exactly. Blank, or we could say that space, right? So now you can get a blank element or space, you can get it, right? Okay. So if I try to see my string, let's say 5, then it was 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10. Okay, so I said 10. What I'll get? D. Okay. So now another question to you guys. What happen if I try to give 11? What do I get? Just try it out and let me know. Yes, everyone. If I try to put or access 11th element of this particular string, hello world, what do I get? Error. Okay, fine, great. Yes. Error. Yes. Yes, exactly. So you are trying to get an error. What it says. Okay, so now the thing is that the most important. Okay, so you are trying to do Python or learn Python, and this is not the case. You will not encounter any error. You will not face any error. You at times you will face an error. But the only thing is that how you can interpret your error, how you are trying to understand your error. Okay, so now it says that index error, string index out of range means that, okay, means that, so we have stored hello world and we have made a stack. Okay, so this stack is of, let's say 11th number only. So 11 number is only stored, right? So in our case, so exclamation mark is our exclamation mark is at 11th position. Okay, here we are only storing D up till D, right? So the thing is that if I try to access 12th element, so there is no element present after 12, right? In the 12th number, there is nothing is present. So we haven't stored anything. So we have only stored up till here only. So these racks is allocated dynamically at only 11th positions. 12th position or 13th position is not does not exist. So that is why it is trying to say that index out of range means that I'm trying to access an element which is not present at my index, at my range, right? In my range, right? So this is what the error says. So basically, it is trying to say that okay, the element you are uh, trying to retrieve is not present at the 11th position. Okay, right. Okay. Similarly, if I try to access the last element, so what I will do, I will try to say print my index. I will say -1. Okay. So now the last element is D. If I try to say print my string, If I say -5, you will get W. If I say print my string -10 E, right? Or let's say if I try to say, right, here also, right? So here also it says string index out of range. Okay, so if you count, right, from here to here, right? So 12th minus 12th, right? So minus 12th is not present. In our case, it was hello world, right? Hello world. So -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, -6, -7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Right? Up till 11 elements are only present. 12th element is not present and it will say index out of range. Right? Okay. Yes. How can we get the index number? Okay. So index number like you want a particular for a particular element or a particular string, you want that index number, Pooja? Okay, okay, okay. I'll tell you, right? Okay, just be with me at some point, right? So there's some inbuilt function in which we can get the index position also of a particular element, right? If you want. Okay, okay, okay. So the next part is that, okay, so this you have understood that how we can access these strings in a reverse order and in the forward order, right? If the element is not present, it will give you an error that index is out of range. Okay. Okay. So now let's try to understand there are some methods, right, of the string. Okay. Right. So let us try to understand. So we have my string, right? Hello world. Now I wanted to get what is the length of this string. Okay. So you are trying to count, but if I say that I write here, like randomly I write around 50 words, but I don't want like I don't know like what is the length. Okay, so what I will do is I will try to calculate the length by using your length keyword, length, and I will say my string. Okay, so it will try to give the length of the string. So indexing always start from 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Indexing always start from 0. But if you try to count something, you will always try to count from 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there are 11 characters, including your space. So space is also be counted. Okay, don't try to ignore the space. Understood? So the length of this particular string is your 11. Okay, right. Now let us try to understand this string. Okay, have some functions. Okay, so you have seen movies like Avengers, right? So Avengers. Okay, so for space, it doesn't show anything because space is an empty character, right? If you try to see and if you try to see space, right? So it will not show. Okay, right? Okay. So string, right? So these data types. So we have already studied these data types. So we have the strings, we have the list, we have tuples, right? And we have your list, so list we are seeing, and then we have your sets, right? So consider these data types as your Avengers. Okay. So what does Avengers mean? Right? Avengers are some superheroes, right? So everybody has watched those movies like Avengers, which we have Spider-Man, which we have Captain America, right? And other guys like Hulk also we have, right? So these are also some superpowers. Let's try to understand it, right? So let's say my string. So this is also superpower, which have some format or data types or functions. And these Avengers have some powers. Similarly, strings also have some powers in which they can use that. How will we find which bracket to use? Which bracket I didn't like square bracket. Okay. So generally, okay. So generally, I tell you, if you're trying to index something, then it is the or the square bracket. But for functions, always there is your round bracket, right? If you are trying to access something, let's say you are trying to access your my string, right? And this is your zero, right? So this is your square bracket. You are trying to address index, and this brackets are generally used for functions. right? So when you are trying to get familiar with your these data types, so automatically you will try to understand that these are some functions. These has been used by brackets, and if not, they are trying to access it by 0, 1, 2, something like that, right? Okay, fine. Okay. So now what I was trying to say is like these strings, like my string is a variable which has some value, that is your hello world. If you put a dot and do hit a tab. I'm repeating again. You make a variable, let's say my string, and you put hello world to it. Hello world. Okay. Run this string. Run this. Run by this run button. After that, what you will do? You will try to stay my string, put a dot, and that tab. Put a tab. So you can see a list here. F means function. So these are some powers. Okay. So these are some powers of my string. Okay. So these all these are powers. Okay, so this we have capitalized, we have center, we have count, encode, ends with, expendables, find, format, right? Is alpha, is num, right? So we will not try to see all of these. We will try to see few of these. Okay, and basically the thing is that the idea is that these data types could have many functions, and you don't need to memorize all these functions because it is very like in Python when you are trying to do programming, nothing you need to memorize. Okay, you all needs to understand the concept. Fine. Tab, tab. There is a tab button, right? Okay, then press that. Okay. So let's say these capitalize. I wanted to, by the name itself, you say that I wanted to get my string capitalized. So just put a bracket to it. Okay, and just put a print statement to it, right? And put a bracket. So what you are trying to do is this is your print. Inside your print, this you need to capitalize and you have made it, and then you hit enter, right? Okay, so you will see that nothing happens. Why nothing happens? It will only try to capitalize the first word. If I try to say that hello and I will run it, right? Now you see the difference. Only first word H, only H is being capitalized. Fine. So this is your capitalized. Let us try to see another. So all of you guys try with me and let me know. Okay. So capitalize, I'll try to say that it will capitalize only first character, right? Only the first character it will try to capitalize. But I want all the words should be capital. So I will try to put a dot, put a tab, and I will try to see. And there is one function called upper. So upper, right? Then I will try to put a bracket. Then again, I will put a closing bracket. So this was the opening bracket of print, and this is the closing of the bracket, right? Now you can see that my string has been capitalized. So this is your upper. Understood? Yes? No? Anyone? Are you guys doing with me? Yes. So there are two functions. So one is capitalize, which will try to capitalize only the first character. Another is your upper, which is try to give me the all the characters in the uppercase. Okay. So the here one thing, my string, you need to put dot. Okay, my string dot capitalized. After capitalized, you need to put a bracket. Okay, so I'm repeating again. My underscore string. This is your variable name. First, you put a dot, right? After dot, you put a tab, capitalized, and then you put a bracket. Okay, then you put print. After print, you put another bracket and this is your closing bracket. Then you hit enter. Understood, Pooja? So remember guys, these are our functions. Functions mean powers. Okay, so they try to do some job for you, right? But the only thing is that you need to put, if there's a function, you put a bracket to it. And by dot. Okay, so by dot, you are trying to get those powers. So this is your, let's say this is your uh, Spider-Man, right? Spider-Man has some powers. So by dot, you can access those powers, and by putting a bracket, you can just put it. And this is your print in which the overall bracket has been put. Okay, so I'm repeating again. This is your my string. You put a dot. Dot means you're trying to access some powers. Put a tab. So these are all powers which comes, right? So let's say we'll try to see another power. So let's say index. So someone asked me, I wanted to find that at what position a particular element is present. Okay. So let's say I wanted to check what position W is present. Okay. So you can see 6. At sixth position, W is present. So let us try to verify this also. My string, and I will say 6. Yes, W is present at sixth position. This is right. Okay. So this we can check that at what position a particular word or character is present. Understood? Yes, no? Yes, guys? Okay. Right? Fine. Okay. So similarly, let us try to take another. So I will quickly try to see all these functions. Let's say I will try to create another. Okay, I will say Python is awesome, right? Okay. Okay, so this is my string. Okay, so let us try to put all these things in lowercase. So I will say my string dot lower, put a bracket and put a print statement in front of. So all the characters are being replaced automatically in lowercase. Okay, fine, right? Similarly, let's say another function, okay, is lower. Is lower is means that is lower. By the name itself, it is trying to suggest that is lower, it will return me true and false. So I am trying to see that whether this my string, yes. So Deepak, yes, I got your point. So this W sys character is being outputted without print. Yes, I got your point. So this is basically your Python, your Jupyter notebook is your interactive Python. Okay, right? So if you try to put print, that also will work. If you don't try to put print, that also will work, right? So here, let me try to put string hello world, and here, let's W, right? Okay, right? If I don't put your my string, this also will work. Okay, so print is basically into the console, and this is also a kind of an interactive notebook in which you values which are being present. Okay, right? So both it will work. Fine. Yes. Understood? So similarly, let's say my Python is awesome. So I'm trying to print the string in the lowercase. Now I wanted to check whether my string is in the lowercase or not. Okay, so whether it is in the lowercase, guys, or not? Yes, no. All the characters has to be lowercase, then only it will be considered at lowercase. If one of the characters in the uppercase, then it will not be considered in the lowercase. So what will be the output? Just write it out. Let me know. False. Yes, exactly. Right. So if I try to do a print and then it will give me false because it is not lower. So this lowercase or in the uppercase. Okay, so now you can relate to your real life situations whether you are taking your input from the user. Let's say your name, right? The user can put the name in the lowercase also in the uppercase also. Okay, in that sense, you need to convert that into a lowercase. So you will try to convert it by using your capitalize, your upper, your lower, right? And then you are trying to see whether that name like is something you can make statements out of it. Fine, right? So let us try to see the input command also, where we will try to take the name from the user. Okay. So let's say I will take say the name input underscore name. There's an input command, and I will say enter the name of the student. Okay, right? Then I will say print input. So now we are trying to make a short program in which we are trying to enter the name of the student and we are trying to print the name. Okay. Now the task is that if the student enter the name in the uppercase, I want all the names should be entered in the lowercase. Okay. Right. So I will try to say that. Okay. I try to write Vipul. Right. So now the Vipul has been entered, printed. Right. So let's say the Vipul which I have entered all should be in the lowercase. So what I will do is I will put here print dot lower and I will put that. If I try to say that we pull Sharma, right? All these things are in the uppercase. Now you can see that Vipul Sharma is in the lowercase. Fine, right? So these will help us in which we are trying to do some string manipulation by using some functions, right? Okay, understood? Not yes, no, yes, guys. Arunima, Deepak, what about others? Okay, let me know if you are following. Okay, okay. If you are not following, then also let me know. Okay, okay, fine. So I will try to give more examples. Okay, okay. If you guys want, right? Okay, fine, right. So this is your like statement, right? So we have entered a name and then we are trying to put that. Okay. So now the next function is your let's say split. Okay. So split, right? Or let's say let's try to do your my string, and if here put a hello. Okay, so now you can see that there is lot of empty characters here in the starting of the string and in the ending of the string. Okay, fine. Okay, if I try to see what is the length of the string, 30, right? But only 10 to 12 characters are only needed for me. All these blank space are empty. Like I don't want these, right? Okay, if you are trying to store these empty spaces, so like you wanted to get rid of these spaces. So how you can get rid of these spaces, right? So there's another method or a function or a power that is your strip. Strip means to remove the spaces. Spaces, right? You wanted to get rid of the spaces which is coming at the beginning and at the end. So remember, guys, you cannot run right whether it is a blank, whether the space is in between. Okay, let us try to print this hello world, right? So now you can see that the spaces has been reduced because you have made a strip function. What you can do is you can copy this into another variable, right? So you can say that your string has been stripped and the stripped string is been copied to my string underscore one, right? Always try to read from right to left. So what will happen? This will try to strip this my string. Okay. Strip function will get in place to my string. It will just uh, try to apply on this my string. After applying, after reducing it, it will just try to copy it on my string one. Okay. If I try to now print my string one, so you can see that your original string has been replaced. Oh, oh, sorry. Here I need to put underscore. Yes. Now you can see that, right? So I've copied to my string one, and then here am I trying to print it, and this you can see that this all got stripped. Okay. The thing is that Deepak, this cell. Okay, okay. So Deepak has a question where like it was trying to run this cell. Okay, input one. Okay, so this I'll try to run it again. Let's try to run it again. Okay. So now when you are trying to run this cell, so see this is a star. So star means your cell is still running. Okay. So this is asking for an input. This is asking for the user to type some command. Let's say I've typed here Vipul or Suresh. After writing Suresh, I need to hit enter. It is trying to ask me that after hit enter, right? So now you can see that this star has gone. Understood? So that is why the deadlock has been like it is not trying to like complete first step, and you are trying to move it to another step. So that is why the deadlock occurs. Okay. So if you try to see a star in your cell, so there is something wrong. This is still executing. It still needs your input from the user, and the user has not given the input. So that is the case, right? Okay. So this strip, so you have understood. So this is strip is used to strip the empty characters, spaces, right? Beginning and the ending. So you cannot strip the space in between of your sentence. Okay, right? But in beginning at the ending, you can strip it. Okay. So let's say I have another string, right? Which is something like that, @ and I put a hello world, and at the end also I put a hello world. Okay, right? I just wanted to get rid of this, right? So now Deepak input underscore name and input name, right? So there is your case sensitive, right? So you cannot have a variable name, right, with the n capital, and here you are trying to refer it with the small name. Okay, so already in the line number 2, it shows that your input name is not defined, means that your variable is not defined. Okay, so you just need to be sure of that your variable name, whatever variable name you are trying to do, that must be exact. Okay, so this is good, right? So until and unless you try to encounter an error, so you will not able to learn Python, guys. Okay, so errors are good. If you are trying to learn something, so you will try to get some errors, and then you are trying to solve that errors. Okay. So Deepak, here you put n is capital, n is small. So this is the only difference. Okay. If you try to put n here capital and try to run this, these will work. Okay. So now this is your my string, right? So now here I just wanted to get rid of the alphabets. So we have an same function which is your strip, but this strip is used to give or remove the empty spaces. But here we wanted to remove the at the rate. So what you can do is, in this case is I just wanted to remove at the rates. That's all, right? And then you are trying to print it, or you can store it some other value also. But for the for the time being, I am trying to print it. So hello world. Okay. So all the characters have been replaced. If you try to put some dash also, let's say, and you try to run it, okay, only the alphabets at the rate should be removed, not the dash would be removed. Okay, right? So this is your strip method. Understood? Okay. So there are lot many methods of the functions you can explore, right? Okay. So find is alpha, is num, is lower, join, is upper, is title, right? Okay. Replace, find. So let us try to do a title also. I just wanted to go a title, right? So this is your title. Okay, so title, I think I'll do one thing, right? Okay, so title, what it will do, it will try to capitalize your H and your W both. Capitalize will only try to capitalize only the first character alphabet, but title will try to capitalize both the words. So let's say you don't know what this function does, right? Either you will try to search from the internet, right? Either you need to know that what it like count does, right? So this s dot count, so this is something kind of a dog string or a dog string, right? Right. So it will try to give you some reference that it will try to return the number of non-overlapping occurrence of a substring in your string, right? So let's say I just wanted to count how many times the word H is being present, right? So let's say I will put a H 3 times in the word, in this character hello world. Okay, so how I am trying to, right? Then you put some, let's say for the capitalize, you wanted to check for the capitalize, right? So you put a shift and tab. After putting the bracket, you put a shift and tab. So return a capitalized version of the string. More specifically, make the first character have the uppercase and the rest lower. So you don't need to cram anything, guys. And also you don't need to look to the internet also. Even if your internet is down, okay, how do you check? This is the method. Okay. So earlier days the internet was so costly. Okay. So then the people don't have some documentation or what, right? So what they do is, so they have the Python. So they have the some commands or tools in which they could relate to the doc string and then check. Okay. So what is your like next activity, guys? Right? Like I want you guys to try it out every function of your Python, of your string. Let's say there are lot many functions: case, fold, center, encode, and find. What does find does, right? Let's say let's try to check it. So what it will does, it will try to return the lowest index in string where this substring is found. Let's say I wanted to find where the L is. Okay, so it will try to find that index, right? Let's say I will try to say L. It will say at the second index my find is there. Count will give you the count of occurrence. Okay, index will give you where it is find, right? So this also give you the find. Okay, double L, right? Double L is being present at second index. Okay, right? So this way you can just write it out. So every, right, guys, now remember for the list also there are some functions. Then you have tab. Let's say you wanted to see lower. Okay, after that put a shift and tab, shift tab, shift tab, shift tab, shift plus tab. Okay, return a copy of the string converted to lower. Fine. So this is how you can see the doc string. Are you guys following? Yes? No? So guys, so this is like I'm trying to tell you about one superpower, right? Okay. So if you talk about other superpowers also like list, tuple, so these pattern or these how to check how to run a function, this will remain the same. Only the function name will change, functionality will change. Okay. So your string one has to be defined, guys. Okay. So this Deepak, right? Your string one, like I have defined my string one somewhere in the this there string one is present like here, right? So what you can do is you can just first you need to define your string. Let's say hello world. Run it, then you can do it. Okay, if I try to do it by string one, okay, then lower, then put a shift and tab. Shift and tab. Just try it out and let me know. Yes, guys. Any doubts, any questions here? Okay, so this is something which we will try to do in the list also, in the tuple also. Okay, strip. So strip, what it does, let's say I just wanted to, this is my strip. So there are some empty or blank characters at the beginning as well as at the end. I just wanted to get rid of it. So how I would get rid of it, I will use this strip method. Strip, okay. So you don't know about the strip method. So let us try to put a shift tab. Return a copy of the string with the leading and the trailing white space removed. So what it is trying to say that it will try to return the copy with the leading and the trailing white space removed. So this is your strip method. Okay, if I try to strip it, so you will see that the leading and the trailing white space has been removed. And you need to store it in some other variable so that you can use it. Okay, so this is your strip method. Another version of this strip method is that if you want any specific character, let's say at the rate or something written, that has to be removed from the leading and the trailing. So that also you can remove. Fine. Okay. Okay. So another thing to that, let's say this is your my string, right? Okay. I just wanted to remove only the left part to it. What I will do is r strip, and I will put a at the rate. Right? So now you can see that the at the rate at the right hand side has been removed, right? So you can see that the left part has been stripped. Understood? So this is your L strip, R strip, title, okay, count, find. So these many functions we have seen. There are not many more also, guys. Okay. Okay. The thing is that so these functions I cannot teach you, like it will take like much more time, right, to explain you. But the to understand this point, how you can see a function. That function could be these powers could be limitless, right? Okay. So next time, like your Spider-Man gets another suit, right? So his powers get upgraded. Similarly, with every version, so they get modified. Okay, these functions change. It doesn't mean that the older functions get deleted. So they also remain it, but additionally they also like gets added. Can strip more than one type of character or mark? No, we have this kind of a pattern. This pattern we can strip it. At the rate, like this is the pattern. If I try to have, let's say, in this something like this, and here something like this, right? Only that pattern will get removed, right? So right. So if I try to see it, right? So the pattern which is occurring right here and here, so that gets removed. Fine. So let's try to move it right in the next part. So this your string functions, capitalized, lower, upper, strip, right? So join and split we have not covered. Okay, so let us try to pause here. Okay, this we will try to cover when we'll try to learn about your list. Okay, so when you are trying to learn about the list, so then we will try to understand how we can convert a string into a list and list into a string, right? So first you need to understand the list functions also. So here we have covered the most basic functions of string. So I urge you to cover most of it. You try to run and try to see what are functions these strings offer. Fine? Understood? Right? Fine? Yes, no? Before we move to the next part. Okay, all of you guys, are you guys with me? Okay, fine. So the next part, there's some file operations. Yes, joint part we'll try to cover. So when we will try to cover, okay, in that part, so I will try to make sure that like join and split. So these are two functions, right? How we can perform join operation, how we can perform a split function. Okay, so let me cover the file handling. So file handling is a very crucial topic. Why? Let's say we have a file, right, in which there is some data stored, and we wanted to read that file and get that data into our Python data type, right? How we can do it, right? So these operations are very crucial for data manipulation, storage, and transfer. So let's say you have a file in which you have some data and you wanted to first read that data, perform some manipulations, and then you need to write the data to a file, right? If you try to do it manually, how you will try to create one file, write some data to it, then modify the data and then close it. Okay, but I want you to do it in a programmatic manner, in a automation manner. Like you open one file, you add something, you delete something, and you store some information, and then you close that file. Automatically, it will try to handle this task. So that task is being handled by a file handling operation in Python. Okay, so how we will do it? We will use a open function. This is a open function name followed by a bracket. So whenever you try to encounter this bracket, so you mean to say that this is a function. We will call it as a function. This is the open function. Open means open is the name of the function, and this is like the print function. Okay. You are trying to open a file. Which file? Example.txt. You can have it any name. It been stored in your local, or you can give a path. And in which mode you are trying to open? W. W means write. Fine. So we have basically three modes. One is your read mode, write mode, and append mode. We will try to see one by one all these things. Okay. So first let us try to understand. Let us try to make one file. Okay. What we will do? We will try to go in this. Uh, okay. So this is some file I made it. So I will name it demo.txt. Fine. Okay. And I saved it. I've closed it. So what I wanted to do is I have written some text to this file. I wanted to read this file and I wanted to get the contents of this file. Okay, so let us do this operation. So, okay, guys, you also quickly try to create a new file, text file from the new file, new file. After that, write something, whatever you feel like, and you need to close that. Save it. You need to rename this file demo.txt, rename it, save it. Okay, save all, and then close that file. Understood? Okay. So this file will be stored here itself only. And let us try to do a file handling. All you guys done it? Made one sample file, demo one or demo.txt. Okay. So let us try to open that file using f is equal to open, right? I will say demo.txt. I will open it in the read format, right? Then I will say print f.read. Okay. Now you can see. all of you guys has to do this activity. You make one file demo.txt, write some content. Okay, then you try to write a function which is your open demo.txt. In the read mode, you need to write a f is your function or a variable, right? And then you are trying to read this file f.read. Okay, so this automatically gets saved. This save in your those folder in which you are trying to work on it. So let's say I'll show you. So this is automatically saved at where you are trying to work. Okay, so basically I have done it. I'll show you in the same directory, in which you are trying to work. So let's say in the documents. So I have got training. This is simply learn, make Python practice, right? So here I'm trying to save it, right? Yes, yes, I will share it. So basically, what it's trying to do is it is trying to open that file. It is trying to read the contents of the file. Okay, okay, right? So this is how you can read that file. Fine. Yes, exactly. Fine. Okay, right. So this is your basically you are trying to read the contents of this file. Okay. To read one line at a time, use the read line method. And for reading all the lines into a list, use read line. So there are two methods, which is your read line, which will only try to read only a single line. And if you are trying to read all the lines and save it in a list, then we have read lines. Let us try to do that also. If I will say print f dot read line. Okay. So my file dot txt. So have you created your file? So basically, Deepak, you need to create your file and then you need to write. So where you have created your file, so you need to give the exact path. Okay. So let's say this file demo.txt, I'm trying to create in the same folder where I have created your Python session, right? If this file exists in your desktop and you are working with the documents, right, inside your document, this is your Python session. So then it will not able to find your file, right? So just you need to give the exact path of that file and you need to copy that path. This is what it is saying. Okay, okay. So let us try to. I will try to put. If I try to put read lines, okay. So read lines will be empty. So demo.txt. Let me try to make my file again. Okay. So I have gone to these documents and here I'm trying to create a new Python session and here I have created one demo new file demo1.txt. Okay, in this demo one, now you can see that in the documents training, Simplilearn, May Python, Python practice, in these folders, I'm trying to create the demo1.txt. Now you are able to see that this file is being created in this particular folder. Okay, right? And this folder and this folder are being residing at the same place. Okay, fine. So let's say I will say I love Python. Okay, Python is awesome, right? And I try to save this, save all, and I will try to close it. Okay, then I will try to f equal to open demo one dot txt in read mode. Okay, then print f dot read. Right. If I say print f dot read line. Okay, it is blank. So why it is blank? Okay, let me come again. Okay, so So this guys, I'll tell you. Okay. So this lead line, so there is some blank. It is coming, right? So I'll figure it out, right? So why it is coming? Okay. So you got the point, right? So basically, what is happening here is that so we are trying to uh, read the contents of the file, right? Okay. And these file contents have been read. Fine. Are you getting my point? Yes. So below folder, so you are trying to get your file, right? So you want it. I'm not able to get you, Deepak, what you're trying to say. Only run open file code and then read line. How can I move it to below folder? So you can just drag it down. Yeah, copy. Yeah, this folder. Yeah, this is fine. Python practice. In the Python practice, you have made the two notebooks, and inside the same notebook, you have given your untitled.txt. So this is fine, Deepak. I guess. So you're not able to run this file untitled. First, rename this file to some demo one, demo two, something like that, and then you are trying to run it. Okay. So basically, yes. Okay. Yes. So seek is also another option in which we can just try to seek it and then read line and then seek by zero offset. Yes. So this is also it will work. Right. Yes. So thanks. Right. So basically, yes. Fine. So first we are trying to seek it by the zeroth element or the zeroth position, and then we are trying to read line, and then we are trying to close that line. Okay. Fine. Yes. Now the second operation is that we also trying to write something to that file. Okay, so this is what the read operation in which there was some file in which we wanted to read the content through that file. But what about that we need to write something back to the file? So that operation we can do it by using your this thing. Uh, let's say I try to open your demo2.txt, right? So demo.2.txt doesn't exist. Okay, I'm trying to open it in the right mode. Okay, then what I will see, what I will do is I will try to write, okay, some text to it. Let's say this is my new file, right? And then I will say f dot close. Fine. So this is the code I'm trying to put it into the chat. Yes, yes, Ina. Just one more. So just try to open this file in the right mode and write it and then close it. Okay. What will happen in this? You will try to have a demo2.txt. And if I try to open it, so this is my new, right? Okay. So this we have seen how we can read a file, take the contents, and this we have seen how we can create a new file and add some contents. Have got us this that how we can read from a file, how we can write to a file. Okay, so this is your method in which you can open a file and read some contents to that file. Okay, and this is how you could write to a file. So this is a small like code snippet in which you need to understand that this is an open method or open function in which takes a parameters, your file name and your mode, in which mode you are trying to open a file, whether it is in the read mode, whether it is in the write mode. Fine. Okay. So unable to open the file. Okay. So are you facing any issue? Like there is some error, like the file which is located is not present or not visible to you. So can you share me that error? Yes, error. Because in most of the cases, you will find that error. The file demo1.txt may be present at some other location. Okay, right. In this, which I have shown you, this Python session 2 and your demo 1 and demo 2 is already present here itself only in the Python practice folder. Okay, if your demo 1 is one is not present in the same folder as you, then it will give you error. Got it? So yes, it is trying to say that your file is you no such file or directory demo1.txt. Okay, the what you can do is you can go to your folder, right? This Python practice, right? And you try to create a new file, fresh file. Okay, right? New file you can create it. After creating a new file, you can create a new Python terminal also. Then you can just see and run the code. Then let me know. Okay, okay. So anyone here is facing any issue, doubts? Okay, up till now. Okay, before we move to the next topic. So what you can do is you can just go here and try to create a new file and write some content to it. And then you try to open a new terminal, Python 3, and here a session will come, right? And you copy paste the code which I have written in the chat. And then you try to let me know. Okay. Okay. All of you are trying to do the code. So this, what it does, it tries to seek. Okay. So this tries to get your pointer pointed to that particular location, like zeroth position. Okay, so let's say I have my file. Okay, so this is your demo. This is my new file. Okay, demo one. Let's say demo one. So demo, I love Python, right? Okay, so here I wanted to seek from 10th position. So you can see that Python will not come proper because it is trying to get the position from, like, I love Python 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right? From here it will go, right? H1, right? So H1, right here. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. H1, right? From H1 it has, like, you are trying to put your pointer here and then after it you are trying to read the contents. So this is what is seek is basically. Understood? Yes. You are trying to open a file, then you are trying to seek after 10th, like after 10th you are trying to read the lines and then you are trying to print it. So it will try to print HUN only. Okay, so this is what is seek is. Okay, any other doubt, any other questions before we move to the next topic? No? Yes? Just, shall we proceed further? Yes? Just type yes. Okay, right. So now what we will do, we are trying to apply some decision control structures to solve. Okay. So braces is basically, Deepak, right? This is braces like is a function, right? So we are trying to call a function. This is also we are trying to call a function. So that is why braces is being used. If we define some braces, so this is open. This is also a function. In the function open, name of the function is open. Write is also a function in which we are trying to give some argument. So this is these are called as arguments, and this is the name of the function. And this is also multiple arguments. In this function, we are trying to give file name and we are trying to give your mode, what the mode is, right? So this is why the braces are always included when we are trying to work with the functions. So functions will topic will try to cover in the next lecture. Okay, so today I will try to cover like most of the part of the functions, data types, and your control statement, right? The next part when we try to deal with the function, that in that part you will be more clearer. Deepak, right? Is that fine? Okay, right? Okay, so control structures. So we are trying to apply decision control structures to solve some problems in the Python. Okay, right? So let us try to say that we are trying to make some decisions. Okay, we start with some statements and then we evaluate by using your expression. So this is your expression in which we try to put some condition to it. Okay, so let's say I will give a practical example. So I have a list of students in which there are names of some students. Okay, there are some numbers or marks of the students. I want to find the names of those students which their marks are is greater than 40. So I will put a condition. If the marks of the students is greater than 40, print those students only. Right? Okay. So this is what I am trying to do is. So let's say I'll try to give you a simple, let's try to do a program. Okay. If statement program. Okay. So let's try to write some steps. First step is that I will try to input by using the input, right, from the user. I will try to input the day, right? Day. Example, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, so on, right? Next step is that if the day is Sunday, user will go shopping, right? Third, if the day is Monday, user will go to work, right? If the day is Tuesday, user will go to gym, right? Let's say if the day is Friday, user will go to party, right? And other than these days, user will work from home. Okay, right? So this is your program in which you need to take the input from the user, and based on this condition, you need to make a program. Okay. So now what we will do, we will try to make a live program. Okay. So this might help you in building up your. So here by using the input keyword, I'm trying to take the input from the user, enter the day. Okay. So then I will try to print the day. So this we already see, right? So let us try to enter. So I will say Monday, right? The day is Monday, right? Similarly, if I try to say Tuesday, here the day is Tuesday. So Hina, what you want the code? So the first part we have done, take the input from the user, example Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Do we need to write the if else state? If the day is Sunday, user will go to shopping. If the day is Monday, user will go do something. If the day is Tuesday, user will do something. Right? So this we need to make it in the form of if else statement or control statement. Okay. In Python. Okay. So let us try to see first that. The syntax in the Python for the if else statement is that condition, if condition, this condition has to be true or false, right? Okay, so this we need to evaluate whether this condition is true. If then go to this statement. Step. If let's say uh, if day is equal to let's say Sunday, I start a day equal to Sunday. Okay, then I put a colon. Okay, so now you can see day equal to Sunday. This is a variable in which I have stored the value as Sunday. And here, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to compare that this day is equal to Sunday. It will give me true or false. Okay, if you need to check only this condition, it will either give me true or false. It is false. Why it is false? Because I haven't run this. Let me run this. Okay, so day is equal to Sunday. And now I am trying to check it whether this day is exactly a Sunday or not. If it is Sunday, yes, it is true. Okay. So here also I'm trying to check if this is the condition which is could be either a true, either a false, followed by a colon. After that, you hit enter and you can see that one tab space. So this is one tab space. Okay. So this is the indentation. So most of you guys will face some issue in the indentation that this indentation is not correct. Then you can say that print today is Sunday. right? And if I run it, so if day is equal to Sunday, print today is Sunday, right? So just try to run this into your, no, Deepak, don't try to run this statement. I have not written this. This is only for the explanation, right? So this input day, enter the day. So this you need to run it. Okay. So the code which I've shared now, you try to run this and try to run this. Fine. Okay. So this is my statement. If the day is equal to Sunday, print it is Sunday. Fine. If everybody run it and then let me know what you get. Today is Sunday. Yes? No? Just try to run it and then let me know what you get. Yes. Okay. So what you are trying to run is you are trying to see if the condition is true, then we are trying to do something. As we have already seen here, if the condition statement. Okay. So let's say if statement input, we are trying to write nationality. If the input is equal to French, then print. So similarly, what we have done is we have taken an input from the user, which is a day, and we are trying to check if the day is equal to Sunday, print. It is Sunday. That's it. Simple statement we have tried to do it. Fine. Up till here, everybody is clear? Yes, no? There is if else condition. If the condition is true, do this thing. If the condition is not true, then we need to do something else. Okay. So let's say in this only, we are trying to say that if the day is Sunday, today is Sunday. Okay. Or you can say that take rest or it's a holiday. If the day is not Sunday, we can say that else. Remember, where if is there, in that sequence else is present. And you need to put a colon. Okay, here also you need to put a colon. So this is your condition. After that, you need to put a colon, and then after it is one tab space, that is your indentation. Then we need to tick it. Similarly, you put enter, and here you will put print. Then you can say that it's a working day, right? So here also one tab space. Okay. Now you need to say if it is Sunday, take rest. It is a holiday. If it is not Sunday, let's say it's a Monday. So let us try to see this in your Python tutor, that how it is trying to evaluate and it is trying to see. So this you will get a visualization picture that how actually it is happening at the background. Okay. So let's say day. Day is equal to Monday. What will happen? It will try to execute step by step. Monday is some string. So this is your string, which is being stored in a variable day. It is a global frame. Your day is a variable which is being stored value as Monday. Then it is trying to check if the day is equal to Sunday, it is false. It will not go inside this. It will not execute this step. It will go inside your else, right? So this from here, from line number 2, it has directly gone your control up till 5 because this condition is false. When it is false, it will directly go here and it will say it print it is a working. It's a working. Are you getting this, guys? Yes, no? Let me repeat it again. Day equal to Monday. So Monday is some string which is being stored into the day, right? And we are trying to check if the day is equal to Sunday. So here you can see Sunday is not equal to Monday. If the Sunday is not equal to Monday, this expression will not get evaluated up till here. 2 and 3 line will not get evaluated. It will directly go into the else part and it will go into the print. See, so control will pass here, print. And now it will print it is a working day. If I try to change this code and say it is a Sunday, then the control will pass to this second line, right? Take rest, it's all. Understood? Yes, everybody? Just let me know. if else statement. Yes, Saurabh, you are correct. Okay, but the thing is that there are some few modifications which need to be done. Okay, I'll tell you. But your code is somehow correct. Okay, fine. So this is how your if else statement will work. Okay, right? So let's say we are trying to have a statement which is your input. Take a number, enter the number. If the number is greater than zero, we need to print it's a positive number. Else it's a negative. Simple, right? So let us try to do this again. Number, right? So we'll take the input from the user. Enter the number, right? If number is greater than zero, print number is greater than zero, right? Else print number is not greater, right? Okay. So let us try to execute it, but there is a catch here. So now it will give me error that is not spotted between instances of string and integer. So remember guys, whenever we are trying to use the input method, it will take the user input in a string. But here, what we are trying to do is we are trying to check the number with 0 or 1 or 2. Fine. So in that case, what we need to do is we need to typecast it. Typecast means we are trying to convert the data type. So what we will do is we will try to see, we will try to put integer number, number is greater than 0. Okay, let me run it again. Number is not greater than 0. Right? So this code I also have shared it. Right? Just try to execute it and let me know. So this is, hope everyone done it. Yes, no, just type in the chat. Everyone got the output? Okay, Deepak, you're trying to do it. What about others? Fine, great. Okay, so let's move forward. Okay, so this is your normal if else statement, right? But what if you need to do multiple ifs? Okay, so here itself only, let's say I wanted to check if the number is equal to 0. Okay, so what I can do it, I can say that elif integer number is equal to 0. If the number is equal to 0, we can say that print number is equal to 0. Right? There could be three conditions. Either the number is positive, either the number is equal to 0, or either the number is greater than 0. Okay. So three conditions we have checked. Let's say I will try to put a number 0. Okay, hit enter. Number is equal to 0. Number is, sorry, is equal to 0. Let's say I put a 10. Number is greater than 0. If I put minus 30, number is not greater than 0, is less than 0. You can say that, right? So this is how you can check multiple if else statements, right? If there are more than one if statement, you can put a else. And here also in this, you need to write a program in which user take the day from the user. If the day is Sunday, user will go shopping. If the day is Monday, user will go to work. If the day is Tuesday, you will go to gym. And if the day is Friday, user will go to party. And else it will be work from home. Okay. Number is already integer, so why do we need to write integer? Why we should convert to string? Okay, fine. So I'll answer this question. So you have this input. Okay. So input is a function. Okay. So if you have some doubt regarding this, just follow the docstring, right? So here, what is it is trying to say that read a string, read a string means that it will try to read a string. Whatever you try to write it, it will by default take it as a string. Whether you write a number, whether you write a floating point, true, false, boolean, anything, it will always try to take it as a string, right? Right? But we want number, and numbers has to be correctly identified into their correct data type. If you don't do it, you will not perform the arithmetic operations. So that is why, like, you are trying to enter a number, right? It is not string. It is not integer. So you need to typecast it. You need to convert into integer and then follow the mathematical operations. If you don't do it, it will result in error. Are you getting my point? Yes, no, Saurabh? Yes. So make sure, if you are trying to take the input from the user, you need to do some validations. Okay. So user is dumb. Okay. So user can enter anything. It is the task of the programmer to correctly handle the data from the user. So it can have the junk characters, right? So let's say you are trying to first take the input. Let's say in this case, Sunday, Monday. Okay. So user can enter any spaces, blank spaces also in the end. So what you need to do is, let's say I try to enter it from the enter the day. Let's say we try to put this thing, right? Okay. So let me try to, okay. So enter the day. Okay. So let's say I put a space and I say Sunday. Okay. So here I say enter the day, I'll put Sunday. Okay. So if the day was Sunday, how come it is a working day? It has to be a rest day. It has to be a holiday. So now your program got failed because you haven't put the correct validations. Okay. So what is the method in which you could put the validations? You can just say that day is equal to day dot strip. I just wanted to remove all the junk characters. Okay. And I wanted to check, right? So now let's say I'll put another space and then I will say Sunday. Take rest, it is holiday. So this is how you need to do the validations. Int num. Okay, Hina, int num, it doesn't work like this thing. So if you are trying to do is like int num equal to, so first of all, int, like we are trying, we don't have, this is like your C or C++, right? So this we explicitly first declare what kind of a variable we are trying to hold. But in Python, this is your dynamically typed, right? Whatever you are trying to hold the information, let's say 10, automatically it will try to recognize that in the number integer will come. Okay, right? So this you need to handle it. Okay, fine. So what I was trying to tell you, so this you need to make the validation, and this you are trying to do it a file, these string operations, what we have learned today in the first half. Strip, right? So then we are trying to put it in the lower case, upper case. Okay, so you cannot make all the possibilities. Let's say the user will try to make it in the upper case, and this is case sensitive. Sunday is not equal to Sunday. If I try to write here equal to Sunday, and here equal to Sunday, small Sunday, this will be false, right? This is also Sunday. In that case, you need to make another validation, day equal to day dot lower. So now what we are trying to do is, we are trying to learn and implement what we have learned today, right? So we need to input the day, we need to strip it, remove the junk characters, or we need to remove the spaces and then make it a lowercase. After that, we need to make it. So now you understood like how we can make this statement or a function or a program, make it possible. Yes, guys, fine. So these are small concepts in which we are trying to build a program we are trying to build a software, these things are really necessary. Yes. So Deepak, it is the syntax basically, right? In other programming language, this syntax could be followed by your brackets, curly braces. So here we only put a colon, right, to identify that we are trying to make this as a curly braces as a syntax, right? And this after colon, so this is your one tab space. Here after colon, this is one tab space. So just make sure. So all of you guys now can make this program if the input, take the input from the user, right? Convert it into the lowercase, right? This lowercase, strip it, and then you can check if the day is equal to Sunday, right? Then else if the day is equal to Monday, do this. Else if the day is Tuesday, do this. Else if, right? And in the end, you can put a else statement, right? So now this is your task or activity for your home to do this, right? To complete this program. So I've given you a small program in order to understand and work. Like until and unless you don't try it yourself, you will never get to know. And all of you guys in the next class, so I want this program to be done by you. Are we clear? Yes? No? So this was the if-else statement in which we have a condition and we put the multiple statements to it, right? So another part, like let's say enter the marks. If the marks is greater than 90, right? So here also we are trying to typecast it to the integer part. Print grade A. Else if the marks is greater than or equal to 70, grade B. Similarly, else if these conditions does not met, then we put a F grade. So this is also a small program in which we are trying to get the marks from the students and then trying to print their grades. Right? Okay. Now another condition, that is your nested if else. Nested if else means a condition within a condition. So let's say here, if the day is Sunday, right? Okay, so I'll take you another program in this part only. Another program. Okay. Take the input from the user, right? If the day is Sunday, if this day is Sunday, user will go shopping, right? Here there is a twist. If the bank balance, his bank balance is greater than 20,000, only then only the user will go to shopping, right? Else he will watch TV. Okay. What do you do on Sunday? You will watch TV. Okay. So the condition, now there is an if condition, and inside this if condition, there is a nested if condition. So we are trying to say that if it is Sunday, that is okay. User need to do something. But what if is trying to check if the balance, his bank balance is greater than 20,000. If it is 20,000, greater than 20,000, he will go to shopping. Okay, fine. If it is not there, he will watch TV or he will take rest. We can say that, right? So this is the condition in which we can say that this is how you can structure your program. So now let us try to see the program. I will just copy it for the sake of the time. This thing, right? So we are trying to take the day. Okay, we'll strip it, below it if this is Sunday. Now here, if balance is greater than 20,000, we can say else print rest. Now remember guys, this if condition is the outer if condition of this else. This if and this else, right? You can see. And this if and this else, they are inside and the same indentation. Don't try to put here something like that. It will be wrong. So this is your inner if else and this is your outer. Okay. And indentation, this is your course, colon. And here also it colon. Yes, Saurav, you are correct. Right? So this is how you do it. Now, if I try to run this, you will get an error. Okay, because we have not defined the balance. So balance we need to define it. So we also can check we can say balance, and here we could only say integer. Balance is also will taking an integer input, and we are trying to say that enter the balance. Okay, now we'll try to run it. Okay, enter the day. So we'll try to enter it Sunday. Enter the balance. Let's say I will try to enter 20,000, 30,000 because it was greater than 30,000. Okay, 30,000. Now go shopping. So enter the date is Sunday. Enter the balance, it is 30,000. We'll try to go for shopping. Okay. So now I will try to run it again. Enter the date Sunday. Enter the balance. Let's say I have only 10,000 balance. Take rest. It's a holiday or watch TV. Right. So this is how you can make a program with the input statement. I hope it is fine with you guys. Now try to run this and try to check it for yourself. Okay. So these are small code snippets. Okay. Before moving or developing a bigger software, you need to understand the flow, right? So these if else statements, you need to get it going and try it yourself. Okay. Then only you can make your bigger softwares or applications. Understood? Okay. Yes, no. Before we move to the next topic, are you guys following? Yes, no. Any doubts, any questions you have, just let me know. Okay. This is like it is up to you, Bhumika. Basically, the thing is that if you don't do strip and lower, so this is for the validations. As I already shown you, Sunday could be written in different formats, in many formats, right? S capital, U capital, there could be space also, right? So you need to make sure that whatever the user is writing, that has to be validated, and it would correctly meet your software requirements. That it is comparing it exact. The user entered Sunday, but it is a capital. It will be this Sunday is not equal to Sunday, so it will give you false. That is why we have tried to make it as a lower case and strip. That remove the junk characters and make it as a lower case. Understood? Okay. Anyone? Okay. So this was the nested if. Okay. So let's say the number is 15 and the number is greater than 0. If the number is equal to 0, print 0, else it will print a positive. Else it is a negative. When there is multiple condition, uses else, if else need to be used only if equal to condition using first line only. Yes. Yes. So if you are trying to say that if there are multiple if else, so if is like you try to write if at the first, and then after that you try to write if else, elif, elif. So at the first point you write only if, after that there are multiple ifs, you write elif, right? And if there is single if else will work. Okay, fine. Okay, so nested if the number is greater than 0 or equal to 0, go into that loop. If the number is equal to 0, print 0. Else it will try to print positive number. And if it is negative, then it will be printing negative. Okay. 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 So now we'll work on the loops. Okay. So loop, what it happens in the loop? So there is a repetitive execution of a statement or a group of statement. Okay. So let's say we are trying to work on a condition and that gets executed. Okay. So let's say we'll talk about two kinds of loops which are used in Python. One is your for loop and another is your while loop. Okay. So let us try to understand and write. I wanted to print numbers from 1 to 10. Okay. Fine. So let us try to print numbers 1 to 10. So I will try to use a for loop first. For I in range 0 to 11 colon print I. Okay. So let me explain what is this. For I in range of 0 to 11. Okay. I is your temporary variable. Range we are trying to check, take the range as I need to start with 0 and I need to end up till 10. So I'm trying to print the numbers ranging from 0 to 10. Okay. So this is what we are trying to do. Okay. I is your temporary variable. Okay. Indrajit, the thing is that you check if the day is equal to Sunday, after colon, there's a tab, right? If balance is greater than 20,000 colon, after that print. So print and if you haven't made a tab, right? Similarly, else, after else, you are not having a, right? So in the error itself only, they are trying to say that in the line number print, today I will go for shopping. Today I will go for shopping here. So you need to put a one tab space. So here, see, if my balance is greater than 20,000, after that there is two tab space, one tab space and one tab space. One tab space for the outer and one tab space for the inner. Right? Here it is error. Are you getting my point? So after colon, you need to hit enter and you see there automatically there is one tab space. Or either you can put a tab. Tab. Right? Okay. Right? So I was trying to tell you, this is your for loop in which there is a range from 0 to 10. I wanted to print the number. And what is this I? So I could be anything. I could be A, B, C, anything, or num, right? It's a variable. It's a variable, a valid variable name could be there, right? I could write num1, num2, num3, anything. So for simplicity, we will try to take as ABC or IJK, something like that, right? Okay. So what will happen? It will try to first go into 0. I will get stored at 0. Then it will increment. After automatically it will increment and it will go to 1, 2, 3, 4. And this way it will try to print. So let us try to see this in execution by using your Python code. What is happening? Right. So I is a global frame in a variable where 0 is stored because it will take the range from 0 to 11 and it will try to print I. So now I is having 0 value, it will try to print it. Right. Next. It will go again to the for loop again, right? How many times it will try to execute up till whenever the I will reach to 10, right? Because this is your stopping criteria. You have a range, right? In this range, you need to print it and you need to keep on going. Once this I is greater than 10, it will stop. It will go out of that loop, right? So next, it is 1. So it will try to print 1. Again, it will try to go. It will print 2. Again, 3. Again, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now I value of I is 10, right? Okay. Now it has stopped. Up till 10, it will try to see and it will try to print. Okay. Right? Because we have made a criteria. This you understood? What is this for loop? Any doubts in this for loop? Because this for loop is if statements, for loops, your data types, and the complexity will rise. At any point of time, you feel that this concept is not clear, let me know. I'll try to explain again. Everybody is clear? Yes, no? For okay. So let me try to give you another example. Yes. Let's say let's say hello world. Same example. right? So now we will try to see and try to work on it. I fetch, it will try to print h, then it will try to print t, then it will try to l, then it will try to l, o, w, o, r, l, t, right? Dot upper, okay? Now every character is in the uppercase, right? Understood? Okay, so let me also work on another example. If uh, mm, okay, in this particular string, I wanted to print only the words in the uppercase. So here uppercase is your H and W. Okay, so what I will do is if I dot is upper is a function, we will try to see it. We are trying to print only those characters which are is in the upper word, in the upper characters. I want a program, okay, in this print hello world or a hello world string. I wanted to print only those characters which is only upper. H and W, I want the output. So I will simply say print I. Okay, it will take first H. It is upper. Yes, it is. It will print it. It is not going. It is not going inside this loop. You can see in the if condition it is not going. Yes, H and W are being printed. Yes. So Saurabh saying that for range from 0 to 11, so it started it. So here it started from 0 and stopped before, yes, before 11. Yes. So range will always like the first element. It will start from the first element, and it will stop like if you specify 11, it will stop till n minus 1. It is from 0 to n. It will stop at n minus 1. If it is 12, it will stop at 11. If it is 10, it will stop at 9. If it is 5, it will stop at 4. One prior to that. Okay. So this you need to understand. The range function, this is the functionality. Okay, so there is no answer like to known that why it does it. So it will take the first element as it is, and the rest it will stop at n minus. Okay, fine. Okay, so this is a small snippet of the code in which I wanted to take this string, right, and try to print only the characters in the uppercase. Is upper is a method or a function we have already seen, right? Upper, we have seen upper, but is upper will try to give it in the upper one. It will try to give me true or false. So inside the for loop, I have made a if condition and will try to print what is the output. Are you guys trying to understand what we are trying to do here? Yes, no? Okay. So do you want more examples? Okay, small. Uh, yes. Are you guys trying or not? Okay. So this for number, yes. So for number in range, body of the loop, right? So this is basically a for loop structure in which we are trying to this number with the temporary variable, and it will work in a range, right? Okay. Okay. So now we'll try to work with the while condition, right? So the same thing I wanted to do with a while. Number is less than 10, print number, number is plus equal to 1. Okay. Okay. What we are trying to do is we are trying to initialize the number while 0. So it will check whether the number is less than 10. Yes, it is less than 10. It will try to print the number. Then it will try to increment the number by 1. Okay. Again, it will go here and it will try to check whether the number is less than 10. Yes, it is. And it will go keep on executing when this condition is met false. So this is your while loop. Okay. So let me try to first run it. So you will see that from 0 to 9 it has run. Okay. And here, if I try to put it here, equal number is greater than or equal to 10, it will print from 0 to 10. Fine. So this is the same which we are trying to do by using a for loop, and this is the same which we are trying to do with via while loop. So let us try to see this in action and in your Python tutor how it will work. We have a global frame of number equal to 0. Now we are here at the here we have entered while number is less than or equal to 10. Number is 0. It is less than or equal to 10. Yes, it is. It will go inside. It will try to print. It will try to print what number? The number is having value 0. It will try to print 0. Then it has incremented the number by 1. So now the value of number will be equal to 1 because 0 plus 1 equal to 1. Again, it will go to the while loop. While the number is equal greater than or equal less than or equal to 10. Yes, 1 is less than or equal to 10. Yes, it will go inside. It will print the number. What is the number? 1. It will try to execute 1 by 2. Again, it will go. What is the number? 2 is less than 10. Yes, it will print 3. Okay. It will go 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, 10. Number 10 is less than or equal to 10. Yes, it is. It will go inside it. Print number. Yes. Now the value of number, what is 11? 11 is less than or equal to 10? No, it is not. It will not go inside this loop. So this means it has a condition where our loops keep on executing, and when that condition is set to false, it will not go inside your loop. This is your while loop, basically. Yes, the program has stopped. Yes. So Deepak, like I was trying to tell you in that particular thing that if you try to this upper, so in this program, I want only those uh, words which are only in upper. I want only H and W. Right, write a program or solve this question. You have a my string hello world with the H and W capital. I want to retrieve only those words which are in capital. So that is why I have written is upper. If the numbers are upper, give only those characters. Right. So this is why I have entered is upper. Fine. Okay. So everybody got this while loop concept. Okay. Why we are trying to do a while loop and where we are trying to do for loop. How we are trying to execute while loop. Right. For loop is simple in practice. While loop is a little complicated because if you try to miss some condition, it can go endless. Fine. Right. So that is why while loops are dangerous at some time. So it is better to prefer for loop. But if some programs require and you know that this condition will be false, okay, at some particular point of time, there you can use while loop. But that condition you must know prior. If you don't know that condition, it might end endlessly. Your while loop will keep on running endless times. Okay, let me show you. If your number is less than uh, the number is greater than or equal to 0, it will keep on printing your number, right? Right? It is keep on printing. It is keep on printing. Now you can see here this code is getting executed. Okay, if this code is getting executed, this means your cell is currently in running. You just need to stop the kernel or interrupt the kernel. Then and only then your this code will be stopped. Otherwise, it will keep on running. Sometimes in the class also, some guy will his code was getting executed. Okay, so either you need to put a stop here, and either you can check here that the star is being activated. Fine. Okay. So for the while loops, you need to be much more careful. But for the for loop, they are simple enough. You can use it. Fine. Okay. So this is your loops. Okay. So this we already covered. Okay. So for example, loops in Python, right? So counter equal to 0, while counter is less than or equal to 5, print counter. And counter we are trying to increment by 1. Here also string Python for as in string. So as could be a variable. Any name you can take. I, J, K, num1, num2, num3. So this is not fixed. So this is your iterable. This is your string in which you are trying to iterate through that particular formula. Fine. So nested loops, we have already seen the nested if statement. Similarly, the nested loops are there in which for a for loop you are trying to get through the inner loop. Okay, right? Inside the for loop, and then you go inside the again inside your for loop, right? For example, this is your outer loop. If you are trying to print the multiplication table from 2 to 10, from 2 to 10, you are trying to print the multiplication table, and from J to J range from 1 to 10. Okay, so 2 into 1, first inner loop will come. 2 into 1, 2 into 2, 2 into 3, 2 into 4, it will go, right? Then after that, like it will get over and then it will go again. Fine. Okay. So this I want you guys to do this practice. I want you guys to do a nested loop example in which I want you guys to print a table, any table. 2 table you can take it, 3 table you can take it. Okay. In that case, this is for your homework. Okay. I have explained you concept of the for loop. Okay. The nested loop I will explain you. In tomorrow's lecture, I will try to explain you if any doubt is there. Okay. How you can do it for the nested loops. Fine. Okay. So then we have loop control statement, which is your break and continue. So this is very important, guys. Break and continue. And these are the loop control statements that we use often. Right? So what are these loop control statements? Break and continue. Let's try to discuss it. Okay. So let's say I'll try to less than or equal to 10. I wanted to break if the number is equal to 10, equal to 5. Let's say I wanted to break. Break means it will get out of that loop. Okay, whenever the break is encountered, it will get out of the loop. Okay, so let us try to see it. So when we are trying to get the loop from 0 to 10, but whenever we are trying to get 5, it will exit from the loop. Okay, so this is your stopping criteria in which some condition is being met. So the practical example is that let's say you have a list of numbers. Okay, and in that particular number you are trying to iterate. Let's say in a string you are trying to iterate in hello world. Wherever you encounter w, you need to break. You don't need to go and iterate through the whole sequence. So if in a sequence, in a list or in a tuple or in a dictionary or in a string, there are multiple values. There are 1,000 values. Okay, you cannot go on iterating each and every. So, so if you find a particular element, you need to break there itself. You don't need to iterate through whole loop. This is where this break is being useful. Okay. So here I've given you a practical implementation in which you are trying to retrieve or print the numbers from 0 to 10. And if the number is equal to 5, you need to break out of that. So let us try to see this in Python tutor. Number is equal to 0 while the number is less than 10. Yes, print the number. If the number is equal to 5, no, number is 0. Number is not equal to 5. Right? We are trying to increment the number by 1. It will go. Then it will try to check. Number is equal to 1. Yes. Print the number. Number is not equal to 5. Okay. Increment the number. Again, go to second. Right? 3, 4. Now it is 5. Now we are trying to print the number 5. If the number is equal to 5. If the number is equal to 5, number is 5. Yes, it is equal. Now break. Break. Now check this lal arrow, red arrow. It will stop. It has exited out of this loop. Understood? Right? So this is how you can do a break. Everyone clear about this break? Yes, no? Understood? Okay. So this is the code snippet of break, right? If you wanted to do a break, right? So yes. So what I was trying to tell you, if I is encountered in the hello string, so just break it. End of the loop, right? And the continue what it does, it will skip the current iteration and proceed with the next one. Okay. So let's say if the if you are trying to iterate it in the for loop or in the while loop, right? And if I equal to il, it will skip it. It will not print h. It will skip it and the control will again go to the for loop. Let us try to see this in action. Okay. Or let's say if I is equal to L, continue. Right? Now I will say print I. Right? So now you can see that all the H has been skipped. Here H is not printed. Here R, L is not printed. Right? Okay. So let us try to see this in action. This is my string, a global string for I, H, right? If I is equal to L, no, I is not equal to L, right? It will not go to continue, it will print it. Yes, it has printed it. Again, E, yes, L, yes. I is equal to L. Now it will go to continue. If it will go to continue, the control will pass from continue to again for loop. See, again for loop it has passed. So if it here it is break, it will get out of this loop, but the continue will go and pass the control again to the for loop. And now you have the next element, which is your L. Again, it will try to continue. Now it is O, right? It will not execute the statements which are below. It will pass from here up to go path to go it again for the for loop, right? So this is your how this part will cover.
And with that, we have come to the end of this course. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.